getting those levels too. Look at that 4-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown score with the left hand.
Do you foresee yourself being in, let's say, more thrilling fights as you get older?
Basically what you're saying is Floyd. Get beat up and get some black eyes, then get your hand raised.
No.
Stoop to everybody else. Stoop to everybody else's level and be stupid.
When you get older, I'm saying. When you get older. Do you think
there's nothing cool about taking punishment, getting beat up, getting bloody lips, and getting a check. The coolest thing I can do, I can dominate you, shut you out, and make crazy money, and go home and live with my family in a very, very comfortable and happy way. That's how I like to do it.
Lifting weights and being strong doesn't win fights. Having great timing and being a very, very smart and intelligent fighter wins fights. I mean, I've been in there before with guys that was a lot bigger and probably hit a lot harder and a lot stronger. But Floyd Mayweather always has the remedy.
Okay. Well, 37 opponents had heart, and all of them came up short.
Speed kills, I guess, right? Watching you in person is a lot faster than on TV, man. How important is speed?
Well, it's not about speed. It's about smarts. It's about smarts, and it's about not getting hit that much.
Baldamir's a big guy. What are you going to do to offset the size difference?
It's not by size. Skills pays the bills at the end of the day. It's about being smart, and the smarter fighter is going to win. Most guys I don't beat them with speed and power. Mm-hmm. I beat them with smarts. I'll think about it. It's more up here than here.
Bring the truth or tell on your ass what you're doing or what you're not doing every single time. You can lie, you can bullshit and all that, but when that bell rings, if you ain't put that work in, it's gonna show, bro. It's gonna show. Not to mention y'all in a sport that can cost you your life. Literally, you can die in this shit. So if that's the case, man, if you're gonna do this, don't bullshit with it. If you don't really want it, say to yourself, keep it real with yourself. I really don't want this shit. I can't put the work in that it requires. Walk away. Ain't nobody mad at you. Go out there, you're young enough, you go get educated, get a skill, do something, man. But don't play with this, man. You can get killed in this shit, man.
You want honesty?
His channel. It throws real punches.
Rescue Boxing gives you skills, heart, and culture.
Straight up.
I catch every drop on my lunch break. Can't miss it.
Man, what's good, family? How y'all feeling? Happy 4th of July. Happy Independence Day. We got a beautiful fight card coming up later tonight, and we're going to be in the building for it, man. We're going to call them fights tonight, but I just wanted to come on early because, you know, we grind, man. We put a lot of work in, man. You know, we put a lot of work in, and we might have missed a couple things yesterday. So we gonna talk about it today, man. Y'all already see the thumbnail. Y'all know what I'm on. Y'all know we talked about this, but it's good to revisit these topics sometimes because how many days is left? Is it 17? How many days left, y'all? Is it about 17? Yeah, I'm hearing all type of dumb stuff, man. Look, shout out to Art, man. Shout out to Team Haney, bro. Y'all entertaining. And y'all are needed for boxing. For real, for real. You know, you got a real talent in Devin. I always got to start by making sure I give credit where it's due. But you don't have to, like, you can't get credit for a guy that you not giving credit to. Like, you can't. Y'all whole argument is how Keyshawn is fighting bums and he's fighting nobodies. That couldn't be further from the truth. This is what's wrong with boxing. People need to up their level of conversation, and their boxing knowledge need improving. You get what I'm saying? Like to say that guys is fighting all bums, but then you gonna want credit for beating this guy that's just been beating up 15 bums. It just don't make sense to me. Why y'all gonna keep hitting y'all head on the wall, and why people gonna always look at y'all as a joke and talk crazy for the ones that don't respect it, is because of how y'all promote and how y'all go about putting all these different narratives. And when it don't stand up, you got to stand on business, and you really got to do what Just Do said you was gonna do all this other time. I told you the Shakur shit was just a ploy. Shakur made it clear about what he wasn't doing. Now that he issued his statement, you see that they kind of quiet on that. You see what I'm saying, y'all? He told him, look, put this shit in we could put this shit in the contract. I'll sign a contract. You drop the belt. Boom, we got the fight. They back talking about Keyshawn again, man. If y'all gonna want credit for Keyshawn, I'm strictly talking to the Haney hoes and team Haney. If y'all gonna want credit for Keyshawn, y'all gotta give him credit for being a quality fighter. I don't give a damn if you don't know who he beat. Go look it up. Do your homework, fam. I was over there having a conversation. It was just like, Keyshawn, he fought 15 pounds, and you don't know nobody but Jermaine Ortiz and Albright. Bullshit. What the young man, he told me, I don't know nobody but Jermaine Ortiz and Albright.
A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
Hear the youngin? Bullshit. That's what you know. If that's what you know, say that's what you know. You know how I know more than Albright and Jermaine Ortiz? That's two people. I've been to 3 of Keyshawn Davis fights, and it wasn't neither of them two. Neither of the 3 was any of those 2 that we just mentioned. So I've been to 3 fights. Then you add them 2, that's 5. Not to mention the other opponents that I know that he fought. Y'all don't be knowing who these guys fight because y'all don't do y'all homework. You get what I'm saying? I can name a bunch more of these guys. I ain't going to say a bunch because he ain't got a bunch of fights, but I can name a handful more of these dudes that he fought. He won the title with Baranchik. He knocked out Gustavo Lemos after Lemos gave Richardson Hitchins one of the toughest fights. He beat up Burgos, the guy that Tito Mercado just stopped, right? This dude been beating ass for a long time. You dumbass fans are the only ones questioning if Keyshawn Davis is legitimate. Not no boxing trainers, not nobody that been in the ring with him, not guys that's in heavier weight classes. These promoters know what's up. The only people that still questioning Keyshawn Davis to this day is them dumbass Haney fans. And the more you question him, the less credit Just Do Boxing is giving Devin Haney if he actually fight him and if he get the win. Y'all keep talking about size and weight and he too big for Keyshawn. No, he not. No, he not. This is just why they drag their feet and drag their ass when it came time to talk about fighting this man. Because they know that shit is a risk. You can say what you want. You know you're not about to go out there and that's not about to be no easy fight. Anybody saying that is an idiot. The fact that, and I love Brian Norman, I always got to say that, much respect. This is no knock. This is just based on what I've seen. He's not shown me to be a better boxer than Keyshawn Davis. And the fact that y'all putting them on the same level is crazy. You get what I'm saying? Y'all will say on one end, Brian Norman is knocking months of memory and weeks of memory out of people. And, but then on the other end, when I tell you Keyshawn Davis just stopped his last 3 out of 4 opponents that never been stopped before. Oh, it's easy to look good against bums, but does that same logic apply to Brian Norman when he knocked out Jensen Saki, a guy that I know y'all wasn't watching before that fight? I know it. Team Haney, y'all come off as an insecure fan base because y'all try to destroy boxing in the wake of making your fighter look better than what he actually looked like. Even if you got to create narratives. Jay Prince paid the WBO. He's sending Keyshawn Davis to crash out. Y'all don't know what narrative to push depending on the time of the day. Is it Shakur Stevenson sending Keyshawn Davis to fight for him, right? To protect so he could see, so the eye test, right? And he been in the ring with him. What kind of logic do that make? He know how Devin Haney fight. He been in the ring with him mad times, and he don't fight no different than how he fought when they sparred. The only difference is he got more experience, and of course he's gotten better. But he still fight the same. Tendencies are the same. He still struggle against southpaws. That's what y'all want to talk about. Get me? You ain't getting in there beating no southpaw with ease. Not no skilled one. You got in there with a skilled southpaw, and it was the toughest fight of your career. Talking about he smoked Loma. No, he didn't. And newsflash, Jermaine Ortiz gave Loma hell, gave T.O. hell, but Keyshawn Davis goes out there with Jermaine Ortiz and don't let him win a single round. Y'all talking about this ain't gonna be no little Lomachenko situation where you can impose your will and throw body shots. You don't throw better body shots than Keyshawn Davis, in my opinion. You don't got a better body attack. He gonna strip you of your jab, and from there, that fight is gonna be a lot more comparable than what y'all think. Watch what I tell you. Let me say what's up to my fam in the building. We got 40 people in the building. Everybody hit the like button. Let's get the likes up. Hit the Cash App. Support the grind. Hit the like. Share the video. Let's keep going, man. MLC was good with it, family. So it's funny how we can get exact numbers with Tank, but not Shakur. Bill, tell us how much DHP was giving Shakur. He can't tell you. And furthermore, MLC, tell me when DHP ever put up any type of millions for any of his fights. That shit is more smoke and mirrors, fam. Shout out to Mike Magic. Happy 4th to my dog, man. Yeah, man, everybody hit that like button for you. Boy. Cornelius, what it do, player? How you feeling? Radio, my dog Elijah is in the building. We fight all night. What's good with it, homie? Come down to who wanted more and who's able to stick to their game plan. Yeah, that and who's able to impose their will or, you know, on said fighter. Big Mason, what it do, man? How you feeling? Yeah, man. I keep telling him. I was trying to tell Art, man. I was over there chopping it up with him. I told him shit ain't about the shit ain't gonna be about weight and size. When that fight happens, it's gonna be who's better, skill, experience. Say that stuff. Say something that's more feasible, man. Y'all want guys that take 25%, but when Tank say 70-30, he talking. It's outrageous. You get me? Y'all cooked, man. Y'all backed yourselves in a corner of dark alleys. Then when it all fell apart, yeah, we fighting Tank. We negotiate with Tank. Now y'all don't want to do business with him no more. Y'all never wanted to fight him. Y'all knew y'all wasn't getting no 50-50 split. All y'all do was play games, fam. So let me get this straight. You didn't want to fight Tank when y'all was closer to the same weight class. Now 2 weight classes away, the Tank conversations come back again. Y'all got me up, man. Y'all out here playing in the people's face, bro. Dre, what it do, man? He said, funny how 70-30 ain't ducking, but when it was 75-25 to Corey, he was ducking. This shit is atrocious, man. They down bad. Rich, my dog, was good with it, Rich. They down bad. They scraping. They scrambling. Just got clipped from another channel for saying Zuffa era. Damn. We ain't sensitive like that. I try not to block people, fam. Yeah, shout out to my dog, man. Shout out to my dog, the Professor Ant McQueen. That's my guy. And everybody in the chat, we appreciate y'all. We gonna build on it. We just here. So where we at, y'all? Where we at on them days, man? Where we back? We about at about 17. Like, what's going on? I'm hearing all type of dumb shit. Why Keyshawn didn't sign a contract yet? What contract, fam? What contract? Because the last time him and Bill talked, he said, hey, Bill ain't sent no damn contract nowhere. And again, send a contract for them to fight weirdo. Nah, seriously, man. Damn, I meant to tag Artman in the title, man, or the description, so he can know. All y'all dudes that be going over there that y'all was in the comments typing and come over here where you gotta talk real shit at. You know what I'm saying? Or you can't just type in the comments, man. I'm gonna see that shit and I'm gonna cook you for it. Shout out to 12 threes. What's good with it? Happy 250, everybody. Stay safe today, man. Yeah, man. Stay safe. 250 years old. The U.S. is. That what they said. It's 250. But yeah, man, look. We're going to get to this. We're going to talk about it, man. TikTok, man. TikTok, man. You know what I'm saying? Them double barrel shotguns is pointed at both ends. Either way you go, you getting shot. Either direction you turn, you getting shot. You know what I'm saying? Look at this shit here, man. And I don't care what you say, I'm standing on this. I watched boxing long enough and followed it long enough to know that if you really about fighting a guy, you're going to be talking about him. You're not going to be talking about no Tank Davis, a fantasy fight, because this shit is a fantasy fight. He's a lightweight and you're a welterweight. That shit ain't happening. And everybody with a brain should know that. As a matter of fact, I don't think it's ever happening. Shout out to Jay. Said Turkey gave him a contract. That is false. Turkey gave who a contract? Turkey gave who a contract? Because I know, yeah, I'm serious, bro. Like I have no dog in the race when it comes to telling the truth. But I'm not gonna sit up here and lie. Like Team Haney is coming up with their own shit. Versus he asking for more than 25%. That narrative didn't catch on the way they wanted it to. They still pushing it, right? Now it's why he ain't signed a contract. You get what I'm saying? And then it's Turkey gave him a contract. Where can we find this at? Where, like, how do we know this stuff? Where are we getting this stuff from? And Turkey gave him a contract, right? So what network they fighting on? Go ahead and tell me it's Zuffa. Remember, got a WBO title on the line. Without licenses, they can't fight for that WBO title. So what contract? Turkey ain't giving nobody no contract. They ain't giving it to Keyshawn. They the champions. They gotta go make the fight with Keyshawn, not the other way around. People like, man, Keyshawn gotta sign a what contract? Skipping steps. These dudes literally talking about fighting Tank yesterday. Going back and forth with Tank yesterday. Tell me again why they fighting Keyshawn Davis. They put more energy into fighting Tank and back talking about Shakur than Keyshawn. Tick tock, man. Tick tock, man. Y'all at the time ticking down, bro. Talking about some, why he ain't signed the contract? Why he needs 17 more days? What he need 20 days for? Nah, y'all need the 20 days. 20 days ain't for him. That shit is for y'all. Y'all the ones telling the world y'all gonna fight everybody at one time. Yeah, we fighting Tank, y'all. We negotiating. Yeah. Al reached out. He said 70-30. Y'all out here playing with yourselves, man. Tank said, I just got off the phone with Al. Holla back fast, or I'm going elsewhere. The time is ticking. Biatch. Since you talking like that, I'm going to move past you. Go figure it out. I don't want to do no business with you. Clown behavior, fam. Clown behavior. All the business you've been doing with him is on social media, not behind the scenes. It's Al that reached out to y'all, or should I say his side? I ain't going to say who because I don't have that information directly, but somebody from Tank's side reached out to y'all. You put that on Twitter. Now you fast forward after he tell you he got off the phone with him. It's like, you know what? Since you talking like that, I don't want to do business with you, man. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all clout chasing asses. Y'all never was going to fight no Tank. Clout chasing lying ass dudes, man. Be lying, bro. Y'all asses be lying, fam. Lying like hell, bro. Lying like hell. Talking about some $15 million for Tank Davis. 15 million. Yeah, y'all crazy, man. This shit is wild. Y'all went to 40 mil bill to $15 million bill, man. I told y'all stop playing with that bad man from Norfolk. Now y'all gotta deal with him. Shout out to my dog Ant McQueen. Yeah, Dev said Al. He did. You right, Ant McQueen. Shout out to the fax machine, man. My dog, the plug, the boxing was good, homie. Just having fun, just laughing at this shit again, man. It's fun. I do hope though that this is the fight that's coming up next. All bullshit and narratives aside, you just want to see good fights, man. And it's time for these dudes to start giving people they just do. Because I'm telling you, the whole Haney slut cycle, I'm not giving them no credit. All I heard this morning was how much of a bum Keyshawn is and how he don't fight nobody. Get what I'm saying? It just don't. It ain't happening. Hen dog, he said Haney don't make more money than Al. Talking about moving fast. I don't like the way you speak. You hear me? Tank ain't not trying to fight Devin. I'll say this. Because I mean, I understand it's questions on both sides, but hey, dig this, fam. Which side reached out to who? It wasn't Devin Haney's side that reached out. So it's safe to say that they at least made a move. What the team Haney do after they got contacted? He on Twitter talking about he moving past them and he don't want to do no business with him. Can't make this shit up. Tank saying the time is ticking. Tank telling you what it is and how to get the fight. And once again, another fight that y'all claim y'all want. You saying you don't want to do business with him. That scene from Snowfall. He said the internet will explode. Dev stop K facts. He said it sounded like 29 million 3 years ago. Sammy said sound like that 29 million 3 years ago. All they do is make up random amounts, bro. They told the world. Man, all they do is lie. Talk about some 50-50. Yeah, we want 50-50. We want 50-50 with Tank. Yeah, man. Yeah, we want 50-50. You better take that 30%, Mr. 25. Thought that shit was cool, right? Hey, dig this. Y'all remember this shit? Shout out to Shout out to bro Locked In Deli, man. Hey, remember this? Remember this shit? Remember this shit? It should come full circle fast in boxing, don't it, y'all? 75-25 was cool when you offered it to Shakur, but 70-30 is laughable when Tank offered it to you. In reality, I'm not sure that 70-30 is a fair offer, by the way. But if Dad's fake 75-25 offer to Shakur was fair, then the Tank 70-30 offer is definitely fair. DEEBO don't look like DEEBO no more. Turkey got Devin listening. He said it's hard for Devin to get fights. Facts, Jay. Yeah, it is. And they got to be very particular on which fights they're going to pay for. They're not just paying for anything, fam. 70-30 is fair. DHP crazy, bro. It's crazy, bro. With Tank, y'all got 15 million with Tank. Y'all, the fact that, listen to me, the fact that they try to convince the world that they can dictate terms and conditions to Shakur is diabolical, fan. I mean, to Tank Davis is crazy talking about 15 million, 55-45 split. Like, bro, y'all don't call no fucking shots, man. Y'all, what's wrong with y'all? Y'all don't call no shots. Y'all don't call no shots. This shit is fair, ain't it? Fair is fair, ain't it? Know what I'm saying? Come on, man. So again, when it was time to put up the money for the Rolly fight, why y'all couldn't do it? But for Tank, y'all got 15 million. Come on, man. All y'all do is lie to the fans, man. All y'all do this shit worse than the 5 styles of boxing at this point. He said, do the math on the gate and pay-per-views. Yeah, man. Do the math on the gate and pay-per-view numbers. We're going to see Jake Paul versus AB. That'd be crazy. AJ. Wasn't Loma and Devin for undisputed? And Devin and Loma got more than 25%. What did he have to offer, Jay? What did Loma have to offer? Blaze, what did do, homie? What did Loma have to offer? He brought nothing to the table, right? Loma brought nothing to the table, and he had 2 losses. At least Shakur was undefeated. You get what I'm saying? So, like, what's that saying? Like, what did Lomachenko bring to the table? Heard Loma got 40% because he got treated fairly, bro. He got treated accordingly, Jordan. They wouldn't dare offer Shakur 40%. They wouldn't dare do it. They, even though they can't offer shit, but they wouldn't fight him. They wouldn't want to fight him. Only way they want the internet. They want to beat Shakur in the media, not in the ring. They want to beat Tank in the media, not in the ring. I'm standing on that. Until I see real business being done, they only concerned with beating these dudes on social media, man. Shout out to Jordan. He says, so Bill and Devin are still talking about Tank when they have 17 days left to negotiate with Keyshawn. So DHP has no offer for Keyshawn. Do you feel me, Blaze? Blaze, they out here talking about why Keyshawn won't sign a contract. What contract? Where are we getting this news from? The Haney land? The Haney hoes? Bro, all they do is lie. They lie about everything. Shout out to the homie Radio. What's good with it, Brody? Shout out to Radio. Devin played tough with Tank and Shakur, but quick to bend to those Spanish and European. Yeah, because he'll fight them. Tunnel vision, he'll fight them faster. He'll fight them faster. There's less risk involved. Shakur been beating you up since y'all was kids. That's what your dad said. You get me? You know what I'm saying? And he gave you a stipulation, bro. I'll sign the contract. You drop the belt. Then they like, oh no, why he gotta drop the belt? And y'all, the problem is y'all don't know what negotiations is. Y'all think your favorite fighter got all the cards in his hand, and he don't. He not holding all the cards. And we got to stop talking about the 25% permanently over here. We shot that down. We showed that's a lie. It is. It's tearing down your own people, man. It is. It really is. I'll say it. Devin and his entire team is. See, I think they're very selective. Tunnel vision. They're selective. They're calculated and selective. The bigger the risk, the more fluff and dog and pony show that we got to deal with. You better take that 70-30, but they out here dictating terms and conditions to Tank. Talking about what y'all gonna take and how much money you got. Get y'all asses on, fam. Yeah, we got 15 million. We 40 for DHP got. Now, DHP is bullshit. Show me that shit. Shout out to my dog Marcus. What's good with? He said, what contract? That's what the Haney fans were trying to spin. Yeah, spin me with yesterday. Yeah, they were claiming Keyshawn won't sign this imaginary contract. And mind you, a Blaze, this came right off the back of them saying that he was asking for more than 25%. You see how fast they killed their own narrative? I thought he was just asking for 25%. Now he won't sign the contract. Y'all idiots. What contract, man? And like that 70-30 shit they did. Yeah, they played with core. You know what I'm saying? Played with core. Bro, you know, I'm going to drop the link for you. I'm going to drop the link for you. Where that post at? This is what he said. Hold on. Where the one at with your core, though? Did I delete it from out of here? I'm not sure if I deleted it or not. Hey, Jay Brumfield, you like talking about contracts and this and do this. Look what he said. Put it in the contract, fam. That means they would have a agreement, right? A legally binding agreement, right? That, yo, I'll sign this, drop the vacates right after. He said, right after I sign it. Simple. And he said, put it in the contract. We don't care about what you think about his word. He talking about a contract now, something that's legally binding. You see how y'all move the goalposts? And you know why this is more smoke and mirrors on y'all behalf? Talking about why would he drop the belt first without the guarantee of the fight? Look what he's saying. Vacate right after I sign it. That means I'm going to sign it first, then y'all vacate. Dummies, not the other way. He didn't say drop it first and then I sign it. He said I'll sign it first. I'll sign it right after y'all vacate. Right after, you get what I'm saying? You vacate right after I sign it. Which one would come first? Him signing and then you vacating. And why this shit don't even matter? Because in reality, if you don't fight Keyshawn next, you getting stripped anyway. So what difference do it make? You getting stripped anyway, regardless. What is it? Fight, vacate, or get whooped, or get stripped, all that. Shout out to Darius. What's good, homie? He don't gotta vacate, but he gonna get stripped anyway. Y'all not listening. Nah, I don't care about. He just said it. They said a lot of shit yesterday. Look, link drop, man. I ain't arguing with you, fam. If you can't answer my questions, I gotta ignore you because you just talking. I'm telling you, I'm giving you logical breakdowns, fam, of what's going on, and you still keep saying dumb shit. Why he gotta vacate? He's gonna get stripped regardless, fam. 17 days left and counting, bro. It don't matter. All y'all do is move the goalposts. They give you what you want. Y'all still cry. The man, y'all wanted him to respond to y'all on Twitter. Now he responded. I will sign the contract as long as he vacate right after I sign it. Sign first, then vacate. He don't want to fucking do it because he don't really want to fight him. Doing all that shit on social media. Smoke and mirrors. Think he's still getting stripped. Yeah, I don't think he fighting Keyshawn. Them 17 days about to run out. How we know? Because if it's coming from Zuffa, let's assume that this fight gonna be on Zuffa because Mr. A-Side is signed with Zuffa. He got over $100 million deal. They're not gonna be able to fight for no WBO title, fam. They already said, man, without the licenses, they will not be able to compete for the WBO title, not on no Zuffa. Now tell me I'm lying about that. You see how silly y'all are? So the WBO president said what? If he don't fight Keyshawn next, what happens to the belt? So what Shakur saying don't really matter. Y'all not fooling me. Either fight Keyshawn Davis or relinquish your belt and chase Shakur for the imaginary fight that you really don't want like that. You don't want that shit. 144 was out of the question until Keyshawn was the mandatory. Now it's fair game. Y'all smoke and mirrors, man. More smoke and mirrors. Shout out to my dog Marcus says salute just doing the chat. My dog, I appreciate you always supporting the guy.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, right. well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
All they do is lie. Shout out to my dog. Judah Vision, my homie, what's good with it, bro? Who you think Devin gonna end up fighting? I don't know. Nah, I'm not gonna block you. I'm not gonna block you. If you ain't saying nothing disrespectful, I'm not gonna block you. I'm gonna just ignore you. Did I say block? I ain't gonna block you, but I'm just answering simple questions. You could come up here, bro. You could come up here. This ain't no argument, fam. This is a safe space where you could talk some boxing, but talk logical. Don't keep just asking questions. I'm asking you some questions. Just answer the question, right? Do you see what he say right here, Jay? You say Shakur word ain't shit, but he's saying after he signs the contract, vacate the belt. So he giving you his word. If I sign it first, then you vacate it right after. What we talking about? Why are we chasing our tails? Because they don't want to fucking fight him. If they really wanted to fight him, then they could just do it. Lying ass dudes, man. You feel me? But shout out to Messiah. Who Devin gonna end up fighting? I'll be honest with you, I really don't know. And why I don't know? Because just yesterday they was going back and forth with Tank. Just as recent as yesterday. They literally got issued 20 days ago. We on like 17. If they're fighting Keyshawn Davis next, which one of his biggest supporters just told me in Art, man, that's what he said. It's Keyshawn Davis next. Why would you still be talking about Tank Davis? Why? 15 million. DHP ain't never put up no fucking fight for none of the fights Devin had. None of them. And we know it. Hold on, man. My bad. Let me make sure. Let me do it again. I might have put the other link from yesterday, man. Hold on. Nah, this should be the link. This should be the link. That should be the link. It should be working. Shout out to my dog, man. Always support back in that super chat, man. He said, you see how your boy on the other channel you was just talking on earlier try to spin the narratives, and now Keyshawn is a bum. The easiest fight for Dev. Yeah, I wanted to chop it up with him again, too, because he was talking a lot of bullshit. He was talking that discredit stuff that Team Haney do. Then they going to want credit. They made my points. I made a point. Keyshawn Davis will be definitely, at the worst case scenario, a top 3 best winner, Devin Haney. He got over 30 fights. That's saying something with a guy with 15 fights. They idiots. The more you discredit Keyshawn, the less you saying about Devin Haney. Straight like that. The less credit he's going to get for beating a guy that only fight bums. They some idiots, man. They're an insecure fan base. If they can't get their way, then they gonna try to win the PR battle on the internet. That's how they move. All these false narratives dying one by one. One by one, yo. One by one. They going, yo, yeah, where the hell DHP get 30 million? And I'm my guy inboxing me right now. He inboxing me right now talking about this shit. Where the hell they is getting 15 million from? Where? You couldn't even put up half the purse for the Rolly fight, the unification that you said you wanted. You said Rolly was a bum too. Shout out to Rome, man. Happy America. The happy 4th, man, to the fan. Click the link. Click the link. No bias boxing. Click the link. Don't type weird shit in the chat. I'm speaking facts. You don't even know. Give me the definition of bias, fam. Give me the definition of bias. I bet you don't know it. Keyshawn is going to a purse bid. That's it. And it's gonna get worse. It go to the purse bid. It probably get worse. Shout out to Cut, man. They ain't got no 30 million. I don't believe it. Bill talking about some match it. You lying. Match it. That's what PBC was trying to tell you, goofy boy. They said they'll put the money up for their fighter, Rolly. You match it. They couldn't do it. Now you telling somebody else to match it, bro? Hold on, man. Let me click this link, yo. If this link worked for me, bro, I don't know what's wrong with your phone. I don't know. You one of them, fam. You one of them. I just clicked this link, bro. Let me see if it worked. Let me wait. Let me see if I can join my show twice. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. Oh, well, what do you have? Just do boxing entered. I'm on twice. The link worked for me. So I don't know. I don't know why the link didn't work for you. I just clicked it and proved it. It worked for me. Somebody else in here click the link. That somebody that a regular come up here and see if it worked. I don't know why that link wouldn't work. Hilltop was good. Top Rank is gonna let it go to purse bid. They have no incentive to negotiate before the purse bid. Yeah, but you know, I don't expect them to have to do nothing, but they about to run out of time over promoting themselves and analyzing everybody they gonna fight. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sick of this shit. Just they saying Turkey got, oh man, yo, I swear, a frequent, I swear on my soul, I don't believe that shit. I just don't. Think about it, fam. Boxing don't work that way. Shout out to everybody in the building. And I just clicked on my own link. It worked. My guy Cornelius just clicked the link. It worked. Like, look, shout out to my dog because they said it didn't work. Please click the link. I said, take this off. Ice to a penguin. Shout out to Frequent too, man. I feel you, but I can't run with these narratives, bro. And this is why I think it's suspect. No, because see, hold on. Y'all be remixing shit. Y'all said he said DHP. He said Turkey. Hold on. Let's see what he said in this tweet.
No, he didn't say Turkey. He just said DHP.
DHP, huh? DHP guarantees. Where at does that say Turkey? Because that's not saying the same thing. So which one is it? Because in this tweet, in this well thought out, executed tweet, DHP guarantees Tank 55-45 with a $15 million guarantee purse for both fighters. We're at the see how y'all remix and y'all add y'all own like details to shit. Y'all add alternative facts. Other word for that is lies. Come on, man. Where's Turkey at in this tweet? Crazy. What's good with it, bro?
What's good, bro? It'd be okay if people said, hey, I think that, you know, the 15 million or DHP is working with Turkey to get this money. But but somebody say Turkey or somebody say somebody else. It's like, it's ridiculous, bro. Right now with me, hey, man, I'm not with the 17 days.
You breaking up, please.
I was gonna say, is it me or do you sound like a transformer right now?
Yeah, you just start transforming on it.
Damn it, Flyer.
And that's what it boils down to, bro.
Hold on.
It's like you're not dropping the belt, right? So that means you're not fighting Shakur. Stop all this playing games. You're not vacating, and he said it. I'll sign first, then you vacate, because that's what's gonna happen anyway. You're gonna get stripped. So it's like all these playing games, man. That man responded and he let you know what it was, and they went right back to fucking Tank Davis. And then y'all trying to dictate to him. We already turned down 50-50 and nothing. No, that's a lie. They put up the money for their fighter in the same way he's saying DHP is guaranteed. Basically, that's indicating, insinuating that DHP will be putting up the money. Why wouldn't y'all be willing to put up money for a unification fight? And y'all negotiating again with another PBC fighter, and you think you could dictate the terms and conditions? Get the fuck out of here. When has DHP tell me he got 33 fights? Name one of them where they put up the money for the fight. That's why I don't believe it, because it's never happened before. Not that it can't happen, but they've never done it before.
Yes.
Talk to me, Frequent.
Yo, man.
Let me pull this down too so we could chop it up.
I just was gonna say that. I was just gonna say, I think it's crazy how, you know, Bill Haney, you know, I understand people saying that, you know, they say Bill Haney a liar and stuff like that. But to just assume that every little thing that he say that he's just lying about all of this stuff, and then to make all the pundits in the space, all the other pundits in space who say these things, that all of them just become liars too. Like I just think that's too far to. It's past. You're supposed to operate with moderation. You're not extremity. I feel like that's on the extreme side. You don't want to go too far to the left, and you don't want to go too far to the right too. You want to meet in the middle, you know, moderately. You know, so I just feel like that's extreme to just assume that every little thing that Bill says is a lie.
So
and
for me,
I think
let me say about the stuff that I question. Right, because I try my best now. No, he's just a liar. He a liar. Now I think he be promoting. I think he trying to put his son in the best position, and that's why he been going about it this way. But in the process, he's been introducing shit to the space that's not possible. Two fighters on the same contract. You should know better, fam. You make fights. You know not to say that because you know exactly what you're saying when you say it. then you got to clean that up. So it's like now you saying DHP is putting up money. They can guarantee Tank Davis something. Bro, that sounds like y'all dictating the terms and conditions to a guy that you clearly know you wouldn't be an A-side over. You really think you're going to get that fight? And why would anybody believe it? Because, again, now they saying Turkey, but in that tweet, he said DHP guarantees and caps DHP. And I'm like, bro, my guy is texting me right now saying, how are y'all going to put up? So y'all got $30 million? I doubt it, fam. I don't think it's reasonable because we haven't seen it. And again,
hey, I got a
hold on, Blade.
Keyshawn Davis. What is all this Tank Davis shit about? Y'all not on the same page. And shout out to my dog Hank McQueen. Come up here because you said something earlier that let you know him and Devin ain't even on the same page. That's why Bill be doing the talking. Bill saying one thing, Devin saying something else. Y'all gotta get on the same page, fam. Y'all can't try to make everybody look like a scary guy when a fight don't materialize. Just say, yo, the business couldn't work and move on. We get it. I don't expect you to jump in there for no pennies, but I'm gonna pass it right there.
Yo, what I was trying to continue on to say that when he's talking about this 15 million guarantee,
right.
he said both fighters. Yeah, that's totally different from what the PBC was trying to tell DHP to put up their side for their fighter. Nobody does that in no boxing negotiations. That's not the way it go. One promoter don't put up the lead promoter that's putting on the fight puts up the guarantee for both fighters. In no instance can nobody tell me where the other promotional company had to put up their own guarantee for their fighter but not be putting on the fight. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just some stuff that they just introduced for Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? That's specific to him.
Yeah,
and
the problem is
hold on.
If you typing in here, how are you blocked, man?
Hold on, just can I just continue on before y'all stop me?
Bro, you got it.
That's one thing that I want to say that it's not the same. It's not that way. That's just something that's specific and unique that people trying to apply to Devin Haney. And you know what I'm saying? In this negotiation, no other negotiation ever went that way where the B side puts up the guarantee for their own fighter, and the lead promoter that's putting on the whole fight put up the money for everything else and reap the benefits of everything else. But don't put up the guarantee for the other fighter for the B side. That makes zero sense. For you to put up your own guarantee for your fighter, and then you're getting paid off the percentage of your fighter's guarantee. How you getting? It just don't make sense. It's just something that people threw out there for Devin Haney. And then hold on, one last thing before you stop me. One last thing. We know that it's Turkey behind putting this fight on. See, I had a conversation with Ray Davis early on when Tank first jumped out and started talking about, start going at Shakur and going at Devin and all of that, and inserted himself in the conversation or whatever. I had a conversation with Ray Davis, and he was telling me, how do you know that Tank just sent them an offer? He said, because Bill and them is, from what he understood, Bill and them was sending him an offer. Turkey was sending Tank an offer and everything, because they said they was waiting for Tank to sign the contract, just like they was talking about Shakur. And I was thinking like maybe they made a mistake with what they were saying or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I'm cooking Ray Davis. We going back and forth about that. And so then he trying to tell me videos, he clipping up videos. Yeah, look at that this time stamp where Aki said this. So I listened to Aki say, yeah, I talked to Bill, and Bill said that Turkey love it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, yo, just because he said Turkey love it don't mean that Turkey is the one that's putting up the money. I was like, it seemed like a possibility, but it might be a little stretch. But for Bill to say that, you know what I'm saying? Now we know it's Turkey, because Bill said from the gate that Zuffa was putting up the money for he was behind the money for the Shakur versus Devin fight, and him saying that Turkey loves this fight even more. You know what I'm saying? The Tank fight even more. Then and he say that it's a guaranteed 15 million for both fighters, plus a 55-45 split on the revenue or whatever.
Right.
Come on, we know it's Turkey now. And for people to even say, if people say no, it's not Turkey, it's Zuffa. Well, Turkey is Zuffa too. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I
It's the
get it.
same person.
And I hear you, bro. I get you, man. I be trying to stall Bill out. Like I give him way more grace than a lot of other people. Just the stuff he's saying just don't make sense. It don't add up. They just all over the place. Like if Turkey was so interested in the Tank Davis fight, this would be news to us. They ain't said shit since he talked about the Ferraris, and Turkey was like, man, I'll send his ass some boxing gloves. Like now, think about something. One of the biggest fights, because that's what this would be. They gonna do all the talking for Turkey Al-Sheikh, who's literally a damn a character. He do all types of tweeting, talk about fights for Tyson Fury. They just made announcements for Tyson Fury, but this one is gonna go under wraps. The Tank Davis fight. They moved too fast. First, it was Zuffa was 100% sold. Nah, they didn't want the Keyshawn Davis fight. They wanted the Shakur fight. Now they want the fucking Tank Davis fight. It just keep getting better and better. That shit is hard to wrap my head around it.
Why wouldn't they want the Tank Davis
throwing
fight,
out
though,
there
Just?
which I think people want to hear. That's what I believe. I don't want to say he lying. I have no way to validate that. But again, and shout out to L Dub. That's what I'm saying.
Why wouldn't he want the Javante Tank Davis to fight, though, Just?
If you believe DHP can guarantee money for Tank, because that's what he said in the tweet. I'm not including Turkey. See, that's when shit changed. You should have said Turkey. Why did he say DHP guarantees? That's putting the onus on DHP. And we know you're not putting up no money. And if that's the case, why you couldn't put up no money or send a counter offer to Rolly Romero? Jay, you typing?
They didn't like the Rolly Romero thing either, though.
I can see you typing. You not blocked. If you was blocked, you wouldn't be able to type. I don't know why I'm saying you blocked, but I usually don't block people unless they disrespectful. And there's probably somebody in the chat that'll get you before me. Shout out to COE Films real quick, man. Appreciate the love and the cash app. He said supporting the bill, bro. I appreciate you, family. Shout out to my dog.
Just but they're not really supposed to be saying Zuffa, not really. They on like a gag order about talking about this whole Zuffa deal, and and I think the reason that Zuffa is not announcing it is because they waiting for well, I think that Zuffa, I think they probably signed, but Zuffa don't want to officially announce it without them having no fight. If we look at the people who got signed to Zuffa, so they actually had a fight lined up. They probably signed them, but they don't have a fight lined up.
Right?
Can I jump in here real quick?
That's all I'm saying. Do you really think his next fight is going to be announced before where he's going to fight at? That would be.
Can I jump in here real quick?
Yeah, that's why. So that explains why Bill was not saying Zuffa though.
But I'm gonna be honest. If Zuffa signed Shakur Stevenson, you don't think they would have been trying to put that out there? That's one of the biggest fighters we got today.
But look, to say that he not signed, now all of these pundits in the space just got to be liars, bro. And Shakur didn't come out and say I didn't sign.
They said they negotiate, bro.
It's not that they lie frequent. I think they getting information that can't be validated. And then when that guy that's putting out the information is being asked to like make it make sense, he can't confirm nothing. That's my biggest reason why I don't believe Bill. I don't think he's just some big ass liar, right? Nah, but I think he got himself in a weird space, man. Like you doing too much too fast. Just let it happen. We get it. Y'all been out the ring and you can't just let people forget about Dev. He coming off a damn title win, right? In his third weight class. I get it, but it's the way they're going about it. Everything he's been saying, nothing is making sense. He said a deal worth over $100 million. We haven't heard no confirmation whatsoever. And that's what I said from the start. I don't think they're going to announce a whole fight being situated without a deal. Would that even make sense to y'all logically? Does it make sense for two fighters to make a fight with each other before announcing where they gonna fight at?
Just, can you see that? What I put in the back right there, bro?
Hey man, can I jump in here real quick?
That's from Dan. That's from Dan Raphael.
Nah, my bad.
Hold on, let me. That's from Dan. That's from Dan Raphael right there. Just, you know what I'm saying? Like how you think he would put? Yeah, it should be right there. In the back, where you put the people up when people come up.
Yeah, I don't see it yet. Right probably a pop in. This shit been a little laggish. I don't know why. It'd be moving slow. Shout out to Mike Madden.
It should say 2081 JPEG or whatever it say on here.
Hey, real quick, bro. Let me just jump in here real quick. The problem that I got with this negotiations, with Tank is you got 17 days left with Keyshawn. DHP say they fight with Keyshawn. If y'all can offer 15 million guaranteed 50-50, 54, 45-55 split or whatever with Tank, what's the offer that you're negotiating with Keyshawn for? Since you guys keep saying you fighting him next, and y'all can negotiate. And we're 17 days to purse bid, and we're over here arguing about, oh, if it goes to purse bid, it ain't gonna be enough money, and the fight ain't gonna happen. So that's and then it's like also too, it's like you looking past your opponent. That's how disrespectful this is. It's like if y'all really keeping the belt, and y'all really fighting Keyshawn, you over here talking about Tank. That knowing damn well y'all ain't fighting till sometime next year, as we talk about all the time with his legal situation. So that's what be so frustrating about these tweets and with this talking, bro. It don't make sense. It ain't legit, bro.
But didn't they make that known though, Blaze? They made that known
And then
that
I just
Tank
want to
can't fight to
let me just say my
2027.
last little point, and it's specifically to you. Hey, Flyer, I talk to you, but I'm not talking to none of them other Haney niggas that you be hanging with. When niggas is running up on me and I come on the chat and be like, why ain't Keyshawn signed a contract? What fucking contract? Can we live in reality? Can we look at facts?
No, that's
Can we talk about
that's you and the
facts?
boy. What's
No,
his
that's
name?
not you and
Insane.
no,
That's you and
that's
Insane.
not you. That's not me
The
doing
Insane, the
nothing.
only person I ever heard say that
That's
to
not
you,
me
bro.
doing nothing, bro. Real talk. And just said the same thing. So maybe he's running around saying this shit to everybody, but this is what these guys is doing, bro. You guys, we can't even talk about we can't even have a solid conversation based on the facts we know. And then name if we speculating or guessing, we speculating or guessing. It's just like hold up. Let me land my plane. Let me
he
land my
said that
plane
to
though.
me.
Let
He
me land
said
my
that to
plane real
me.
quick. Let me land my plane real quick, Flyer,
Go
because I'm about to get
ahead.
out of here. Here's the thing. When we look at that tweet and say DHP's offering 15 million, 40, 55, 45 split, we know, we don't know who it from. It could be Turkey. It could not be Turkey. But let's just say we don't know. Let's just say I speculate. People stand on shit and get to arguing about shit on these panels and get to talking crazy to each other and it don't even be in fact, bro. And I land my plane right there.
Shout out to you, Blaze. Let me catch these super chats real quick and we're going to get right back to it. Shout out to my dog, Tunnel Vision. He said neither Turkey or Zuffa has said anything about backing any fight pertaining to Tank, just making things up to fit a narrative. The reason why I don't believe that's the case because, I mean, just watching Turkey and he's very vocal about fights that he wants, especially entertaining the people and if it's a big fight. And I seriously doubt that he would have his mouth closed like a muzzle on about one of the biggest fights in boxing. You get what I'm saying? That's just me based on what he's been saying. He's vocal about everything else. Like I say, he came out, made announcements with Tyson Fury out here, Tyson Fury over or signed to him or something to that effect. So my thing is, I don't think other people, when has people spoke on behalf of Turkey before Turkey speaking on Turkey? You know what I'm saying? I haven't seen it go that way. Like, and that's what it seemed like. People are trying to throw things out there that you would think makes sense. You know, if you throw Turkey there, then this whole money situation shouldn't be a problem. That's what they try. That's when they try to enter Turkey into the situation. But I can't be sure that he wouldn't do anything with Tank because he haven't said anything but about sending them boxing gloves. And it seemed like, remember, this is the same Tank Davis that they said wouldn't. He said they sold their souls over there and all this different stuff. Like, I don't see him going over there to work. I don't see it.
I think you not being able to really pull up, the stuff that I present in the back right there is kind of hurting our conversation because, Dan Raphael, you know what I'm saying? He actually confirmed, twice, that Shakur Stevenson is signed to Zuffa. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
You
ever see somebody
there is a post that
announce
somebody said
Shakur's
they signed him.
situation before him and his team? That's the problem. Everybody trying to come out and make these announcements instead of just let the fighters do it, bro. Because to me, it sounds like everybody going off the same information from the same person. We haven't got confirmation on nothing. What's the big secret? If you're signing these fighters, right? Why not just come out and say it? And real quick, last one. Shout out to Tunnel Vision. I appreciate the love, fam. He said it was a PBC and DHB co-promotion where PBC was paying all the expenses, taking all the risks, and still giving DHP 50% of all profits. I'm telling you, that was a similar situation with Rolly, man. And it's coming down to that guarantee that they said he was asking for. I don't see, do y'all know if PBC giving anybody those big upfront guarantees? I don't even think that's how they operate. So I don't think it's them trying to do Devin dirty as opposed to what he asking for is some shit that they don't do. And if it's any truth to $4 to $6 million up front, guaranteed, I mean, shit.
Where do we get that from, though? We never got that from Bill. that right there, with that part that everybody keeps saying, oh yeah, they asked for a big amount of a guarantee. We never heard none of that from Bill or Devin. That's just some stuff that just
Nah,
popped out of nowhere in the space that they
I'm
asked for
telling
this
you,
astronomical
yeah.
amount that made PBC do what they did. But all we know is that PBC did what they did with the zero guarantee. We
If
have no
my
evidence
guy,
and no saying, or nobody
if
from
my
either
guy
side,
got
or nobody
time,
saying that,
if
huh?
my guy got time, I told him to try to come up here because he talked directly to the PBC rep and he can tell you directly what happened with that situation and probably make a little more sense than me. It's just what it is. That man get paid, and I've always said that Devin get paid to fight, and I always felt like the way PBC be betting on back ends and shit like that, he getting guaranteed money. They not gonna guarantee him that money up front. I don't think he asked for something he ain't worth. I ain't gonna say that. But maybe to them, it's something that they ain't willing to pay. That's what it seemed like.
No,
My
but
thing
who's to
is
say
this:
they
if
didn't even say?
DHP is in position of this guarantee anything, why not counter offer? Why not?
I mean,
Why not send a counter offer to Ridley?
that's what the whole thing with is with this
They just
tweet or
walked
whatever
away.
that people like trying to cook Bill about or whatever. That wouldn't that be categorized as a counter offer? You know what I'm saying? Saying, hey, y'all trying to give us 70%, 70-30 split with no guarantee. You know what I'm saying?
Hell no.
And whereas if we go with this, it's a 15 million guarantee for both fighters and a 55-45 split.
Bro, to me, I think the biggest problem is doing that shit on social media, and then as soon as y'all don't get y'all way, y'all out it. Y'all out the business in the tweet. And I think that's what's killing these fights nowadays anyway. These Twitter wars, and then nothing materializing behind the scenes, and we kind of trying to figure out who being honest with us. But like I said, man, for me, my only questions started coming in with Bill when he started WWE and this shit. 2 fighters on the same contract. Bash Brothers back to back. Oh shit, nah, we fighting Tank. They literally been back and forth between these 3 fighters, and it's hard for me to settle on who y'all really want to fight. I'm hearing people on Team Haney complain about Keyshawn being a mandatory. I'm hearing people making up their own information and details saying who Jay Prince paid. You have no way of knowing that. If you think it, say that. Say I think that. But just to throw it out there and say, yeah, this is what's going on. He put Keyshawn in place to protect Shakur from, you sound fucking stupid. He worked for Keyshawn. His job is to put him in the best position possible. 15 fights in, if you fighting a guy as accomplished as Devin Haney, I'll stay as a manager. He doing his fucking job. But instead, y'all keep pushing narratives. Oh, he's sending Keyshawn to crash out. You know, oh, he this and that. And Shakur sending. It's too many narratives coming from that camp. That's why I don't believe shit. They can't even give fighters the credit they deserve on the way to fighting them. I heard all morning how Keyshawn is a bum. I ain't giving him no fucking credit if he fight him. That's the only time you're going to hear me say that. If his fans is going to argue me down about how Keyshawn ain't fighting nobody, he fighting all bums, despite what the trainers, the coaches, the fighters is saying, right? I'm not giving him no fucking credit for it. You ever ask yourself why a guy with 15 fights would even be in position to fight somebody as talented as Devin? Y'all looking at it wrong because y'all tear down boxing and try to prop your favorite guy up. Yeah, a bad man, but y'all don't got to create false narratives and tear down the guy before he even make the fight. They do it every time. Shakur is a duck. I hear that dumb shit one more time, man. You can't duck somebody from a separate weight class. That shit is some soft shit, man.
And I be saying that same thing too.
I don't do that.
Would you say he's a clout
15
chaser?
bums. And then when I asked y'all to go pull up Devin Haney first 15 fights and line that shit up to Keyshawn and tell me who really fighting fucking bums. I don't even like calling fighters that, but y'all kill me with this shit. You know the names, even if it's 4 of them, 3 of them, you know a few of the names that Keyshawn Davis has fought within his first 15 fights. Anybody in the chat panel, and this is not a slug, name a Devin Haney opponent from his first 15.
Hey, you want to let me answer Blaze's question that he asked me? Well, you know, with Devin and Keyshawn Davis, we had the WBO come out and order the mandatory split too recently. That's the last thing they did was order the split. They said that it's a 75-25 split for Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? And they said if they don't agree to that, then it has to go to purse bid. In which
Where's
in the
the
purse
offer
bid is
from
gonna
Bill
in
then?
which in
Where's
the
the
hold on, bro.
75-25 offer bid
Hold on.
offer
It's
though?
not from Bill. It's ordered from the WBO. That's what a mandatory split is. I think that's what
Yeah,
people having a
okay. Look,
problem
look.
with,
No,
bro.
Flyer, listen to me. Even if I
Commit.
told you, I
Hold
told
on.
you, I
Hold
don't
on.
agree with you on that.
Hold on.
But
You
even if
jumped
we
in
give
before I
you
even
that,
land.
even if
You
we
jumped
give
in.
you that,
Hold on,
why
bro. You
ain't
jumped in
Devin?
before I even landed. Allow me to land like I allowed you
Yeah,
to land.
look, let Frequent land his plane, and Frequent, you could pass it right back to Blaze. I'll let y'all cook. It's all good. Shout out
Okay.
to Don. I appreciate the love, homie, being a member for 31 months, man. Shout out to you, my guy.
Yeah, Blaze. If they ordered a mandatory split of 75-25, they're dictating the split. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a mandatory challenge. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And they're saying if they don't agree to that, then it has to go to a purse bid in which the split still has to be 75-25. So Keyshawn and his side will be stupid to not accept whatever it is going to be at this point, because if it goes to purse bid, that means it's going to be low price. It's going to be low bids. You know what I'm
So where
saying?
are people saying that
And
Keyshawn
so
is not gonna
and you would still get the same split. You would still get the same split no matter what. So 75-25 split of a larger number is logically better than 75-25 split of a lower number. So it wouldn't make sense for them to not agree and
Right.
allow for it to
They
go to.
hate watching
So
Cal.
that's why I'm
Hey,
saying,
Flyer.
the negotiations is pretty much done. You know what I'm saying? That's what I wanted to say to Blaze. And then also,
Hold on, let me
the
respond
last
real
thing I
quick.
wanted to say.
Let me respond
Oh,
real quick.
hold on, I'm
So
not finished.
let
The
me
last thing I want to hold on. The last thing I want to say is i- if you're a manager, right, and you manage two fighters, like with I ain't even gonna use Shakur and Keyshawn Davis. I'm gonna use I'm gonna use Keyshawn Davis and Abdullah Mason. We know they got the same manager, right? And Keyshawn was pressing him for the fight, right? They called up their manager about it. And what we think happened, what we know happened, he told him to chill. You know what I'm saying? Why you not about to mess? You know what I'm saying? You not about to mess this up for us. You know what I'm saying? We manage him and we manage you. You go and you trying to go and fight him. It's a conflict of interest. You know what I'm saying? And I say the same thing. That would be the same thing with Shakur and Keyshawn. You know what I'm saying? If you already negotiating a fight with Devin Haney, a big fight with Devin Haney with Keyshawn Davis and everything, it's a conflict of interest to just put Keyshawn in the way. That's all I wanted to say, Blaze. And you
Hey,
can
All
Flyer.
respond
right,
to it.
here's what I just want to say. You look at the tweet you talking about the WBO mandated, and then it's a 25-75 split. Now, I don't necessarily agree with you because I don't necessarily know the construction of how that is. If it's actually true that in the negotiations it has to be 75-25 split even before purse bid. But even if I give you that, the whole point I'm still trying to make with you, Flyer, is if they can tweet that DHP is offering 15 million 45-55 split with Tank. Where is the tweeting where they're offering the contract and negotiations, even if it's 75-25 with Keyshawn? That's my problem I have with this. We're 17 days left dealing with Keyshawn, and we're talking about them negotiating with Tank, knowing good and damn well the date we got is January 2nd. That means if he's negotiating with Tank, this negotiation with Tank doesn't stop him or preclude him from getting stripped if he don't have a fight with Keyshawn. That's why I don't respect this, because it's like you're seeing through the fight that you guys is claiming that they're having. Let y'all say it. You run around talking about Shakur ducking. You run around talking about Tank is all over here pump faking and giving an unfair offer, and we're offering a fair offer. But you're ignoring 17 days left and getting the fight finalized with Keyshawn, all in the name of, it's not enough money, it's a money fight. Or, then the fans, y'all go further and say, he hasn't proven himself, or what has he done to deserve the fucking fight? Well, he was champion at 135, even though he blew weight, went up to 140. I don't know where Jermaine was ranked at 140 when he beat him, right? Ultimately got submitted for 147, and then he became his mandatory. So it is what it is. So it's like either you guys is gonna have the fucking fight and you guys are gonna put y'all best foot forward, because if you're offering money for that type of Tank, then you niggas need to be negotiating, offering money so that the fight is worth something for y'all. You got DHP offering 15 million, 45, 25 split for a Tank. Then they should be able to offer a contract that's in their interest for them to get their money with a 75-25 split against Keyshawn. And then putting Keyshawn on here because these, like I said, these Haney's run around like, what contract? You guys can show an offer that you give to Tank, but where's the offer for Keyshawn? See what I'm saying? That's why it don't make sense to me.
Well, I was gonna say I don't understand what's not making sense to you, even if you acknowledge that the negotiations that they're having with Tank is for a fight next year. You know what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with this fight right here. Hold on, let me finish, bro.
For Keyshawn.
Hold on, let me finish, bro. It has nothing, it has zero to do with the fight with Keyshawn. It doesn't even affect the fight with Keyshawn. Yeah, that's the thing right there.
My bad. I'm thinking private chat. Pardon me, bro. Pardon me. I'll be high, man. Pardon me. I see what you're saying, but yeah, man. These reports, I don't care about them personally. About no report on Zuffa, because my guy walking in the gym getting the firsthand information about it. So I ain't gonna say nothing that they ain't saying already. But if they ain't get it from the camp, I don't give a fuck about none of them reporting this shit. You know what I'm saying? What's the secret to announcing that they signing over there? Right, these dudes trying to announce people deals before they do, man. Said Blaze has no clue about the business of boxing. That's false. Yeah, that's y'all problem is y'all think everything gotta be one way. We just trying to have a conversation and make it make sense. And like my guy Dub said, it'd be better if they actually worked out a deal than letting it go to purse bid. If it go all the way to purse bid, I think we less likely to see the fight.
Hey, that's what I was mentioning yesterday, KB.
Hold on, bro. I didn't finish. Hold on, bro. I didn't finish what I was saying to Blaze and whatnot. And what you were saying about the the negotiations between Devin Haney and Keyshawn Davis, you know what I'm saying? It has zero to do with the negotiations for Tank for next year, and it don't affect it anyway. And the negotiations part, as far as the money, I don't believe that it's much more that you can say, as far as the money, because the mandate also ordered the 75-25 split. And I don't know if you understand. I know it's a little bit different, with sanctioning bodies, from sanctioning body to sanctioning body, but with the WBC, when Shakur was going through that little situation with Devin at 135 and everything, the reason why he petitioned the WBC, you know what I'm saying, because he expected them to go, he wanted them to go ahead and mandate a split. Once they mandate a split, you have to take what they give you. In this instance right here, the WBO mandated a split, so they can't change the split because it was mandated by the sanctioning body.
Again, the split don't matter to me. Why ain't they showing the offer that they got for Keyshawn when they showing the offer that they got for Tank?
They probably not.
Why don't they got an offer for Keyshawn? Why wouldn't they put an offer?
What do you mean? Why they don't got an offer
money
for Keyshawn?
What I'm telling you is they're talking about the offer for Tank. Where's the negotiations for Keyshawn?
What you mean? What the negotiations is pretty much
they're
done.
Tweeting about the negotiations for Tank, but they're not tweeting about the negotiations for Keyshawn.
The only thing, because it's done with Keyshawn, the only thing left is to find a venue and a date. A date for the venue and the network that they're gonna fight on.
No, it can't be 25-75 of nothing. It's 25-75 of what, bro?
That's what I be saying, man. It doesn't matter what it is. The split is the main. They don't negotiate how much the person put up for the purse. They negotiate the split. You know what I'm saying? What Bob Arum or whoever going to put on the fight, what they put up for the purse is just going to be it. Ain't nothing they can do about it. The fight is mandated. The split is mandated. So whatever money they put up, whoever putting on the fight, whatever they put up,
they negotiate.
The fighter can pull out of the fight. The fighter can pull out of the fight and drop his belt. The fighter can pull out of the fight and drop his belt, but the money is going to be the money.
No, listen. Where is the negotiation talk for Keyshawn? It says negotiations or purse bid. So there ain't no negotiation. Hold up. What do you mean? No. There is negotiation. Why? No, I didn't.
Because the WBO came out and mandated the split, and that's what it is. They don't have no say so in changing the split.
Let me say this real quick. Let me say this so you can get this, like, when it goes to purse bid, that's when the split becomes 75-25. Right now, with these days, they can negotiate a deal. Like my guy L Dub tried to tell y'all, and it probably will work out better for both of them than letting it go to a purse bid. You get me? Once it gets there, yeah, the split is going to be what the split is. But right now, that I think, and if I'm not mistaken, maybe that's what Blaze is asking. Where is this negotiation?
No, put that joint up that you just had up. It was right there. The WBO came out and mandated the split. Read that, y'all.
You have X amount of days. You have X amount of days to negotiate, and then if you can't come to terms, then the 75-25.
Wait, hold on. That was the wrong one. That my bad, bro. That was the post from Dan Raphael. Look at this one right here, yo.
Which is why there's a deadline in the first place.
Look at this one. Look at
if it was just automatic, there would be no point of having a deadline.
Hold on, McQueen, read this. Let him get a word in. Let him say it, and he can pass it right back to you. It's all good. Well, I think
we're not acknowledging the deadline if it was final.
I was trying to get him to read that before he said what he said, because that, then he'll have a concept of what's going on. The WBO officially mandated a 70-25 purse split before the purse bid. He said if they don't agree to what they mandated, then it's going to be a purse bid of the same split.
I think you interpreted it the wrong way. You know what are the 17 days for Frequent that's left? That's for them to negotiate if they wanted to. When that time runs out, then now the 75-25, that's it. It is what it is. You got to take it or don't take the fight. I think we all on the same page. But I think you saying them reading them that they mandated it, you feel like that's final right now. Nah, it ain't final until the days run out. Both teams can negotiate whatever deal they want to negotiate before it gets to the purse bid. Because once it gets there, like it's highlighted, it's 75-25. Ain't no negotiating. You got to take what you get type. That's all. We on the same page. I think we are. We should
when Devin and them was trying to give Shakur the 75-25 split at 135, and Shakur put in his petition to the WBO, and he said he felt that he deserved 50-50 split. You know what I'm saying? But if they decided on something different, then it could be that. What did he mean by that? Once the sanctioning body mandates a split, that's what the split got to be. Ain't no changing it. If had the man, because the fight was already mandated for the fight, had they came out and did what they did right here, ordered a split, a purse split. You know what I'm saying? If they would have said, okay, we feel like Shakur deserves a 50-50 split, he can't get out of that. That's because they mandated the split. That's what they did here.
Them two situations not the same.
Can I please ask you a quick question, Flyer? Why are people debating about if Keyshawn is going to turn down the fight for the 25%? Because my thing is, if Keyshawn has already been speaking to the WBO president, just an assumption, since it seems like we're doing a lot of assuming here, would it be safe to assume that he's okay with the 25%? Why do we believe, or where are we hearing that Keyshawn is not okay with the 25% for this mandatory fight?
We gotta stop listening. We gotta stop listening to these fanatical people, man, who saying things. People assuming things. They assuming that Keyshawn Davis is gonna pull out because of 75-25 mandated split. That's usually the mandated split for the sanctioning bodies, for all three sanctioning bodies outside of the WBC. See, Shakur wasn't accepting the 75-25 split because he was the mandatory for the WBC, and their mandatory split is 70-30, which is better than a 75-25 split. And that's why he wouldn't agree to it. But all the rest of the sanctioning bodies is 75-25 on a mandatory. That's just what it is with a mandatory. It's already set. You know what I'm saying? If they mandate it, you know what I'm saying? You can give them more if they high profile and stuff like that. But the mandatory split is 75-25.
So
and once the sanctioning body comes out and orders that split, then it ain't no getting out of it. Once it gets to that point, that's why I'm saying it ain't no negotiation for the split no more, because they did that.
So at this point, are both sides okay with the split? Like, have we heard anything from either side saying I want more than 25 or I want more?
Hey, man, I'm pretty sure Keyshawn Davis' side knows that the mandatory split for a mandatory is 75-25. I don't see why somebody would even say that he would, get out of it because, it's a 75-25 split.
That's
Come
the
on, man.
problem.
Keyshawn want to fight Devin. He don't care about. I
That's
believe Keyshawn want to fight Devin. From what he expressed, he said, "Y'all some hoes if y'all vacate this belt and don't fight me." He want to fight Devin Haney. He don't care about the belt.
The problem, though, you got some of the biggest Haney supporters with followings pushing that Keyshawn is currently asking for more than 25% in effort to push another narrative. That's where a lot of this shit be coming from. And y'all when I say y'all gotta start keeping these people honest. They sitting up fucking making up alternative facts, like saying on your platform that Jay Prince paid the WBO because you think it, but you pushing it like it's a fact is wild. That's what's wrong with boxing. The WBO president comes out, and I showed y'all the text message that he sent to my guy, and he sent it to me. He told y'all exactly why he made him the number one. We still arguing about it. Before he was number one, it was like, he's clout chasing. He don't really want to fight. He ain't the mandatory. He ain't petition. Then he get put there. Then it's like, oh shit, we fight Shakur 144. Makes sense now. Shit is stop playing games with the people, Bill. We get it. You got a bad one, man. You got one of the best boxers in the game, but you don't gotta manipulate the people. How the fuck are y'all doing all of this in-depth negotiating? I just never seen this shit before. Like literally,
hey man, half of the stuff I don't be knowing where people be getting it from because I don't be knowing. I don't be knowing where they be getting it from. That's why I told Blaze, you know, the situation that he got into on my panel was with some dude named Insane when he was asking him why Keyshawn ain't signing the contract. I don't know where that took me aback when he said that too. You know what I'm saying? He said that to me before you got there, Blaze, and I was like, I don't know what you talking about. And then when you got up there, he was going back and forth with you.
Keyshawn signed the contract. What contract? Right now, if he signed a contract, that would mean that they know what fucking platform they fighting on. So where they
that
fighting?
Would mean everything.
These people,
that means it's done.
I don't believe none of this negotiation talk is going to result into a fight until they on stable ground, solid ground. What I mean is their deal is going to be announced. I seriously doubt, and I could be wrong. Y'all know I don't mind being wrong. I could be wrong. I got a lot to learn. I seriously doubt we're going to hear a fight being announced before somebody signing the Zuffa, if that's where you're going to be at. Does that make sense to y'all? Because what are you negotiating if you don't know what platform, what kind of money is on the table? And out of Bill's own mouth, after saying the money for the Shakur fight was on the table, he did an interview days after that and said no money has ever been discussed. They got to stop playing with the people. That's all. You got it to the point where Aunt McQueen will tell you, you got him and Bill kind of contradicting each other. Y'all saying different shit. Y'all not even on the same page. It's like, yo, we get it. You'll fight everybody, but you can't fight them all at one time. And real quick, big shout out to my homie Cal. So I love Frequent, but y'all wasting y'all time trying to get Frequent to understand the truth and the facts. Shout out to Cal.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Yeah, shout out to Kyle Cool, the OG, man.
Yeah, shout out to you. Once that's I think that was the confusion. That's what the 17 days is all about. That's giving them an opportunity to negotiate if they see fit, or if they just cool with just letting it go to the purse bid, then that's just what's going to happen. But I don't see them. The only reason I don't see them negotiating no shit is because Bill said again, I'm gonna use his words out his mouth. When Champs I asked him, so you talking to Jay Prince? You gonna reach out to Jay Prince? He said no. So you're not looking to fight Keyshawn? No. Now today, again, after just yesterday and it was Tank, today is Keyshawn again. That's why I'm not confused, but that's why I'm calling things out. I don't want to make Bill out to be some, oh, he ain't shit, he just a liar. Now I think he promoting his ass off, and I think he trying to figure out the best fight that he can get for his son that make the most sense, where they can make the money, get the legacy with it. I don't have a problem with it, but I have a problem when people ask me to be dumb because it makes you feel good to be dumb. You want to believe everything he say? Have at it, fam. Have at it. But you can't tell me that Al Heyman or somebody from Tank Team reached out. And then you get on the internet and dictate the fucking terms and conditions. That shit blows me. On both sides. I hate it. I know ain't no fight coming. Talking about 55-45, DHP can guarantee. Yo, get that shit out my face, fam. That should have never happened. And you know the fight ain't going to happen like that. And then again, where's Devin Haney fighting at? Is he going over there to PBC? What's going on? Is he going to PBC to fight Tank on that platform, Amazon Prime? Like, it's certain shit that don't make sense if you don't have a home. That's what I'm saying. Your home base is going to be the one that's paying you, right? All this $100 million talk is coming from Zuffa, right? So again, you expect him to make one of the biggest fights in boxing without no announcement from Zuffa, nothing said from Turkey, just Bill Haney doing all the shucking and jiving. And then look, as a man, I rock with what he do. I'm going to always, I think he's great for boxing. I really do. But when he got up on that interview and those people was basically trying to ask him direct questions based on what he put out and he ducked out, that to me lets me know as a man, for me, after I seen that, I said, oh, he promoting his ass off. He knew they was about to put you in a situation where you got to answer questions straightforward with no fluff. And they wasn't just laughing how most people do.
He couldn't answer him though, Jeff.
Laughing. Oh man, Bill, it's great. You should do this. And radio and them wasn't going for that because they just wanted answers. That's all. So they could bring it back to the space. That's all we've been asking for.
He couldn't answer it though, Just. You didn't even think about that. He couldn't. You know what I'm saying? I feel like they on a gag order from Zuffa. Zuffa don't want them to officially announce nothing until they, you know what I'm saying, get the fight locked in and they want to announce it. I think if one of these fights get made, Zuffa gonna come out and announce that they got, you know what I'm saying, Shakur and Devin in them, and they gonna tell you what it is.
You know what, Frequent? I think that's reasonable. But that's what my argument or my stance, not my argument. My stance has been from the get-go. Y'all seem like y'all are rushing to give us news that the fans can take and run with without making sure the business is set in stone on the back end. I've been saying that from the start. I ain't out to try to make nobody look bad. I'm just like, fam, you negotiating with two of the biggest names in the sport. You another big name in the sport. And then you got a Keyshawn Davis. So you got to add him in there. Like, all of this shit, to me, I feel like a fight is not going to happen. Because depending on the day, it changes. Think about it. It went from Davis, and Lil Bro and Big Bro, right? Then it went to like Davis and Davis. Then it went to, oh shit, we fighting Tank. It's like, it's just too much. They all over the place. And I don't see Tank fighting nobody. They just made him champion in recess. I seriously doubt that he getting back in the ring this year with that move being made. I don't care what's said on Twitter. Shout out to Cal Cooley back in that super chat. Say, Frequent, to go to purse bid, is DHP buying the fight?
Do I get to answer that question?
Hell yeah, you do, man. You with me, bro?
Oh yeah,
chop it up for sure. My bad.
Oh yeah, because he got another one. He got another one down there too. So I'm gonna answer it real quick. No, they can't. I don't think they can bid on the fight because from what the WBO president Gustavo said, he said that Zuffa is not a licensed promoter, a licensed WBO promoter. He said you have to be a licensed WBO promoter to bid on a purse bid. So once it goes to purse bid, you know, I don't think that Zuffa can really bid on it unless they go through the motions that they have to go through to become a licensed WBO promoter, which entails a fee and getting a license and all of that stuff. So it technically is possible, but at this point right now, we don't know that they are because Gustavo said that they wasn't at that time.
Yeah, they could become a licensed promoter and bid on the fight. They could. Shout out to my dog, Cal, man.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
He got another one.
I was about to say that everything boxing. He didn't ask about Zuffa. He asked about DHP. A similar situation to the Sandor Martin fight. Will they?
Same apply to them. They would have to be licensed promoter, WBO promoters.
Word salad. Cal got another one. He say, Frequent, convince DHP to buy the purse bid so Devin don't duck Key like he ducked Sandor.
Hey man, I was wondering why they saying why Turkey won't put on that fight. You know, being that Keyshawn Davis is a ambassador for ring. You know what I'm saying, for Turkey. You know what I'm saying, he in the mix too. So I don't understand why they wouldn't like that fight. And it's a great fight. I don't see why any of the promoters wouldn't want to get this fight, bro.
Hey, bro, I want to, man. I get it. I get it, y'all. I get it, y'all. Chat family, I get it. Some of these people that y'all see in these other chats, they cool, and you want them to be like, you want me to recognize them the way you recognize them. But for me to recognize people, they gotta be here, bro. I've been pulling 38-hour weeks, 40-hour weeks. I don't see these people. I be seeing these people once in a blue moon. I don't be thinking about wrenching people up because they don't be here. It's nothing personal, but these wrenches, I had to be real specific. And let me speak on this. had somebody unblocking themselves, blocking other people. That's why I took all the wrenches and started like giving them back. It's nothing personal. I don't care about the wrench, but support the grind. You got one of the hardest working truth tellers in this space with no boxing slander. So make sure when y'all tell me who to give what to, make sure you tell them to support the hardest working guy in this space, or one of them. Let me say that, one of them. And Ray, I got you. Shout out to my dog Cal, man.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well.
Think about
I already
it.
been
That shit
getting
was
these
already
but
done.
now it's time for you to get your judge.
He was already rinsed up before you even said it. Like, I know who the solid people be. Yeah, I ain't seen my guy in a minute. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all still here? You got like super quiet, man.
Quick, that's because I played this clip. I want to play something that Ray wanted me to play real quick. It's only 40 seconds, 41 seconds. I got you, Ray. Hold on.
The Haneys want the fight. Goopa wants the fight. The holdup is Shakur Stevenson. And so then what happened a couple days ago was Keyshawn Davis became the mandatory for Devin Haney's welterweight WBO title. Now, it was told to me that this was brought about by James Prince. Top Rank has always had a good relationship with the WBO, as people know. And he put Keyshawn in. He petitioned to the WBO to get Keyshawn put as Devin Haney's mandatory as a way to throw off this Shakur Stevenson fight. And the fight that the Haneys want first and foremost is Shakur Stevenson. But
all right, I guess you want me to respond to this. It's very simple, bro. It don't matter where Keyshawn is placed if you don't want to fight him. If you're 100% sold on fighting Shakur, go after the Shakur fight. But the reason why I believe it's a lot of smoke and mirrors is because of all the narratives that got to come for a fight that y'all saying y'all want. Y'all willing to try to guilt trip the man, tear his name down in the media, make him look like less than, and y'all think that's supposed to make him want to fight and do business? It's like, bro, y'all, it's the dog and pony show every single time, man. If you want to fight the man, it shouldn't matter where Keyshawn is placed. All this Devin Haney or Jay Prince put Keyshawn here, and this is what y'all asked for. Please do not type that dude name in my chat no more, man, because y'all be on weird shit. Don't do it. Don't do it. If you don't see him over here and you speak a channel, you don't see him over here, don't type that shit in here. That's going to get you blocked every time. Oh, man, nah, you know what? Pardon me, because I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's where a lot of that bullshit come from, man. I don't do nothing personal, but y'all can't keep. They've been doing this shit for years on behalf of Devin Haney, and I've been watching it. That's why I had to fall back from dudes. If you're gonna sit here and lie to me to make a fighter look good, I can't listen to you, and I will never do that. I just want to see these guys really make the fights. And when you start playing these silly games in the media, I think a fight not happening. When you posting the shit that you really should be negotiating behind the closed doors on Twitter, no fight is following that shit. The fans can't help y'all, the business. We can't control shit. We can't get you a better split. None of that. Like, but see, what y'all do is let me kill the fight and let me control this PR. Let me control the narrative. Let me get on social media and tell everybody how, look, this is what we got. And if y'all want to fight us, this is how it go. Y'all ain't fighting no fucking Tank dictating terms, and y'all know that. Y'all fucking know that. Y'all ain't had that energy with Ryan Garcia, but you got it with Tank, and you want me to believe that that's the fight you want the most, right? Talking so much so that you're going to ask for 50-50, and you didn't get that with Ryan. It shit is just stop playing with the people. That's all I ask, man. Stop manipulating the narrative depending on the day to make it sound good. If Shakur is scared of y'all, will y'all please fucking move on? Everybody in boxing that's pushing that is an idiot to me, and you probably got chased home from school. And probably got no hands, can't fight. Somebody walked up, slapped you in your face. You probably wouldn't do nothing. He's scared. That's not going to make him get in the ring. They fucking sparred for years for free. They got viral sparring sessions. Why the fuck would they be scared to fight each other for the money? Do either guy want to lose? Absolutely not. But scared business, man, you don't make it to the level neither one of them has made it to being scared. You see the difference between me and y'all? Y'all push bullshit. I push boxing. That ain't going to get us to fight no faster, trying to make Shakur look like, he's a little guy. He said, leave me alone. That's sucker shit. He really calling out a lightweight if you being 100 at 47, and y'all have no fucking problem with that. Imagine Boots being at 54, calling somebody out 2 weight classes away, what y'all would say about him. Y'all rewrite the rules to make it look good for your favorite fighter. If you too small, man, you know, you got to get your weight up. The same, he got to get his weight up the same way Devin Haney got his weight up on the way to 47. Y'all not fooling nobody with these fuck narratives. This shit make boxing toxic and stupid. And it dumbed down the fans, man. If you got a platform, be responsible. I know you think Devin Haney beats everybody and everybody's scared of him, but you ain't got to push that bullshit across this YouTube space. It's a lie. None of these dudes scared of each other. Been boxing each other for years, bro. Like, they've been in and around each other for years. What's stopping it is business. It don't have shit to do with being scared. And a guy that you think started 2 fucking weight classes away will be some type of discrepancy about weight. Get that fake shit out of here. Damn, man, he too small. The 26-pounder got to be at 47 in his 26th fight to prove to y'all that he ain't scared. Not moving straight up and fighting Teofimo Lopez. I don't give a fuck what you think. He was one of the best guys there. Longest champion, I think, belt holder at 40. That's who he went and beat up. Then already, nah, that's not enough. You got to do what Devin Haney didn't do. Go right to 47 because I said so. And he would be in his 5th weight class versus a guy in his 3rd. Who the fuck scared? Stupid shit. You'll never hear me tell y'all how scared Devin Haney is. That's clown talk. Casual shit. I want to hear how Devin Haney beat Shakur. I want to hear how he beat Keyshawn. I want to keep fucking hearing about weight and who's scared. Ain't none of these dudes scared. Sucker shit. Make the fights, man. Nah, he's scared, man. And he doing all the heavy lifting. Doing what? What heavy lifting? These dudes all fighting in or around the same level of competition, fam. With the exception of a name or two. Devin got a Loma. Shakur beat the guy that beat Loma before Devin did. What the fuck? They all got quality wins on their resume. This is why we argue about who gonna win. But the difference is the Hanos clan, y'all tear down boxers. Boxing, period, to make this guy look like something that he not. When you can be focused on what he is, one of the most accomplished, one of the highest paid, one of the most talked about. It's so much fucking substance there, but y'all don't want to focus on the substance. It's all fluff. That Bill Haney, let me get on.
I think you got us mixed up a little bit though, Just. I think you got us mixed up, man. The Hanos clan is organized support, man.
Hold on, some of y'all in this chat, and I see y'all on other channels pushing that weak ass shit, and some of y'all got wrenches over here too. Depending on where y'all at, y'all had a dude telling you how Shakur's scared, and dude was on the panel really agreeing with him. The fuck is wrong with y'all? How do y'all think? Let me make this make sense, right? A guy that fights Regis, fights Ryan, fights Ramirez, then go to 47. That's a guy that won all of the smoke, right? But the guy that fights Tio and don't jump straight to 47, unlike the other guy, that's the scary dude, right? The dude that's sitting without the Tio fight, he will be sitting 2 weight classes away. That's the guy that's looking for all the smoke, and that's y'all respect that shit. Come on, man. This was any other fighter calling out fucking lightweights. We would be calling that shit out. Calling it out. I said it from the rip. Let that man get there when he get there. When he get this 47, man, press his line. Don't let him get no warm-up fight, tune-up fight, no acclamation. Press his fucking line. But all this narrative-driven, toxic bullshit for a fight that's not happening is the worst shit in boxing right now. Y'all not fucking fighting Shakur right now. Y'all not. Y'all not. How do I know? Because he came back out to play. He tweeted, "You vacate the belt right after I signed the contract, not vice versa. Not vacated first and I play these games and don't sign it. How y'all trying to spin it, you clowns?" He told him, "I'll sign it and you vacate the belt right after that because that's what you're going to have to do anyway when you don't fight Keyshawn Davis next." Y'all got too many games, man. Y'all want it all your way. It's not going to go like that, bro. It's called negotiating for a reason. Both of them talking about 2 of the most accomplished guys. You think either one should have it all their way? No. So I told y'all, and Devin Haney agrees with me. Seemed like I know y'all favorite fighter better than y'all because y'all told me it was impossible for him to make 44. You argue with me. And now today he can do it? I've said this all along. So again, tell me how I'm a Devin Haney hater when he agreeing saying the same shit. If you couldn't make it after the Ramirez fight, how the fuck could you make it 9 months, 10 months later? Come on, man. Y'all be shooting yourself in the foot. Sound like the most logical way to make the fight is meeting in the middle. Devin agreed, right? He said yes to 44 because that shit is reasonable. Give up something to get a whole lot, and that go for both guys. Meet in the middle and make the fight. Y'all 2 of the best in the world, man. We want to see the fight, but I don't want to hear no bunch of narrative-driven shit just to talk boxing, fam. He good without that. Let me say this to Team Haney. He's good without the narratives that y'all push every day. Y'all just make it look worse. Y'all kill people from being bigger fans of him. Trust me, I know. Talking crazy. Everybody's a duck. Everybody's scared. This one's too small. When he fucking made a career off fighting smaller people. No disrespect to him. That's just the fucking facts. How many face-offs he had when he told the guy they too small? Shut up, man. He started 2 weight classes away. Yeah, it's going to take some time to get to 47. And I'll land my plane here. There is no fight in the history of the sport that has been a 5-division champion with 26 fights. You name them, none of them have done it. That's what they asked Shakur to do. And I guarantee you, had he just went up there and done it and beat Devin Haney, they'd fucking move the goalpost somewhere else. I bet you he won't go up there and fight Boots at 54. Telling you, it'll be something else, bro. Y'all been tearing this man down for years. And no matter how much I see y'all do that weak shit, I'm going to always root for Devin because I'm a true supporter of not just him, the sport. Y'all weird and insecure where y'all got to lie, push narratives. I know for a fact it's people with channels that favorite fighter is Devin Haney, where they reached out to people that I know trying to get dirt on Shakur so they can talk about it on the channel. Shit ain't even about boxing with these suckers no more, man. Tearing down these grown men, man, successful ass grown men. I'm gonna always be passionate about that. Y'all talk boxing and I don't have shit to say. Y'all talk bullshit. That's why I got a lot to say. I hate these people content. Shout out to my dog. He said, hey, did he send this? This is another one. Shout out to Tunnel Vision. He said, so Zuffa signed Haney, but then take the steps necessary to be able to hold his fights and be able to keep his belt. Get what I'm saying?
Amen.
Shout out to Ray. You already know, my guy. Forever G's, what it do? Shout out to it, man. The Cash App. Appreciate the love, homie. And Tunnel Vision.
You ain't gonna play the clip. Yeah, I just wanted to say, man, the Hanos clan, man, we organize support. You know what I'm saying? We got Devin Haney fans and everything and all of that, you know what I'm saying? But we organize support for these fighters, man. It's other people in the Hanos clan too, who got other favorite fighters and all that stuff. And we don't be over there. We ain't about tearing down no fighters or nothing like that. And I don't really think it's Devin Haney. What I think it's DEEBO Dev, man. It's Hanos. You know what I'm saying? Hanos is just a problem in there. We believe that Hanos could beat Shakur. He could beat Keyshawn Davis. And we believe that if Boots go up there and become undisputed, he going to go up there and fight Boots. You know what I'm saying? For undisputed, if he get 3 belts.
Now he got to be
undisputed,
huh, Flyer? Huh?
Hey, man. Because right now,
Flyer.
At that point when we was about to go up there, when he was about to go up there and fight Xander Zayas, it wasn't nothing going on, wasn't nothing moving or shaking at 147. You had Rolly Romero with the 0 guarantee and all of that stuff, you know what I'm saying? Craziness. You had Ryan Garcia acting like he want to fight Shakur, and Oscar De La Hoya saying the fight not gonna happen on his watch and all of that stuff, and you had the testing and all that, so it wasn't nothing shaking or moving down there. He couldn't really get no fight. You even had other channels, you know what I'm saying, begging that none of the champions up there fight him when he first got there. So that's what even made him look up to 154 to see, and like, hey, man, to get somebody to fight, we might have to go up to 154. And they saw Xander standing there looking all pretty with 2 belts and was like, yo, who is that? Oh, he got 2 belts? You know what I'm saying? And that was the only reason they even wanted to go up there about the belts. You know what I'm saying? To fight him about the belts. But now things opened up at 147. You know what I'm saying? With the whole Zuffa thing, trying to get Haney and Shakur at 147. Then you got Tank jumping out the woodworks. Then you got the mandatory with Keyshawn Davis. So now it's a bunch. Keyshawn Davis wasn't at 147, but now he up there. So it's a bunch of smoke up there. So now, you know what I'm saying, that 154 is on the back burner now. You know what I'm saying? Because we got action. We got stuff moving here. We got some motion at 144, 147. So, you know what I'm saying? Now he back on his bike again. He back on his bike now, you know what I'm saying? DEEBO, he back on his bike, you know what I mean? Getting Shakur and all of them to tuck their chains, man. And I just don't think they want no smoke, man. Now to say they scared and all of that stuff is speculation and everything. But I know when DEEBO ride by, they tucking their chains though, bro.
I want a chance at core, you know what you gotta do. You know what I mean? Because Devin was the main one talking about he not in a rush to fight Shakur. Oh, y'all remember? Hold on.
Like
let me jog y'all memory, like, man.
Every other day, so I'm not ducking or dodging nobody, but that's not somebody I'm just in a rush to get in the ring with.
Hey man, y'all always bring up the past, man. When we
because
talk
you know
when
why I
somebody
say that
pressing y'all
and
in the
why I don't
future,
delete it because it's
in the
very
present,
it's
somebody
relevant
pressing
to
in the
now. He's
present,
not
y'all
in a
want to go to
rush.
the
But when
past,
we got the
man.
47, he was in a rush. When they stood face to face at 135, we start hearing shit about security. Said it was time to go, and nah, you
But you
can't get
said
a
it. Y'all
face
said it's
off.
not about the weight. Then what is it then?
We started hearing all types of. Remember this? Remember they wouldn't even look at him. I'm number one.
Yeah,
I'm number
I'm
one.
about to do. I'm about to take that and
Hey,
Photoshop it
Flyer
and
sound like
put
Smokey talking about you. Remember that you bringing up old
I'm
shit.
about to. I'm about to Photoshop it and put Devin face over there where Shakur is at and swap their faces because now it's the other way around. I'm about to swap their faces in this joint right here, man. Because now Devin looking at him like, "Oh, you sitting pretty. You just did that to Loma. Everybody think you the best fighter in the world. You pound for pound number 3 and all that. Oh, he looking at him like that now.
Hey, for
See?
now.
Yeah. Shakur like for now, for sure.
Yeah. So you know you ain't want to get in there. Then they started arguing, man. Nah, Shakur only want to fight him because he know that he drained at the weight. That didn't stop him from fighting the last 3 times drained at the weight. You know what the difference is? Yeah, I might try it with Loma. You know what I'm saying? Because I always felt like I could beat him, but I've been sparring with Shakur. I'm not willing to go in there cooked on the scale with that dude. It would have been a bad business move. It would have been a bad business move. But he could have got the 40 and called him up there. He ain't do that. He got the 47 and put his name on the fucking list. That's the shit that got me tripped out. It's like, yo, bro, Shakur go up 2 weight classes and call somebody out. It's going to annoy me. You get the 47 and start talking about lightweights and you supposed to be done with the weight class. I'm going to be looking at you like, man, the last thing you are is DEEBO to me. That's not
Just I
DEEBO.
feel like everybody was complaining about him being down at the lower weight classes, talking about he don't belong there and he's squeezing down there. He a weight bully. Now he get up there. You know what I'm saying? Now he get up there. People trying to get him to come back down and be a weight bully.
He
Like
ain't
which
gotta go
one it
back
is?
down.
Which one is it, bro?
He don't got to go back down. He trying to get himself to go back down. Why did you have 3, I think to my count, 3 lightweights on your list? You did it to yourself. You said you was done with
Because you knew
35.
they was gonna come up
You on
there
the scale.
eventually.
You was done with 140. We seen you on the scale. We get it. But then you continue to call out guys that's in those current weight classes. That's
Just
the same
last I
shit.
checked, it was Shakur the one who said we gonna meet at 147. Didn't he put that name? Didn't he put that weight on there? Shakur the one who
I knew
said
that
that.
was something they was trying to say that
Don't
they
say
agreed.
nothing if you ain't trying to really do it.
That
That's
they
all.
agreed to fight at 47. That was a lie. I knew that for a fact. That was a lie. They ain't never agreed to do no shit. They ain't had no agreement to fight at 47. And again, if they did, then that's not they going against it. If you trying to tell me when I got to move up, and y'all don't see the difference.
Shakur
One guy
said
will
that
be
though.
in 5
Shakur
weight
said that,
classes
bro.
versus 3. Don't tell me nothing about being scared. 5 weight
Shakur
classes.
said that though, bro. Shakur said they was gonna meet at 147 because he said that's where he see himself topping off at 147, right?
Yeah, but they try to make it seem like they had some like plans, like where they really planned it.
Hey man, don't
I
act like
see.
we can't act like we ain't see Shakur when he was wearing the wire, man. When he was talking to what Bill was saying, man. We all saw that.
You do know Shakur wasn't even present in that video.
I know
right?
that he had his homie wearing the wire. I know,
Nah,
but you
his
know,
homie did
jokingly,
what
I
he
say it
did.
was
He
him.
ain't tell him to do
Jokingly, I
that
say it
shit.
was him though.
He ain't tell him to do that, but never mind the wire. What was being said on the wire is why I know he ain't scared.
That they was going to meet up though. That's
If
what
you
I'm
got
bringing it
off
up for that
any
context
against
though.
Core, it was considered a good day. But now, fast forward to today, he's supposed to be scared of the guy who father speaking like that on tape. Get the fuck out of here, man. You would notice I ain't never gonna tell you Devin Haney scared of Shakur. That's clown shit, fam. How long
But you
this dude
looking
been
past the
training since he was
context of
how
why I
old?
brought that up though. The
7,
context
8?
of why I brought that up because he said they supposed to be, going to fight at the higher weight class. After he move up and Shakur get to 147, then they
I'm gonna
supposed to
say
fight.
this:
That's what the
Shakur beats
context of
Devin
that
Haney
for.
at whatever weight class because he a better boxer. That's what I believe. Do Devin Haney got a chance to win? Absolutely. Is it a 50-50 fight? Absolutely. But I got Corey winning. It don't matter what weight. And I think a lot more people gonna agree with me when it's all said and done. Because I still to this day I don't hear nobody break down how he gonna win fights against either of the Bash brothers. If y'all want to know who the Bash brothers is, let me show y'all. But all I hear is about size, weight. Oh, Shakur is small. Keyshawn is small. He's too small. So again, you're validating what people have been saying for years. He's chasing smaller guys. And then when we call it out, we ain't like, what the fuck? It's obvious. The shit is obvious. Get what I'm saying? You said you wanted the Bass Brothers, man. Pick one, man. Look at them double barrels, man.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying?
he
They're getting
can't
fights
pick
that's
one,
supposed to
and
be
one has
dangerous
been
and put people in
designated.
headlocks and give them nuggies and shit.
One been designated already. Is Lil Bro. Lil Bro got to go first, man. He's sending Lil Bro out. He's sending Lil Bro down that dark alley, man. But shout out to the Shakorians, man.
It's
Y'all
crazy
really
that they make
believe in
themselves
Shakur,
believe that
man.
shit
But
too. They really be making themselves
yeah,
believe that Shakur can make Raymond Ford fight Shock, Keyshawn move up a weight class, fight Devin Haney. They don't know which one they want to push. Devin
see now
put his
that's
name
one
on the
thing
list.
y'all having trouble standing behind things that Shakur say out his mouth, because he be saying those things, man. And
What
I
he
know
say,
y'all be
man? What he
saying
say
that
now?
you
Freaky
can't
man.
hold y'all to it, but he definitely told that man Shock that he had to fight Raymond Ford first before he would fight. He said, fight him and then I'll fight you. You know what I'm saying? And then when that man do it, he did that
You
publicly.
want
So
to know
y'all
something
can't even
better?
deny that one.
You want to know something better? Oshaki Foster said 2 years ago he was gonna fight Raymond Ford. That had nothing to do with Shakur. I know it looked like that, and I'm with you. So I want you to know I'm not dismissing it. I'm with you. It did look like he propped his guy there. It looks that way. It sounds that way. But the reality is, when that fight don't happen, what y'all think is gonna be because somebody ducked? You gotta start using logic, fam. Oshaki Foster, since we always talk about what Shakur said, what did Oshaki Foster say after that Cool Boy fight? Say after I beat him, I'm gonna press that button, right? With Shakur Stevenson. I was going back to 130 with Shakur Benn done with. I was going back to 130 and beating Raymond Ford, gonna get you to fight at 140, assuming that's where it's gonna be. Dudes don't do shit that makes sense. You should have kept the interim title belt at 135 and pressed the issue like you said. But what you did do, you went back. And I'm a real one, and I know the real scoop. Raymond Ford had the fight signed first. Shocky Foster just ended up signing that fight because the unifications he wasn't going to get, and that was the best option for him. He wasn't ducking. He was weighing his option. But tell me, did he do exactly what he said he was going to do after beating Cool Boy? No, because he never said nothing about going back down to 130 and having no fight. So before any of that situation kicked off, he's only in that situation because he didn't do what he said he was going to do. And who the fuck got Shock beating Shakur? Seriously, I just want to know. And can we bet if it ever happened?
I don't, but it's a lot of haters that do believe that he'll beat him, though. But I just
Yeah,
want to say this one last thing, though. I just
Keyword
want to say
haters.
this. Yeah, I just want to say this last thing, though, man. At this day and time, man, I feel like it's been confirmed, like back in, a while back or whatever, people was mad at Tank and stuff like that, saying, he ain't fighting Devin, he ain't fighting Shakur, he could just make the fight and everything. And they
I'm
saying
about to
like
show you
it's
the
the
best
business name,
welterweight right now in boxing.
and they
I'm about
said,
to show you. According to
and
this
they
poll, look at the
they
best
were saying,
welterweight in boxing on the screen.
yeah,
They ain't even had one fight at welterweight. Look who they think. Look who over 7,000 people on this post at the time of. Look who
hey
they
man,
think the best welterweight.
hey, you had people saying that Tank could have made that fight and all of that stuff, and then you had the Tank fans arguing that the business wasn't right and stuff like
The
that.
business wasn't right with
But
who?
then
What fight?
for either of those fights,
Shakur and
they
Devin?
were saying like early on they were saying Lomachenko, they were saying Bob Arum was in the way. They always say it's some obstacle that's in the way of Tank making the fight and stuff like that. But then we have, Devin, and Shakur, negotiating or whatever, and then Tank come out and start going at them on Twitter, and then supposedly Devin posts a picture of his mom, then all of a sudden he gets mad, and that's the reason why. That's the narrative right now. That's the reason. That's the
Tank
reason
angry,
why
man. Tank
Tank.
angry and bored,
That,
bro.
that's
Angry and bored.
but that's the narrative now. That's the motivation for Tank. Oh, he put Tank mom up there on Father's
Yeah.
Day. You know what I'm saying? He
Yeah.
don't play about that. So he
Yeah.
contacted them and made the fight. So
Yeah.
and so I'll be like, come on, man, y'all shooting yourself in the foot right now, because
Yeah.
if he could just do that and just go and make the fight, that mean at any given time he could have just made the fight with Shakur, he could have just made the fight with Devin, Lomachenko, and all of that. All he had to do was say, "Hey, get me that fight. That's the fight I want right there."
I think
You know what I'm
he could
saying?
have always probably like went about it that way. But I've always gave him more grace than average person. And I talked to my guy ETB about it too. I know he be talking a certain way, so you expect him to deliver on that talk. But just hearing him, his why, I always thought his why was money. That like in the process, he happened to be one of the top guys still, but you paid, like he was in a really good position to still be able to make these fights that the people want to see you in the most. So the only criticism I think for me I could give him is say he didn't prioritize the fights, but seeing how that Earl Spence fight played out with Bud and hearing all the stuff I was hearing behind the scenes that he pretty much had to go against his people to make the fight. He had to go, you know what I mean? This was something he really wanted. You ever wonder why? Like, I get it, the time off, but all that didn't work out in his favor, is what I'm saying. And I think there's consequences to that, even if it's
but I think the point is that he could have made, if he really wanted to fight,
work out, then you kind of pay for it. You go.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I think the point is that if he really wanted to make that fight, he could just make it. You see what I'm saying? Never mind if it was a bad idea or if, you know, what's the results of it happening. I'm just saying the point is that he could have just made that fight if he really wanted to fight. You know what I'm saying? He could be like, yo, give me that fight, and they'll get him that fight. Yeah, now, if it's bad or not, or the outcome is a different thing. You don't think that Shakur could just be like, give me that fight. I want to fight Oshaki right now. You know what I'm saying? And they could give him the fight. I think he could do that.
Tunnel vision. I appreciate you, fam. He said, frequent fire when Shakur versus Devin happens, can I get a bet? He want that.
To keep it short and sweet? No, because Muslims don't bet.
Nah. But what we do over here, frequent, because see, you in the right place. Because I'll give you an example of it. Who bet? Who just bet? It was Marcus and who? Jordan? Did y'all two just bet each other? But they sent the money to me, and they bet you know, the winner got $100. So that's how they be doing it. So I get what you saying, but that's just an option for you. If you comfortable with it, just know like that. They send the money to me. Whoever win, they get the money as soon as the 12th round over with.
No, Muslims don't supposed to gamble. You know man, it's not about me thinking I ain't gonna get the money.
Abdullah fighting today, but we don't got to talk about Abdullah. You know why? Because we talked about Abdullah yesterday for about an hour and a half straight. And then you know what? Your boy doing extra credit. We've been on about 2 hours and we still got much more to get to, and we're going to come back and call the fights. We don't got to over talk about Abdullah, fam. If you don't like the conversation, so many people to listen to, talk about what you want them to talk about. But it's crazy. If I was talking about Abdullah Mason, it would have been something else. Like, nah, we talk about what we want over here. When you put in 38, 40 hours a week streaming, you could talk about what you want, fam. You did? You did. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my dog, man, Marcus, man. I appreciate the love. Shout out to everybody supporting the grind. We're going to keep building, man. We talk boxing all day. There's nothing that we don't really cover. Like, and don't nobody cover more topics than me. Interviews, all that. I heard we got some just duets out there, man. My God sent me. I've been getting some text messages. I even got an email.
Hey, Marcus, we could do some push-ups, though, bro. We could do some push-ups. We could do some push-ups on it.
Man, frequent. I'm a skinny dude. I ain't trying to get buff. You know what I'm saying?
Long as they don't try to kill me. Tell me do 200. Tell me to do 500 push-ups and nothing crazy like that. Come on, man. I'm 55.
I think Tank always kind of had some trust issues. Period. That's what it seemed like. That's just me from the outside looking in. Like, even what's going on with his current team. OP, what's good with it, Brody? How you feeling? It was going on with his current team. He just seemed like he got trust issues, right? And you come up hard. I get it to a degree. You know what I'm saying? I get it. But yeah, you gotta trust your team. The best. Some of these dudes he got a great team. He got a damn good team. Shit, if you could go back and forth on Twitter and then it go from that to your team actually reaching out. Yes, you got a good team. Yeah, you do. Like, if you could, that just goes to show you that you can move the needle a little bit more. He says, is it true that Dev turned down the 70-30 split with Tank? I mean, they did publicly, yeah. Like,
publicly they did.
From Bill. My thing is, I just wish
70-30 is diabolical. You agree with that, bro?
Agree with what?
70-30 split for Tank.
It's tough, right? It's tough because what he suggested was a 55-45 split. That's what it was with Ryan and Devin. You know, Ryan got 55, Devin got 45. Do you think that they should be this? You get what I'm saying? I don't know. I can't tell them what's fair, right? But it's gonna look a certain way because you got people that, you know, bring up the time where 25% was offered and it was cool. So they like, hold on. And remember, y'all,
that's what I was trying to get.
25% because of all the belts that came with it, and it was a big fight. So is Tank Davis also not the biggest fight in boxing? Because that's what they've been telling me. So 75-25 was cool when he offered the decor, but 70-30 a laughable when he offered the Tank. So it's
no, though. I think they take that out of context because 75-25 is a mandatory split. The mandatory is the key word. People look past that. I don't know if it's going over people's heads, but a mandatory split for all three sanctioning bodies is 75-25 split. You know what I'm saying? And the WBC is a 70-30, but if you go with the majority, he had all the belts. And so he went with the majority at a 75-25 split. So it's not too crazy when you're talking about a mandatory, because that's what a mandatory split is. Now, if Tank was his mandatory or some way you can argue that, he's not no mandatory. You see what I'm saying? He's not a mandatory challenger for a belt. You know what I'm saying? So to direct that, it's not the same comparison. You know what I'm saying?
I get that, but that's
and at the same time, just one last thing.
I don't see it.
One last thing.
Scenario.
Pitbull Cruz.
I got
Lamont Roach and all of them guys, they could get a 60-40, but Devin can't. It don't make no sense.
But
Pitbull
that's the same
Cruz
thing when I
40,
say
60.
When I say Loma could get treated fairly, Regis could get treated fairly, but Shakur got to take 25%.
They wasn't no mandatory.
Loma could get 40% with nothing to offer, but when it's and 2 losses with no belts and nothing to offer.
They wasn't no mandatory.
You get what I'm saying? But that's my point, though.
They wasn't no mandatory.
Why treat him better with nothing to offer?
He was a mandatory with nothing. A mandatory. That's a mandatory split.
Let me make sure my point is clear. My bad. You treat these other guys fairly, right? You got the whole conversation and talking point was, why did Shakur deserve more? He has nothing to offer. What did Lomachenko have to offer? He had even less to offer. Why I say that? Because he had 2 losses to go with him not having no belts. At least Shakur was undefeated. You get what I'm saying? And y'all know y'all got viral sparring, right? People wanted to see that, but again, man, y'all do strange business, and that's why the fight didn't happen. I already shut that 25% shit down.
When
Devin and I mean this wholeheartedly to every Hanos fan member, man, y'all should never push that again.
When Devin and Loma fought, who was the A side?
It don't happen.
When Devin and Loma fought, who was the A side? Just Loma was the A side.
Was he?
Yeah, he was the A side. Lomachenko was the A side. Devin Haney.
Loma was not the A side.
Well, I don't know about now. It might be
argued. Undisputed. Loma was not the A side, bro. What are you talking about,
bro? You don't have, bro. When Devin Haney was undisputed, if he would have fought, who was the A side between him and Tank Davis?
What was the split between Loma and him? When is 60-40?
60-40. So that told you who the A side was. Devin got the bigger
and
split.
60-40 could have been cool for him versus Shakur. I don't understand.
I mean, just because he had the belts. But I'm saying until his point though, if Devin had the belts and Tank came to the table at 135, would Devin be the A side or would Tank be the A side?
Tank, that's different though. You know, Tank got the numbers on this side.
What would the split? What y'all think the split would be? What y'all think the split would be?
Well, that's ultimately what it comes down to. Is like who has the greater market value.
Yeah,
and I think that's the harsh pill that boxing fans got to swallow. That you can be as decorated, you can be as accomplished as you want to be, but ultimately it comes down to whether or not you're an asset to the people in the suits that put the fight together. Yes, sir.
Salute, bro. What's good with you, man?
I'm living the thug life. I'm hopeless. What's going on though?
Ain't nothing, man. Same old. But when Shakur came up to 135, you know what I'm saying? And he became Devin Haney's mandatory. He got in the mandatory position. You believe that Shakur was entitled to a 50-50 split with Devin at that point? Devin being undisputed and Shakur not?
Yes, based on the numbers, if you look at the petition and they pled their case, and remember, the sanctioning bodies, they're the ones who reconsidered the whole thing and said that he deserved more of a split than what was initially being offered based on what the numbers suggested. And then they went through Nielsen ratings and who had the higher ratings, who had the
No,
The bigger
sanctioning
ticket
body didn't
sentencing and
make a
all stuff.
decision. Remember, the sanctioning body never made a decision because he just put it in a petition for
No. I didn't
50-50
say they
split,
made a
and Devin just
decision.
left.
What I'm saying is they determined that Shakur was worth more than what was being offered, which is why they
How you
gave them
say
the
that?
opportunity. They
Why you
gave
say
him the
that? Because they didn't never.
opportunity to what? Did they not give him a deadline? They had to make a choice. It was either you got to negotiate with Shakur Stevenson and see if you can come to terms, or you can just go off and fight Regis Prograis. And they
Yeah,
chose
but
the
they didn't
latter.
say. But they didn't make a determination on the split though. So why you think that they thought? Why you saying they thought that he was
School him
worth
and
more than what he
school.
was being offered?
Go read the petitions and everything that
Yeah,
was
I did
presented.
see you. I
So
did
they
see
felt
them.
like,
They
yeah,
never
but what
said
I'm
that in
saying
the
to you is,
petition.
yeah, but the sanctioning bodies determined based on all of the evidence that Shakur and his team presented that he was worth more than what they were offering. And they gave him the opportunity to negotiate. Team Haney decided not to negotiate, which they were well within their right to do so. I'm not gonna say the man was a duck. I'm not gonna say he was scared. He went on to another
I
division, won
didn't see
another
that
title.
part in the I didn't see that part in the language. I guess that's what
I'm
I
saying
to be clear
go
that
reread it.
that
They
he
went through
that he was worth more
both
than
of
what
their
they was
numbers.
offering him.
They went through both of their numbers respectively. Who had the higher TV ratings? Who had the higher tickets attendance and all of these things? And it was all in Shakur Stevenson's favor. Because why? At the end of the day, it comes down to what can you generate. That's what these people
Right.
care most about. That's the reason why you got Jake Paul fighting this one and that one and that one and this one.
Shout out to the dog.
Unfortunately, like being a champion, that shit only goes but so far.
We're not managers and advisors. We just not dummies. And you got to think, we got hours and hours of boxing content and conversations. Wouldn't it make more sense for us to educate ourselves on the business of boxing as much as we possibly can? That's why I told you I'm a student in this fucking space. I'm not some fake ass know-it-all sitting in my computer chair just talking crazy. I want to learn as much as this shit as possible. And if it wasn't for me paying attention the way I have over these last few years I've been here, I would be running with some of this dumbass shit. Get what I'm saying? Pushing false narratives. I just don't. I don't see how that's ever good for boxing. Somebody said the WBC made no effort.
Ray Davis, please allow me to reiterate. I never said that they set a split. What I said was that they determined that Shakur Stevenson, based on the evidence that was presented, that he was worthy of negotiating for a higher split. And then they gave these guys a deadline, and then they gave them a second deadline.
Yes.
To figure that shit out. It was either figured out with Shakur, because if it was just as simple as, oh, well, you get 25%, then it would be an open and shut case. There would be no point of even having negotiation periods.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is based on what he presented, they determined like, okay, we'll make an exception. Clearly, from a number standpoint, it would suggest that he is the bigger draw.
And I didn't see that part in the language, is what I'm saying. I didn't see that part about them crunching the numbers and none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I just assume, and I just assumed from the letter that they were saying that because their mandatory split is 70-30, which is more than the 25% split. You know what I'm saying? So, at the most, they were saying that 25% was too low, because theirs is 30. I don't think that they were saying that it was they didn't make a ruling to say that he made the exception for it to be 50-50 split. Because remember, that's what they were saying in their rules, that the mandatory split was 70-30, but they said but is an exception, that will put you in the category to be able to negotiate more than that. And they never really came out and made a determination that
what
if
I
he
think?
met that exception or not. They
What
just
I
told
think?
them to renegotiate and gave him a deadline to when he had to do it.
But think about that. Them giving them a deadline is giving them more breathing room to figure out the situation. But we know what happened before. I think a few things happened. I think they never was planning on fighting at 35 again, ever. I feel strongly about that because shortly after him moving up and beating Regis, I think, or was it before he posted it? He posted his
He said he's not moving back down.
Like what he was going to do, beat Loma at 35, then move up and be a world champion. That's exactly what he did. I never thought he was fighting again at 35. I thought that was a PR move. Is he scared? No, but I think it's bad business. You just spent your last 3 fights being cooked on the scale. This was the closest fight of your career. Now you're getting in there with arguably an even better southpaw and you're going to get on the scale cooked again? I seriously doubt it. I just don't think it was real intent behind it. And then again, for me, they give you an extension and give you a deadline and shit like that, or deadline, then an extension, right? And you vacate the titles before they can make the split. You can't then blame Shakur for going to the sanctioning bodies and not just accepting anything. He got a smart team. I keep telling people this. Fuck the internet.
At the same time,
we're not talking about trolls that just say dumb shit all day. We talking about, like, look at his career. We ain't talking about the narrative-driven shit. He winning, he making money, all the shit that they said he can't do without a certain somebody that I'm not even gonna name. You see him doing it right now and winning. And his name is what? He went from 25% at 135 to what Devin Haney said, the biggest fight in boxing. Make it make sense, man. I'm telling you, man.
At the same time,
at 135 pounds, it would have been a bad move. You know what I'm saying?
At the same time, yes, it was
that kind of advantage, in my opinion.
It was a couple other things going on at that time too. Remember, y'all, he had more than one deadline. He had the deadline from the WBC. He also had a deadline from the WBO. Because remember, he had an option. He was thinking about moving up and fighting Regis Prograis, and they was already in negotiations to possibly go up there and fight him. But you also had Teofimo Lopez, who was faking his retirement, and the WBO was a vacant title that he was going to have. He was going to fight. I think it was, who was it? Sandor Martin. It was one of them guys that was up there that he had an option to go up and fight for the WBO against that person, because Teo was faking that he was saying that he was retired, and the WBO gave Teo a deadline to announce if he was coming back to fight for his title or not, and they gave Devin Haney a deadline to announce if he was going to take that fight to fight for the WBO title. And he didn't know if it was going to be for, against Sandor Martin or whoever the other guy was, or if it was going to be against Teofimo Lopez or whatever. And so he was asking for an extension. Y'all remember that? He asked for an extension. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the WBO might have granted him the extension, but I mean the WBC, but the WBO denied him. And him and Teo's extension, their deadline was the same deadline. And so Devin had to make his announcement, before the deadline. And so he just announced that he was going to fight Regis. You know what I'm saying? It was like he was in a triangle of different things that moves he could have made. And then Teo jumped out afterwards and said, he was coming back. Nobody was fighting for his title and all this other stuff after Devin had already came in and said what he was going to do. So it was a lot of other things at play. It wasn't just the deadline for him to go into negotiation with Shakur either. He had a deadline to make that move to fight for the WBO title or the WBC title up there.
Shout out to Frequent, because one thing I can say about you, bro, and I've said it even when you're not around, you go in for your guy, but you do it without the disrespect, man. A person like me could really appreciate that about you, man. For real. You believe what you believe, and I don't care if we see anything different. The fact that I'll never see you just going out of your body to have the conversations, I really could rock with it, man. But I feel you. Look, it comes down to prioritizing these fights and getting the business done behind the scenes. A lot of times I hate when shit get to the internet, because that's how no fights are coming. A lot of times, oftentimes, you like, damn, here we go. When I start hearing about 50-50 split this and tweeting this, I'm like, damn, they killing the fight in real time, because that's what usually happens, man. I just hope future reference, man, guys can just do the business behind the scenes. Nobody's scared. Nobody wants to lose. Let's be fucking clear. Nobody or their teams want to take a step back with a loss to one of their contemporaries. But I don't think nobody's scared. But just prioritize the fights and give the people something that we could really talk about. Like, I don't feel like, and I think I'll say this. I get it to a degree of putting your name out there and trying to, like, figure out the best fight. But I think it's irresponsible to have fans thinking you fighting 3 different people. Me personally, like, it ain't that much news cycle spinning and shit in the world, bro. Like, what I don't get is, if you wasn't going to fight a guy when y'all was closer to the same weight class, and he was scared of you and ducking you, now you're literally legit 2 weight classes away and he's going to fight you now. Where's the logic in that? If he was scared when y'all was closer to the same weight, clearly going to a weight class I don't think we'll ever see Tank at 47. It's like, why would he want to fight you?
That's what bullies do, man. DEEBO, man. DEEBO is a bully, man.
They'll say a guy ducked hair and then they'll revisit the fight just to say the same shit. Oh, he's ducking again. It's like, man, y'all got to make this shit make sense. Everybody not scary, man.
Hey, just do. So check this out. So I've said what I like to see how you just said what you said, right? But I say he's being messy because in a week span, yes, he has addressed 3 different fighters, in 1 week. You see what I'm saying? But check it out. But my guy Flyer, my boy Flyer, says, oh, he's scared. Whenever I have my talking point with him, I say the same thing. He'll come back when he comes back with, and he'll say that, oh, Shakur's scared. How come he ain't signed the contract yet?
Yeah.
So I'll be telling him, like, bro, he can't do that because he already said that he's not going to step on Keyshawn's toes. Now, Flyer, am I right? And then you guys laugh and say whatever y'all want to say.
You speaking in part.
I'm talking to you. I'm talking
about. You asked me. I thought you just asked me if I was right. I thought you was asking me. Go ahead.
But this is what you is. You might want to try to bring more context to it, but it's still the same thing.
Yeah, you don't want the context there. You just want it to look a certain way, right? I understand.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But that's what you say.
That is what you're saying, bro.
That is your rebuttal.
If you don't want me to give no context, then you might as well be saying that.
That is your rebuttal immediately after I say what I say. Shakur is scared. Why hasn't he signed the contract yet? So there you go. You got it.
Okay, no, you telling fibs up here, bro. What I've been telling everybody is that Shakur wants Devin to drop the belts first, to detach
because
Keyshawn Davis
from on Keyshawn's toes. That's
what
I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay, listen. So if I'm saying the same thing, why you up here lying, telling me I said something different? I've been saying on my channel and Rich.
Is that a lie what I just said?
Hey, look, Rich is in it. Rich is in. Hold on, let me finish.
Just do.
You said let me go. You said let me go. So you said let me go. So let me finish, and then you can rebuttal what I say after I say what I say. Rich is in the chat, and Rich can tell you that on my panel where I've been arguing with all these guys about is saying that Shakur, the reason why Devin won't drop his belt because Shakur is trying to get him to drop his belt before the fight, before he signs the contract, and the reason why he wants him to drop the belt.
Go ahead, bro.
Bro, you gonna let me finish? The reason why Shakur wants him to drop the belt is so he won't be stepping on Keyshawn Davis' toes because Keyshawn Davis won't be attached to it. But on Devin's side, he don't want to just drop his belt because Shakur can still not fight him if he dropped the belt. That's what I've been saying. If Devin Haney dropped the belt and if Devin Haney dropped the belt.
Read the tweet.
If Devin Haney dropped the belt and then allow Keyshawn Davis to fight for the belt, and then Shakur doesn't sign the contract, then where he left he just let this he dropped his belt, let this man fight for the belt.
I said this to you yesterday, Flyer. He put in a contract. He said if I sign up, if you drop the belt, we could put in a contract. We could put in a contract.
He said vacate the belt right after I sign it. After I signed it.
No, that's not what he said.
That's what I told you yesterday. I told you
listen, y'all not being sensible. Listen, look at this. What he's saying. Because I'm trying to explain to you. Look at what he's saying right here. He said this recently. He didn't say this before I said what I said. He's saying this in response to what I was saying. He's saying they can put it in the contract. He's saying look at what he said. He said they can put it in the contract. He said they can put it in the contract. Then he said that fixes it because of what I was putting out there is the fact that he want Devin Haney to drop his belt with no security on fighting him. Because he can drop his belt. I've been saying that for weeks now.
That's not what he's saying.
I've been saying that for weeks now that he can drop the belt and Shakur still not sign him. But he said put it in the contract of the fight. If he vacates and right after I sign it, simple fix.
Let's have a rebuttal to something. You having a very long silicone. Let us have a rebuttal, bro. To have a dialogue with a proper dialogue.
I mean, you gotta let the person land at least. Dang.
Shout out to Conor regardless, man. I appreciate the love in the super chat. Appreciate the support, fam. He said if Haney's really wanted to fight, it would take the best deal to do whatever it takes to take the fight. Haney's been calling for Tank for years. They had no say when up against Tank. Tank the A side, no ifs or buts. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they leverage is they got some room because I feel like in any fight you got room to negotiate, but it ain't gonna be what y'all think it is. Not with him, not with a guy that's just not gonna happen. Y'all not. And once Bill said he dictated kind of like, yo, this is what it is. It's over with. Guarantee you that fight don't happen like that, and you know it. You know it.
Nah, it's got to be reasonable, man. At the end of the day,
No, but you think about it. I just got. Hold on. The problem I have with the.
Can I finish addressing Flair, please? Please.
Blaze is up here. What I just told you that I said, is that not what I've been saying for weeks now?
Vacated or strict.
Why nobody get to negotiate? Why Bill can't ever negotiate with nobody? That's why I don't understand. Why Bill never can negotiate with nobody?
I'm talking to you. I don't need anybody's points. You are a grown man. Like
Because
I'm a
you a
grown man. I don't need
Tankamaniac
nobody
and
else to talk.
Shakur, you a Tankamaniac.
never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
You a Tankamaniac in Shakurian clothing, bro. I already know how you get down. That's why I need somebody to confirm stuff.
Hey man, don't sit up here and lie like that. You said you don't cuss and all this other stuff, but you willing to lie.
You heard me curse?
You know I don't mess with Tank, so please stop it. Let's move on from that. So like I said, bro. Nah, stop, bro. Stop, bro.
Let me ask you though, man. With all that being said, like who y'all feel like Devin Haney fighting next? Who you think the next fight is? And I only ask that because they've been doing more negotiating than any.
He don't have a choice. He don't have a choice. It's Keyshawn.
I
don't have a choice.
That's a no-brainer question because Keyshawn Davis is the fight that's mandated in the Tank fight that he's negotiating is for next year.
That's the issue.
It's for next year.
That's the issue.
It's for next year. That's what I don't
Devin have no options. Devin options are already made for him. He has no options. He can't just pick and choose. If you pick and choose, he's going to be at a detriment anyway. That is not in his favor. Because that's the problem.
What it do?
No, Big Dog Willie. I think the point that you missing is they was trying to get Shakur to sign a contract, knowing that
this is my problem with you guys. It's not up to Bill. Bill don't run shit. This is your problem. You got to think Bill run everything.
Let me get it out at least, bro. Bill and them were asking Shakur to sign the contract, knowing in advance that if they sign the contract to fight Shakur, that they will drop that Keyshawn is going to get the fight.
They're telling him to fight. They're telling him. They're not asking. They're telling him to do it. That's the problem. That's the problem with Bill. That's the problem with Bill.
Listen,
they don't think he can run Shakur. Hold on. Can you try to explain this too much,
bro? You don't have that much enough discipline to at least let me land, bro.
One mic. All I need is one mic.
Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna write. Go ahead, frequent. Go ahead, frequent. I got to address this. Go ahead, frequent. Go.
By that, I can't even land.
Say it. Talk,
bro.
Okay. What I'm saying is, what I was trying to say, man, is Devin Haney, Bill Haney was trying to get Shakur to sign the contract before the mandate happened because they already knowing that they're gonna drop the belt to fight Shakur. You know what I'm saying? If Shakur signed the contract, they're gonna fight Shakur on Zuffa or whatever and let Keyshawn fight somebody else for the belt. But that's why they're pressuring Shakur.
Okay.
Hold on, let me finish,
you said this. How many times have you said this though?
Can I finish?
Oh my God.
It'll be beautiful if I get to finish to lay it all out for you, bro.
Remedial radio flyers.
So for me to lay it out, please allow me to, bro. Because then y'all get to talking about
you said this
stuff
so
that I
many
didn't
times.
say,
Go ahead,
I didn't get to say
finish.
yet, and all of that.
Can you take it like 30 seconds? 30 more seconds. That's all you go ahead. 30 more seconds.
Dang, is that you that triggered that you can't bear to hear what I got to say that bad that it can only be a short response?
Go.
What you do? Land your plane.
Hey, Just where the clock at, man? We might have to pop out the clock.
Oh my God.
Hey man, I could cook an egg sunny side up on this guy head right now. He's steaming right now.
Never mind, bro. I'm gonna go. Never
mind.
Man. No. I got to go.
I gotta defend. I gotta have my shield behind me, and
Dude,
I gotta
just go.
Just go. The sword and all of that.
Just go. Go.
State your name, fam.
You know what I'm saying? I got a healing factor, man.
Go.
Okay.
Go.
Okay.
Nah, people just
I was saying, man. Once again, let me try to get through it. Let me try to get through it. What I was saying is Devin Haney was Bill Haney was trying to get Shakur to sign a contract, knowing that if Shakur signed the contract and they go into a fight, Keyshawn Davis gets to fight for the belt. But at the same time, Shakur don't want to do that because Keyshawn Davis wants the Devin Haney fight, not the belt. He wants the Devin Haney fight. He's telling Devin Haney to drop the belt because then he's not stepping on Keyshawn Davis' toes if Devin just choose him. You know what I'm saying? If Devin choose to drop the belts, then that means Keyshawn Davis is no longer attached to it. You know, he don't got no say so because I don't got the belt no more. I don't got no more responsibility to fight you. So that's why he's trying to get Devin to drop the belt first. But Devin on the same time don't want to drop the belt because it's not secure. It's not secure to fight with Shakur because he could drop the belt and Keyshawn and lose his belt, but then don't get the fight with Shakur.
Okay,
So
cool. We understand what you're saying. It doesn't matter. Bill don't run shit. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is Jay Prince, Shakur, and
now
Keyshawn. Let me finish. It doesn't matter if Bill wants it. Bill has to negotiate. Bill don't get to tell people, other fighters, what to do. That's the problem with you guys. Bill don't tell Shakur, oh, we need to fight. You need to sign the thing so we can fight. No, it doesn't matter. Bill has to wait just like everybody else has to wait. He don't make the rules. Yeah. He don't have no money. He ain't no A side in the situation. He ain't shit when it comes to the situation. He's an utter fighter. That's the problem. And this is the reason why Devin. Hold on. This is the reason why Devin. This is why Devin don't get fights like he want to. The built-in he runs the show all the time.
Yeah, otherwise,
I get it. Leave me alone.
I get it.
Hold on, I get it. Leave me alone.
If Bill had
don't make me play the bean footage, man. We know what Bill said. ETB was good with it, man.
Hey,
man, what's good? What's good?
He would have already solidified and signed and dated those other fights that he did with Rolly, with Ryan. If he really had his way, he don't have. Bro.
Yeah,
I just want to say, man, I've been listening to y'all cook the whole time, and I just want to say, man, we got to keep it all the way real across the board because I heard frequent. You said something right that made a lot of sense, right? When you said, well, you know, they trying to get Devin to drop the belt, and what if Devin dropped the belt and then Shakur don't sign the contract, right? You said that. I don't have no problem with that, right?
Yeah, my bad. I was trying to take the these posts that he shared. I didn't mean to take him off. Let me put the link back here. Let me pin the link.
Okay.
My bad. Yeah,
I thought he was up here.
I was trying to take the them pictures that he had me put up on the screen. I didn't think it was
okay. I thought he was up here, but
he back. No,
he back up here.
Yeah,
he back up here.
My dog. My bad.
Okay. Well,
I know exactly what happened. You got rid of that little thing I put back there, right?
Right, and it took
and
you
it
off.
It beats me out too. I was like, hold on, why he kicked me off? I was like, I know what happened.
Okay, so frequent. You was you hearing what I said?
No, I didn't hear it. Once I got booted out, I didn't hear it.
Okay, so I said
last thing I heard was you said I said something that made a lot of sense, and that was it.
Yeah. No, I said okay. So how you said how you were saying why would he drop the belt, right? Without knowing if Shakur gonna sign the contract. Like, what if he do it and then Shakur don't sign the contract, right? Well, y'all did pass that part because Shakur came out and said, well, we can put it in the contract, right? Yep, so we passed that part, right? But what you were saying is like, why would he do that and then Shakur renege and then don't even sign the contract, right? And I said, okay, yeah, that would make sense, right? It would make a lot of sense, right? But my point is, we got to keep it 100 across the board because when y'all continue to say, "Oh well, why doesn't Keyshawn come up and petition for the 147-pound slot?" He ain't petition. He ain't petition with the WBO, right? All y'all was saying that. All the Devin Haney fans were saying that as an excuse to Devin not to fight Keyshawn, right? And you kept saying that, right? When I came out and I said, well, why would Keyshawn lose his spot in rankings at 140 pounds, right? Forego everything that he had going on at the time at 140 to petition at 147 when he couldn't even get a verbal agreement from Devin on the internet to fight. So it's the same shit. So yeah, we got to keep it a buck around the board because you can't say, well, why this guy don't do this in this situation, but in the same situation, you're not calling your guy out, right?
Can I respond to that?
hold on, let me finish, and I'll let you respond. Right. So
Okay.
that's pretty much the same thing. If none of this shit had happened, if they hadn't have made, Keyshawn before his last fight, and he told everybody he was moving up to 47. At the point in time when y'all kept saying, "Well, he didn't petition," he didn't petition. He couldn't even get Devin to agree verbally to a fight, right? So he would have, in order for him to petition at 147 at the time, when he hadn't even made his decision to fight at 147, he was still fighting at 140. Okay, I'm a petition to go after Devin at 147, but he not even gonna fight me. I've been making videos, all type of shit, trying to just even get him to mention my name, and he wouldn't mention my name. So it's the same shit. But now, when it comes around, when it's Shakur, y'all like, well, why would Devin do that? And he can't, you know what I'm saying? He don't even know if Shakur gonna fight him. So it's the same shit. So I said I agree with you in the Shakur situation. Yeah, you made sense. But at the same time, you got to go back to what y'all would want Keyshawn to do for your boy. So we got to keep the shit a buck around the board. We can't just be like, oh, well, this is my favorite fighter, so I'm not going to hold him to the same standard that I was crying about these other guys doing. That's all I'm saying, man. I'm not saying you personally, but I'm just saying as in general, the fan base in general.
Yeah, I could respond now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, as far as the contract thing, when Shakur said, we could put it in the contract, I agree with Shakur. That's a fix right there. But the problem is, when I was saying all the stuff that I was saying, it was before that. Like he just said that yesterday. You know what I'm saying? I was saying this for weeks. You know what I'm saying? This was the issue for weeks before he came out yesterday and said that's a simple fix. He said they could have just put it in the contract and then put it in the contract that they have to drop the belt once he signed the contract, and then he'll sign the contract if they put that in the contract, and then he'll drop the belt with Keyshawn or whatever. But that to me, that whole thing right there don't make no sense what Shakur said if you really look at it, because being that he was the fight with Keyshawn is mandated. If Shakur signed the contract and Devin fight him, he would get stripped of the belt anyway. It don't matter.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
But rewind it back.
That's
rewind it back a second. Rewind it back a second, right?
I'm about to go. I'm about to go to what you said about that. Whatever. I was just.
No, I'm gonna just ask you. I'm gonna let you finish, Carl. I'm gonna just ask you a question, right? So
can
you
I
said
answer the
you
first
were
part
saying that
before
what you were saying,
because
but
you
I'm
introducing
asking you.
another question before I get the answer.
No, it's not. It has to do with the same thing. All I'm asking is, were you saying that for Keyshawn when Devin wouldn't even agree?
I know that's the part I'm trying to get to. Let me get to that
all
part.
Right, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the part I'm trying to get to. Yeah, so the part that what Shakur said right there don't make no sense, because it's already a given that if he sign a contract and fight Devin, then Kia get the fight for the belt. That's why I don't think that really was it. You know what I'm saying? But as far as Keyshawn Davis, we wasn't using that as an excuse for Keyshawn Davis. I mean, for Devin to not fight Keyshawn Davis. We were saying that he was clout chasing because the WBO president Gustavo came out and exposed Keyshawn Davis and said, you don't remember that? He came out and said that Keyshawn Davis, it sounded like he was responding to Keyshawn in the post, and he said, Mr. Davis, you have to put yourself in the 147-pound rankings to even be up there, to fight Devin Haney. And he said, even if you did do that, you wouldn't be able to be at the number one spot. Now, keep that in mind. Right, that part right there, it's a tweet. If y'all need to see that, I do got it. I just got to dig for it, and I can pull it up and put it in the back so we can put it on the screen. But Gustavo definitely came out and exposed Keyshawn in that way, saying that you didn't even put yourself in the 147-pound rankings to even fight Devin Haney. And if you do, then you won't be number one in line to fight him, because there's other fighters up there, ahead of you. And that's basically what he said in a nutshell. So we were saying Key was clout chasing because he ain't even put himself in there. You know what I'm saying? At 147 to even try. Now, fast forward to now. Hold one last thing. Keyshawn Davis, came out and said he kind of put his foot in his mouth, or and stopped a lot of the arguments that's against Devin Haney when he came out and said he woke up and he was at 147 and at the number one ranked spot, and he didn't. So that means he still didn't assert himself to do that. Like he just got put there.
Okay, bro. All right, let me say this. Okay, let me say this. Okay, you that's cool, right? That all of that sound cool, but at the end of the day, you still didn't answer the question, because why would Keyshawn Davis position, right? Everything he had, his ranking at one, when you do that, when you position in another sanctioned body at another weight class, that means you forego everything you got going on at 140. Why would he do that if he couldn't even get an agreement from Devin Haney saying, yeah, if you come up here, I'll fight you? He couldn't even get Devin. Hold on. He couldn't even get Devin to say his name. So you saying it for Shakur, right? Oh, well, why Shakur? But then you're making a bunch of excuses in the Devin Haney and Keyshawn situation. Why would I forego everything that I got going on, right? At that point in time, he's still thinking like, yeah, I'm not fighting at 147 unless it's Devin, right? I'm still gonna fight at 140. He hadn't made that decision to move up yet. So why would I forego everything that I got going on to petition at 147 to be in the rankings for a guy that's not even gonna fight me? The man don't even want to fight him now. So what is we talking about, Frequent?
Why you saying he don't want to fight him now? Well, I'll address that at the end.
Man.
But I'll address that at the end.
We gotta stop playing. We gotta stop acting like we know that man don't want to fight.
Hold on,
Keyshawn.
you gonna let me respond to that? I would say. I agree with you. Why would he go everything that he had going on at 140 to go up there if Gustavo Lima said that he still wouldn't be at the number one spot and all of that stuff? And this is why I was saying that we were saying that he was clout chasing, because we knew he wasn't going to be willing to do that, all of that stuff. Being that Gustavo Lima came out and said that whatever his name is, Gustavo Riviera, whatever I think his name is, he came out and said that he would, even if he did put himself in there, he wouldn't be in the number one ranking to fight Devin Haney. He basically laid it out to say that it was impossible for him to even fight Devin Haney. Huh?
No, hold on. You twisting it, because I remember he said that. All I remember is he said that Keyshawn would have to come up in position to be in the rankings at the WBO. The number one shit you added in. I didn't see none of that.
I ain't added.
Okay, pull it up.
I ain't added, and I am searching for it right now. So we
pull that up, because the number one shit I didn't see. I didn't see him say nothing about Keyshawn still wouldn't be number one. I didn't see that. You added that.
I'm definitely pulling. I'm definitely scrolling down.
Pull that shit up, and you gotta. Because I remember the tweet, and I don't remember him saying nothing about. But Keyshawn, you wouldn't be number one anyway.
Maybe somebody in the chat will go and, and go ahead and be generous enough to tell you, let you know that that's exactly what he said. But I am. Look, at this moment, I'm scrolling through my phone now to find it, to put it up. But I'm just saying, he definitely said that 100%. I went over it a few times on my channel.
You be doing that shit. Just saying
I went over it a few times on my channel. So Blue, I don't know why Blue sitting up here, you know what I'm saying, and running his mouth and not telling you that I pointed it out, because he be on my channel a lot. So that's why I don't understand. Like, I'm looking for it now. Don't worry. I'm about to pull it up. I'm about to put it in.
Yeah, you got to pull that up, because the number one you added in there.
Let me do more than one thing. One thing at a time right now. While I'm still looking for this, I'm also going to say that immediate. We saw that little clip with Keyshawn Davis and Bill Haney talking, and him telling Keyshawn Davis to promise and all of that stuff, and he said he promised, and then immediately after the fight, you know what I'm saying, Keyshawn Davis said that he was going to fight. He said that was back then. We're talking about right now. We're talking about right now. Hold on, y'all can respond to it after I drop it, after I finish saying it. At least let me get it out. At least let me get it out,
We already know where you're going with this,
audience,
though.
you might know, but the audience don't know where I'm going. They need some clarity. I know you want to stop me before I say it. Yeah, I know you want to suppress that information some kind of way. But yeah, he came out and said that he was in talks with Eddie Hearn and he wanted to fight Crocker first and all of that other stuff.
And
then after that pass, if you want to explain that part away, after that, he went and fought Wu, you know what I mean? My guy from here in Philadelphia, and he came out, people asked him why he did that, and he came out and said immediately after the fight that Top Rank forced him to make that to fight Wu instead of fighting
Devin wouldn't even
because Devin wouldn't even
that's a whole different we're talking about right now. We're talking about right now.
Devin wouldn't even speak his name.
We're talking about right now.
Talking about then.
No, what is going on right now?
But we could get to right now if you want to do.
So we can
we can get to the right now, and if you done with talking about that point in time.
But all I'm saying is, hold on. All I'm saying is that, he went and fought Wu. Who give a damn? Because Devin wouldn't even speak his name.
Devin was trying to fight him, bro. Devin was trying to fight him.
You're a goddamn lie. You was a lie.
Devin was trying to fight him, man.
You're a lie. Now you sit up here telling a bullface lie.
He was supposed to come out after the fight.
Now you telling the lie, bro. We was on the same page for a minute, but now you telling the lie. Now
why you say okay? Let's get some clarity on it. Then. Why you think Devin wasn't going to fight? Why you think? What's your reason for saying Devin wasn't going to fight him?
Devin wasn't going to fight.
The man was making cinema movies about Devin, and Devin wouldn't even say a Keyshawn. What did you mean, dog?
Because when he was doing that,
let me interject real quick.
The WBO president came out and said he was clout chasing because he didn't.
Let me interject real quick.
Ray Davis,
Big dog.
Ray Davis,
Big dog,
bro.
When did he start speaking? When did he start speaking?
You was cooking him. Watch. Ray Davis, pull up, man. So he can have.
When did he start speaking Keyshawn's name?
I'm still
Big dog.
for what he said, bro. Huh?
Big dog.
Say it again.
What's up? When did he start speaking Keyshawn's name?
Oh, you talking about Big Dog Willie, or you talking about me?
Frequent, you. Or they talking
about me? Not me. I didn't say that. No. He said, hold on. He said that. He said that he wouldn't even say Keyshawn's name. When did he start saying Keyshawn's name? Why are you asking
me?
When
did Devin start saying?
Because you said that he would start saying his name.
He started saying.
No, I don't know. I'm not. No, it's not me. That was you're talking about.
I thought you was asking me a question.
I'm talking about ETB. That's what I'm saying. No, sir. Now ask me. Ask the ETB.
No, he was asking me.
He wouldn't even speak Keyshawn's name. I didn't say that. ETB said that.
He's not asking you. He's asking Frequent. He said, bro.
Oh, okay.
Dang. Y'all tripped out.
I know your name Big Dog Willie, but he talking about the real Big Dog though. I know that's your name, but he talking about the real Big Dog.
Okay. I'm sorry for the confusion. Whoever said that Devin wouldn't even say Keyshawn's name, who was that?
I said that. Yeah, I said that. What's up?
When did he start saying it? When did he start saying it?
When he started saying Keyshawn's name?
Yes.
Shit, the nigga. I mean, him and Bill done said so much of shit. I don't know. I mean, he done said a million things. What you mean? When did he start saying?
So are you saying that he has started saying Keyshawn's name? Because you said that he wouldn't even say Keyshawn's name. So when did he start? When did that happen?
I thought you was asking me. I was going to answer. I know exactly when.
Hold on. I need bro to answer.
He wasn't saying his name at that time.
Okay. Hold on. Let me finish. Okay. Let me get to it. So when Keyshawn was out there on the bike making all type of cinema movies and shit, Devin Haney wouldn't say a key or a Sean. He wouldn't say shit about him.
Okay. When did he?
So what you asking me?
What I'm asking you is when did he?
Okay. First it was Ryan. After that, it was Ryan Garcia. Then it was Rolly.
Then when did Devin say his name though? When did this happen? You saying at a point he wouldn't even say Keyshawn's name. When did the point come when he did say Keyshawn's name?
When Keyshawn Davis got in the 147-pound division.
Okay, so
and
his
the fight was actually
his
feasible.
point was
okay. Hold on.
So your point was that
You didn't let me answer the shit. He
okay,
didn't
I
he
did.
didn't
I
even
asked you like 8 times.
Y'all's taking long.
hold on. He didn't even utter Keyshawn's name, right?
Until
Into the WBO, right? Read this motherfucking line and told him, yeah, we finna put Keyshawn right there. He finna be your mandatory. Then he came out
so
and
you're
was
saying
like,
that
hold on. Then he came out and just said, Keyshawn. That's all he said, right? That's all he said. But then right after
so that's
that, wait, hold on. Right after that, he went to, we want to fight Shakur at 144. All of a sudden, magically, we want to fight Shakur at 144 now. So showing your ass that he didn't want nothing to do with Keyshawn. I don't give a damn what he typed on X.
But listen, bro, that's not the point. Listen, bro, that's not the point that I'm making. That's not the point. That's not the point that I'm making.
The point is he don't want nothing to do with it.
Bro, listen to the point that I'm making. You said he would never say this while he was at when Keyshawn was at 140, right? So you said, so why would Keyshawn go to 147 when Devin wouldn't even mention his name? That's what you said, right?
That's exactly what I said.
But he still did it. That's what I'm saying.
I said,
but he still did it, though.
I said, why would Keyshawn petition, right, with the sanctioning body, when at the point in time, Devin wouldn't even utter his name?
But he still did. Devin still wasn't uttering his name when he still did it. That's the point I'm making.
The problem with your argument, ETB. The problem with your argument, ETB, is that nothing changed.
It ain't a problem with my argument. It's a problem.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Nothing changed between that time frame. He still never uttered his name, but he still persisted.
If you saying he wouldn't do it then, what changed now for to make him do it now?
Thank you.
You ain't got no goddamn
Nothing
choice.
changed, bro.
What do you mean?
don't have a choice. You don't have a choice.
You don't have a fucking choice.
No, I'm not talking about Devin saying his name. I'm talking about Keyshawn petitioning. What made Keyshawn all of a sudden now petition?
You trying to talk at the same time he's talking. So one of y'all got to talk and the other one got to be quiet.
Did you hear my point, though?
KO was good, my guy. We're good with it.
If Keyshawn wasn't going to say, if Devin wasn't going to say Keyshawn's name, so your point was, why would Keyshawn petition to go to the 147? Why would he petition the WBO to go to 147? What changed between that time and him going to 147? He still did petition. Why does it matter, though? This is what I'm saying.
No, see, y'all try to say stuff like that when
hold on.
It's context.
You can't ask me a question and then when I get ready to answer, what changed from then to now is that Keyshawn decided that he was moving up to 147. He didn't want to stay at 140 no more.
He didn't.
At the point, hold on. Yes, he did. He told y'all in the
already. He told you, put up there.
Dude, he told you in the ring he didn't want to make the 140 pound no more. He stood there in the ring and said, I can't, you know what I'm saying? I can't make this 140 no more. Like, I think I'm moving up to 147.
He did say that.
But now you're going to try to act like he ain't fighting somebody else at 140, though.
No.
No, he didn't.
He did.
He start calling out. What's the other dude name?
Why you keep moving the goalposts? Why do you keep moving the goalposts?
His name Dalton Smith.
Stop moving the goalposts. Stop moving the goalposts. The man stood in the ring.
Bro, you said why would he let go of everything that he had built at 140? What he had, you know what he had brewing? Was that the WBO was about to issue their mandatories and his was going to be Shakur. So he got moved by his manager.
That's some shit that you just making up. That's some shit you made up.
Don't do that.
Who told you that?
Shakur has the WBO. Bro, Shakur has the WBO. Bro, Shakur has the WBO belt at 140. Bro, Shakur has the WBO belt at 140.
Come on, man.
Shakur has the WBO belt at 140. That's what they do. At 140, Keyshawn was the number one contender. She was number one at 140.
Don't make that shit up right now and just do.
Bro, Keyshawn was the number one at 140. Shakur holds the belt.
Ridiculous.
Come back.
Right off the
This
fly.
shit
He made the
ridiculous.
shit up. Exactly.
Dude made this shit up right now. Like just you know
Bro,
what I'm saying? Now you
Shakur
just
has the
freestyling shit.
Shakur has the WBO belt at
It
140.
doesn't, dude. It doesn't.
Now
Keyshawn is the
Keyshawn
number
moved up
one.
It
because he
doesn't
was
matter.
gonna be
Who
Shakur's
is
mandatory.
Devin? Who is
Man,
Devin?
shut up.
Man, you just stop it.
This shit ridiculous. Now Keyshawn moved up because he was finna be Shakur's mandatory.
That's what
Man,
happened.
you
Yeah.
just
No, that's see. I knew
man,
this was going to
if
come
you
up.
don't
I
get,
knew
if
it.
you
He
don't
was the
go
number
somewhere with
one.
that bullshit you talking,
He
if you
was
don't go
Shakur's
somewhere
number
with that
one
bullshit
contender,
you
sir.
talking, oh, they was about to
No,
mandate
they
him to
weren't.
fight
No, how do you know
Shakur.
that? How do you know that?
You know what I'm saying? Talking about they was about to mandate him to fight Shakur, so that's why Keyshawn moved up to 47.
How do you know
Man,
that?
y'all
How
gonna
did you
say
know that?
anything. Y'all say
He was
anything, man.
he's number one
Y'all
at
just be
140.
talking.
No,
Y'all
how do
just
you
be
know that?
talking, dog.
How do I know that he's number one at 140? You can
No,
pull
how
it
do you
up.
know
Y'all just
they're
be
gonna
talking,
mandate
bro.
him? How do you know they're gonna mandate him?
Y'all just be
How do I know
talking.
that? Because the time for them to issue their
No,
mandatories was up. What you mean?
no. You're making that up now too. How do you know
Y'all
that?
just be
How am I
saying
making
shit,
that up?
man.
Well, the president say that. The
Did the
president,
president
the
say that
WBO
his
said they're
time
gonna
for
mandate.
Yeah, answer
mandatories
No,
was
that
hold
up?
on.
question.
Did the
Answer that
president
question
say he's
since
gonna
you know
mandate
so
him?
much. Did the WBO president come out and say that?
There's a
So where you
time
get that
frame,
from?
sir.
No, see,
I want to know where you
They
got
have to
that
issue
from.
mandatories every 9
how do
months.
you know?
No. Where did you get that from? You
What
said
do
it.
you
Where you got
mean?
it from?
Hey
You
yo,
think
Where
that they
you?
just don't have
What you mean?
y'all.
What I mean? I mean what I said. Where did you get that from?
Keyshawn was the number one.
Who said
Where?
it? Where did you get
I
it
mean,
from? Where did you get
hey,
it from, dog?
ETB. I
I'm saying, who
hey,
said it? Where did you get it from?
Time out, y'all. Time out on that. Time out. I just found what Gustavo said. I clipped it, but
That's why he moved up. He was missing weight at
hold,
140. He was getting
hold
too
on,
big
y'all.
for the division. Y'all lying.
Hold on, time out for that, yo. That I found that little I clipped it. I mean, a little bit of it cut off, but you can still make out what it say right there, bro. This is that tweet that you was telling me that
Yeah, look,
you don't know what he said
hold
at the
on.
end. It's
Currently
right there.
on giveaway and therefore unrated as welterweight police not play until
Yeah, meaning that his
the
manager
other fighters rated at
didn't
147
put in a
before.
petition yet. That's all that means. That's why
Yeah,
you have
but
a
he
They
also
didn't
said
petition
no. I
yet.
think
Yes, but
he
at
was
the
saying I
bottom it
added
says
on.
that
He was
there are
saying
other
that I
people
added
at
on the part that
147
he
that
said he wouldn't be at number one either. But
I
that's at
didn't
the
see that
bottom
Yeah,
right
I don't
part.
there.
see
It
all
cut
that.
off a
I don't
little
see
bit.
all
Yeah,
that.
It
yeah.
cut off a little bit. But
Well, clip
if
it again
somebody
and
can
put the
find,
rest
if
of it.
somebody can go to X,
The
you know
most
what I'm saying,
important
and
part
find his
clipped off.
this actual tweet, because I clipped it or whatever, but it says it down
But
there at the
was
end
this
that he
was
won't
this
be able to get up there. He won't be number
It don't
one.
was
say.
this
He
It
said
doesn't
before
say
he
that.
said you gotta
Jermaine
put it.
Ortiz fight?
He said you gotta put up.
You have to
He
fight,
said
man.
you gotta
Frequent,
put in the petition to get
that's
yourself
half-ass truth right there. Come
and
on, man.
state it, and he said you got to get yourself put at 147,
Was
and
this
he
before
also said there's
he moved?
other fighters that's ranked before you in there, so you ain't
Yeah,
gonna
but
be number one.
did he say you ain't gonna be number one?
Come
Was
on,
this
man, what do
before the
that
two
mean?
fight?
What do
I'm
that mean? If
asking
other
you, did
fighters
it, is
ahead of
that
you,
because you said that's what
if
it
he says
said?
can other fighters be ahead of you if you rank number one?
I'm
Come
asking
on,
you,
man, we
what
gotta
did
really
it
use our
say?
brain sometimes, man.
Hey, read it and tell me what it said. The part that's cut off, read it verbatim and tell me what he said. Because you
He
got
said, look, what we can see is that he said, bear in mind, there are other fighters
I'm
rated at
asking you to read what
147
he said, bro.
before. There's other fighters rated
But you
at
have to read.
147
Bro, there's
before.
contents. Bro, there's context. Bro, you always say that shit.
Come on,
So
man.
what is the rest? What's the rest
Yeah,
of it
what's the
say?
context of that? What y'all tell me what that
I'm just
means.
asking
There's
you to
other
read
fighters
it. I
before.
just
No,
That's
because
why
no,
I
he's
asked you the
playing.
question. If you're
Okay,
ranked number
so
one, can
we
somebody
know.
be
hold
rated
on, hold
before?
on.
Can somebody be before you if you're ranked number one?
Well,
That's all I
people
gotta
Okay,
were
say.
before.
never
Hold
mind.
on, hold on. Let me answer the question.
Yeah, Big Dog
People
Willie
were
said, never mind,
okay.
because you thought
No,
about
don't
it.
say Big Dog Willie.
Hold
You don't
on.
let me talk.
You
Hold
thought
on.
about it.
When he moved, when he just moved up now, it was other fighters rated before him then. But he number one now.
Yeah, because
So
the
what
WBO
we
did
talking
some.
about?
Yeah, and
So
people
what are we
called
talking
W and
about?
the called and that's what I was talking about on my channel too. How Gustavo Gustavo Olivieri or whatever his name is. He said one thing, and then he turned around and did the opposite. And know what he had to do?
Who
He had to come back
cares?
and clean it up. He
Who
cleaned it
cares?
up. We saw him
Who
clean it
cares? He
up.
has to fight him now.
He came
Who
back
cares?
and
He has to
said.
fight
He
him
came
now.
back and said. He
This
came
is what.
back and said. Hold on, bro. He came back and said and talked about all this breakdown or how they looked at Keyshawn Davis and what he did and stuff like that to determine that he can be.
though.
Hold on, that to determine that he can be put at number one. But the problem with that is nothing changed before he said that tweet. He said that tweet and then the other tweet right after, and nothing changed in between there. So it wasn't no other fights and no other criteria to make him change his mind. It was because Jay Prince and whatever Bob orders. That's why.
Okay, I'm gonna land my plane right here.
I pull up the text message
frequent.
from the WBO president. He explained why he made Keyshawn number one, and people just
I'm gonna
they
land
have
my
a tough
plane.
time accepting it. But the reality is,
Yeah,
he explained why he did it.
but I was saying
I'm
that
gonna land my
I just was saying he contradicted
I'm gonna let you
himself.
cook.
Basically.
I'm gonna just say one more thing, frequent. All right. With all this being said, right? Y'all asking me, oh man, what you mean he don't want to fight Keisha? Okay, that's cool. I'm gonna land my plane like this. You know what it is right now? It's fighter vacate. Now quit talking to me about it. It's fighter vacate.
I don't understand why y'all think that the fight not going to happen right now. It's mandated. We got the split.
Vacate. Now let's
we
see.
got everything.
Let's sit
we got
back and
everything
let's
set
see.
out. Devin said he going to fight him. Why y'all getting this from that he not going to fight him?
Yeah, Bill says a lot. Bill says a lot of shit though too.
See that.
Bill says a lot of shit
I'll tell
too.
you why. Because they was just arguing about fighting Tank. They all over the place. They have not set consistently on one fighter for more than a week. Like it's every other day. It's we fighting this one. We negotiate with this one. We fighting this one. We doing this. Bill been.
Why y'all keep trying to use that Tank excuse? Tank is at 27 in 2027, bro.
Fight him.
No.
Why y'all keep trying to use that Tank excuse? Tank can't fight right now. Tank can't fight until 2027.
Moving the goalposts like a motherfucker. Moving the goalposts like you just
Tank out the way. No, he could talk.
No, because he brought in Tank.
With Tank. The Tank fight is in 2027.
Bill brought in Tank. Bill brought in Tank. That's why.
It's in 2027. It's irrelevant, is what I'm saying, bro. That has nothing to do with the Keyshawn Davis fight. It's not getting in the way. It's not blocking it, or none of that stuff. I don't know why y'all keep throwing Tank name out there.
Because they keep throwing
Tank was clout chasing the whole time in the beginning. Anyway,
they know they not fighting.
The man can't even fight.
A champion in recess. Why would he fight?
The man can't even fight.
In recess. That's an indication that he ain't fighting no fucking body. He was clout chasing and bored. Let me say it.
He can't fight.
But Devin Haney, literally every other day he fighting somebody else. That's why we don't fucking believe he's fighting Keyshawn. Because the
Tank fight has nothing to zero to do with this though.
As the mandatory. Keyshawn, after Devin said Keyshawn, Bill said Tank Davis again.
Why the Tank? Why y'all got a problem with the Tank Davis fight? He made it clear that the Tank fight is being negotiated for next year.
You're telling me he's negotiating a fight for the fucking year that ain't even come yet? Tell me when the fuck they ever did that. You ain't with the guy that you about to fight in your mandatory and Keyshawn? This shit is goofy. They all over the place.
I don't understand.
It's Team Haney. Every fucking day y'all fighting a different person, fam. Every day. Oh, we negotiating with Tank. I ain't never seen nobody negotiate with 3 fucking fighters at the same time. Never.
My question still is, what's the what do it have to do with Keyshawn? What they got to do with fighting Keyshawn Davis? It's still my question and it always will be.
Bro, if they was fighting Keyshawn Davis, we shouldn't be hearing about Tank and Shakur. That's what I'm saying.
Nope.
They've been putting out very inconsistent messages since the minute he opened his mouth when he said 2 guys on the same contract. He been bullshitting the entire time. Now, after the 20 days, you still talking about Tank and y'all confused as to why I don't think he gonna fight Keyshawn Davis next?
Come on, man. We see fighters do that all the time.
No, fighters don't do that all the time. Bill does that all the time. Bill does that all the time. This is what Bill does.
We hear fighters talking about another fighter looking past fighters all the time, bro. And y'all act like Devin is unique to the situation,
don't try.
bro.
Don't let a goalpost move.
I wasn't done talking. We're not about to do that. We're not about to do that. They're very inconsistent. And let me calm down a bit. They're very inconsistent. Y'all ask, why do we think that they're not about to do something? Y'all can tell me, and all honestly, what eggs their basket been in? Who they been pushing that they gonna fight next? Everybody, man. Shakur, Tank, Keyshawn. That shit is like it's like musical chairs, depending on the platform. Yeah, this the guy we fighting. If you gonna fight Keyshawn, it's lock in. I don't want to hear shit about no Tank fight for 2027. Man, get the fuck out of here, man.
Hey, but Jeff, I got a question for you.
Wasn't it Bruce and Xander at 1.2? Bruce and Xander at 1.2. It was both of them at one point. All year, they named like 10 fighters they're gonna fight.
I'm telling you, that shit
Hey,
is
Jeff,
annoying,
I got a question
man.
for you, Jeff.
Hey, they on the list, man. They on the list.
That list
Hey,
is
Jeff,
bullshit.
I got a question for you, Jeff.
That list and scrap it because it's bullshit. Boots Ennis and Devin Haney will never fight in a professional boxing ring ever. And I think
Hey, Jeff, can you hear me?
I think we all know why. Yeah, I can hear you.
If you on that list,
I got a
you
question
cooked,
for you.
man. You don't want to be on that list with DEEBO Devin, man.
I need to ask Flyer.
If you about to fight, so if you're, let's say you in, I guess, negotiations or whatever, internet call outs, whatever, and then a bigger fight cross your table, you're not entertaining that?
Yeah, they not being sensical, bro. I don't know why
No.
they feelings about Devin.
I'm asking Jeff though. Hold on.
I'm gonna say this: you can entertain it, but not to the point where you're making it seem like that's the next fight, fam. You don't even fuck. Where Devin Haney fight?
Where they do that
fight?
at, bro?
Anybody on this fucking panel tell me where he fight at? For what promotional company do Devin Haney fight for?
DHP.
Oh Lord.
Have DHP put on with Devin Haney?
Zuffa.
Never.
How do you know that?
Never. The question is never. So again, how are you negotiating all of these fights with no home? Y'all skipping steps, man. Learn boxing, man. How you
listen, that's the difference.
All of Devin last few fights, where have they been at?
I want to make sure I'm not talking over nobody. Bill Haney said money has never been discussed. Do I need to find the clip in my phone to play this shit for y'all again? And he also admitted to not reaching out to Jay Prince and not being willing to fight Keyshawn. So again, tell me why should I believe that they're gonna fight him? Because he said it. He also said he ain't negotiating with Jay and he ain't looking to fight Keyshawn. Did y'all remember that on Champs Out or did y'all not see?
Yeah, didn't he say Keyshawn is old?
Y'all trying to justify, he's negotiating a bigger fight. Get the fuck out of here, man. That's what's wrong with y'all. Secure one fight. We don't need you to try to fight Tank, Shakur, and Keyshawn at the same time. We're not asking you to do that. One guy. That's all you got to do. All right. If Shakur is scared and ducking you and he too little and all this goofy shit, cool. Move the fuck on. But then they start focusing on Keyshawn and then they went back to Shakur a couple days ago. Bill Haney was just on the ring talking about Shakur again. He's very inconsistent. Can y'all tell me
hold up, Jeff.
all the shit he put out? What out of all these announcements? Where the confirmation at? From Zuffa.
But Jeff, look though, the Keyshawn part.
That's on the table. One interview, and then the next interview is no money been discussed. That's why I don't believe this shit. He all over the place. He been trying to cover all the bases, but in reality, you trying to get behind every narrative, and all that shit can't be true at the same time. You and all these negotiations and shit, man. Y'all negotiating on fucking Twitter, man. Talking about 55, 45, man. Shut up. You don't dictate shit with Tank. That's how we know you don't want to fight. Asking for 50-50. Remember that shit? Shakur don't deserve it, but y'all deserve 50-50 against Tank. Tell me why. You didn't even get that shit with Ryan. Broken mirrors. Let me get on the internet.
Because Tank bring in more money.
When asked very direct questions, he ducked off the fucking platform. If that's the guy that y'all respecting and holding on to his every word, when you got people on the zone publicly lost as to why he can't answer shit, and we know why, because he's skipping steps. And if I'm wrong, I'll be wrong, and y'all can tell me how wrong I was. I doubt that they're gonna announce a fight before he announced if he signed to Zuffa or not. That's me. That's just me. Maybe I'm.
But Jeff, let me ask you something though. You saying that you got to fight with Tank and with Shakur? Tank ain't getting a bigger split.
When Canelo was about to fight, when he was negotiating the fight Lewis Crocker, we knew the next year he was going to fight Bud Crawford already, right? When
Lewis Crawford,
when Rolly Romero was fighting, when Rolly Romero was fighting Ryan Garcia and Devin was fighting Ramirez, we knew that after that fight, who they was going to fight after that fight, right? Yeah. Come on, man. Y'all know that's the way Turkey do business, man. And we talking about,
that's
you know
the
what I'm saying?
They're not Turkey. Bill is not Turkey.
You keep saying it's not Turkey, but Turkey has
said
put up
Bill
the money
is not
for all
Turkey.
of. You
Bill
keep
is
saying
not
it ain't.
Turkey.
Listen how logical this sounds. You keep saying, well, illogical. You keep saying, y'all keep saying it's not Turkey, it's not Turkey, it's not Turkey. But Turkey has put on the last 4 or 5 fights that this man had. Y'all keep saying Turkey not putting money behind him. He don't got no money behind him. But Turkey,
Nobody's saying all that. Nobody's saying that. We're talking about what Bill's saying. We're talking about what Bill is saying. We're talking about what Bill is saying, not him. Not Turkey. We're talking
It
about
don't matter
Bill.
what Bill's saying. Turkey put up the money for all of his last fights, and y'all
That's the
keep
point that
running
he's
around
making.
acting
Is
like
that
it's
what he's
impossible
saying is that
that it
there's
could be
been
Turkey, and
multiple
that's what
fights
Turkey has been
negotiated at
doing
once.
for the last 4 or 5 fights. Man, y'all not
4 or
making no
5
sense.
fights for who? Devin?
For Devin. All of
But
Devin
that's what
fights
he's saying,
been
Jess, is
funded
that
by
multiple
who?
fights have been
All of
negotiated
his
at
fights
one
has been
time.
funded by
Hold on.
Turkey
So
out
we
of
make
Sheik,
sure we
man.
putting the truth
And y'all
out here
keep
on this
trying to make up
platform.
these narratives. Oh,
To
Turkey
my
don't mess with him
knowledge,
now. Oh, do you mess with him now? He
did
consistently
Jose
been paying for his
Ramirez
fights.
and Brian Norman. I don't know about these 4 or 5 fights. What other fights did he fight?
He put on the Ramirez fight before that.
Ramirez and
He put
Norman.
on the Ramirez fight before that, right?
No, Ramirez and Norman. That's it. Ain't no other fights Turkey put on for him. No other fights was on a Turkey card. That's it. Ramirez, Times Square, and then B. Norman. So again, they're doing all the speaking for Turkey. Turkey ain't speaking on shit, and they talking about the money and all this. They flip-flopping their stories. That man is very inconsistent. Bill Haney has been very, very inconsistent, even for his liking. I ain't never seen him overplay his hand like that. You juggling too many balls.
Even if you want to say, it's just the last 2 fights. The 2 fights that since Devin been a free agent, so to say, or whatever. His last fights has been put on by that man, and now all of a sudden, Turkey don't mess with him now. Oh, do we still mess with him now? Come on, man. Turkey is putting money behind that guy to fight people,
bro.
man.
Well, I don't know what third fight. What third fight is it? What third opponent did he fund? I know Brian Norman, and I know
man,
Jose
it was
Ramirez.
going to be Shakur Stevenson, but he won't sign the contract.
Nigga, making shit up.
It was going to be Shakur, but he won't sign the
Speak
contract.
anything. This is
Just make this say whatever he wants to say.
So
damn, he ain't fight 4 or 5 times for Turkey. He ain't even fight 3 times. It's twice. I'm more of a Devin Haney supporter than y'all. Y'all
Hey man, Shakur even came out and
Look at here. Now comes Shakur.
admitted
Look at here. Now comes Shakur.
y'all still arguing against it. Shakur, y'all was all running around talking about Bill lying about the negotiations, and then the guy who y'all arguing with comes out and admits that it was negotiation and it's real, and y'all don't hold his feet to the fire. Y'all still want to say Bill Haney is the liar.
Let me speak on that. I don't give a fuck what he said.
I know you don't care when it's situations like that.
Fight. I'm talking about Shakur. Make the fight. Since you negotiate, make the fight. That's what I'll say. We hold his foot to the flame. He not the guy telling you he gonna fight 3 different people. That's them.
But he said at the same time he told you.
Yeah, but he lying and saying that there ain't no negotiations going on, but there was.
He said it wasn't negotiations, and we know it was. Bill said that Zupa was trying to put on the fight.
I can't.
That's how I know
if it come out that Shakur signed to Zufa, y'all better cook him. That's all I know.
No, we better not frequent, because I told y'all asses 3 weeks ago, or maybe a month by now, when he got on the plane to go talk to them people.
He better not be
y'all
on
going
Zufa,
off
bro.
Mike Coppinger. Y'all going off Mike Coppinger and everybody else. Nobody closer to the source than me. Coming right from the man's mouth. So we ain't gonna cook him for signing the Zufa. Then you gonna cook your man if they ever fight. Cook him for what? I don't give a fuck where he signed.
Y'all putting up all these resistance. Oh, Bill lying, this person lying, all the pundits in the space lying because they said he signed to Zufa. They was all first they was lying because they said it was negotiations. And now we find out it was negotiations. So now we go to the Zufa thing.
Shakur or his team. So we don't give a fuck about no Mike Coppinger.
Let me speak.
Who get his information from Bill Haney. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Let me speak.
It's not just Mike Coppinger. We got Dan Raphael. We got Chris Mannix. We got all these people that work for Zufa in Turkey and the Ring Magazine and all that. They all liars.
They still haven't announced it, but they still haven't announced it.
Let me speak to that.
But they still haven't announced it.
They all liars too, though.
This guy, bro.
Y'all better cook him because I'm definitely
one mic.
I'm gonna cook him till he melt.
Let me chime in, man. Yo, so I want to say 2 things. I'm gonna hop off. Y'all can respond to it. But the first thing I want to do is I want to address one thing that just said about Devin having all these fights and all these things lined up and keep battling on Twitter. When we had Shakur, who was supposed to be in negotiation with Ray Mortala, he was calling out Conor Benn. He's calling out Ron Garcia. He mentioned Devin Haney. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish, and I'm gonna let y'all.
Yeah, but now you having like what do any of this got to do?
You said the same thing. Hold on, I'm just telling you, this is the same thing
Talking
that
about
happened.
Raymond Mortaya and all this other shit.
Just
it's one team in boxing that's telling everybody they negotiating and fighting everybody at the same time, and it's fucking list.
You said Devin
where
has
they
all
fought
these
one guy
fights, and
on
he's
it,
out
one
there
or two
calling
guys.
out all
I
these
forget
guys.
how many.
So you're
Go
telling
ahead,
me
my
that?
bad. Go ahead.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
just saying, but you saying that, and Shakur did the same thing. I'm just saying, I'm countering with counter, right? He also called. He had a Shockey telling him if he fight, he gonna fight him next. All those things happen. Now, on the other thing about this whole Jay Prince, who was on Wallow and Gilly show, and he was sitting there talking on the phone. He said, we already talked about this, Bill. So there was some conversation that we want to fight at 144. It's an 8-pound difference, even though they corrected him, said it was 7 pounds. Then we also just had an interview with him right now where he said he had them boxed. Basically saying that, yeah, we got the contracts, we got Devin boxed in. He literally said that in the interview on the last week with Abdul Mason on Monday. So all this stuff that's being said, we have to look between the lines. We have to see what things are being said. Now, I'm not saying anything you're saying on other side just is wrong. You're right? But I'm saying that there's two sides to this, and all these are exactly the same motions on both sides. And I see it.
No, it's not.
I'll land my plane. Y'all can build on it.
No, it's not.
Big dog, you see everything different. You just think Bill a liar, bro.
Bill is a liar. Bill do be lying.
Y'all gotta put y'all emotions to the side sometimes.
No,
man.
explain
It's
how
just
not
boxing
though.
talk.
I want to hear explain how not.
Hey, Ray, we all talk. Just pass.
Ray, I thought you was gonna be a better shield than that for Flyer, bro.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Rich was good.
Hey, I just
Shakur
wanted
never
to
negotiated with Conor Benn or Raymond Mortaya. That's why I was wondering where that came from. He never did that. And why are we rewinding to that? These dudes are telling you they fighting somebody different every other day. He really.
Hey, y'all got you brought Rich up here. I see the play. Y'all got me boxed in. I see y'all.
Nah.
I can't keep talking while we talking. Like we can't hear each other. We just talking over each other. It's one guy who's trying to sell to the universe, to the boxing space, that they're fighting everybody, but everybody's scared of him at the same time. Come on, man. That shit is disingenuous what Bill is doing, and y'all not calling it out. Y'all want to hold people's foot to the fire? Well, hold his foot to the fire. He's made these announcements with no confirmation. What any announcement he's made recently has been no confirmation to it. What do y'all mean why I don't believe him? They doing all this negotiating with all these different fighters, and y'all putting work, y'all speaking for Turkey. He said DHP can guarantee you this, and then y'all said, nah, Turkey said he got the money. When did Turkey say he was trying to make a fight with Devin Haney and Tank? Every day y'all making up shit.
He said them people.
The only team inside that pyramid is fucking false.
That's what Aki said, man.
Propaganda cycle, man. Turkey this. Turkey ain't talking about making no fucking fights with Tank, man. Why y'all keep saying
I ain't
that?
say Turkey's name, but he said them people. I don't know who them people is.
Turkey been trying to make a fight with Tank since he got on the scene. Why y'all keep trying to say that, man? He been trying to make a fight with Tank since he got on the scene.
First, he told you that Zuffa was all in with the Shakur fight. That's the fight they want right now. The money is on the line. It's on the table for that fight. A few days later, he did another interview and spoke how there was no money on the table whatsoever. There's no money being discussed. Is that not a contradiction? Then he wants us to fast forward to today and believe that, oh shit, you know what? Shakur and Devin Haney ain't the number one fight for Zuffa. Somebody got some background. Mute up for me. Shakur and Devin ain't the number one fight. It's Tank and Devin. Yeah, Turkey wants to make a fight with Tank and Devin. I heard that today. That come from the Haney hoes. Where can we go research this anywhere to find out Turkey is trying to make a fight with Devin and Tank? All y'all do is lie. Get the fuck out of here, man. Tank don't even like dude.
In the beginning, when Turkey first came on the scene, Turkey very first interview where he can barely speak English, bro. He said that the first person he named, the only person he talked about by name was Devin Haney. He said Devin, yeah, I hear you. He said Devin Haney's name specifically, but then he said he wanted to make the big fight, and they asked him about Tank Davis, and he said he wanted to talk to Al Heyman. And so people say, oh, he's not trying to make the fight between Devin and Tank. No, he said he wanted to talk to Al Heyman. Well, if he was asked about Tank and he mentioned Al Heyman and he said we need to talk, who the hell is he talking about then if they asked him about Tank specifically? So that was one instance right there when he first got on the scene. So then after that, you know, it was a bunch of speculation. Oh, he ain't talking about Tank. He ain't trying to get Tank to fight. Bill, you know what I mean, got at Tank and said they had 30 million for him and all of that stuff. And people called Cap and said he was lying about that. Turkey ain't never tried to do that. But then Tank came out on an interview and they specifically asked him, why didn't he accept the 30 million that Turkey had for him? And Tank didn't deny it and say it was a lie or none of that. You know what he said? Oh, I didn't accept that offer because I didn't feel comfortable with going over to Riyadh season and fighting Devin and winning the decision over there. So come on, bro. He could have just said that was a lie. He could have came out and said that was a lie, but no, that's not what he said. He said he didn't feel comfortable going over there and fighting and winning the decision, bro. And then we know about him talking about him going back and forth with Tank about the boxing glove and all of that stuff, bro. Come on, for y'all to say he never was trying to make a fight with Tank. And Devin is ludicrous, bro. He told Tank he'd give him two gloves when Tank asked for the Ferraris, man. Come on.
I don't know what you be listening to, fan, but if you think 30 million was on the table for Tank Davis and Devin Haney to fight, bless you, man. I don't want to argue about that.
Yo, Tank, he didn't tell Tank he had 2 boxing gloves for him.
Hey, let me say something, man. 'Cause I ain't here, but I didn't hear no 30 million, but I just want to say this to Flying Ray, man. Damn, man, Bill Haney put like 1,000 papers on y'all desk every day, and y'all just
push it.
Gotta deal with it, man. Y'all just take it to the YouTube streets, man. I respect
we could go back and forth about how they talk because they all contradict themselves all the time. But Jess, one question though: who you think win the fight out of Haney and Davis? Keyshawn.
I'll say this: Devin Haney got to be on his A game to beat Keyshawn. If he looked like he did in his last 2 fights, I got him losing. Last 2 or 3 fights, if you want to add cheating ass Ryan in the mix, but that 70 punch shit that he did against Norman and Jose Ramirez and looking unsettled and uncertain, you can't do that against Keyshawn. You got to be the best version of yourself to beat him. That's what I believe. So for him to beat Keyshawn, for me, and you ask me who I'm picking Keyshawn because I think he gets slept on. And I double down on. I don't care about being right or wrong about the fucking boxing pick. The fact that y'all gonna want credit for a top 3 win, it'd be a top win in Devin Haney's career. But I just heard all morning how Keyshawn was a clout chaser, a bum. He fought all bums. He not that good. I heard Brian Norman is better than him, which tells me a lot about Devin Haney fans that's saying that. Like, so I can't wait to see the fight. Devin Haney proved me wrong with his last fight. I thought Brian Norman would beat him because he looked very suspect against what's his name? Jose Ramirez. I said that guy right there is not the same fighter that I watched for years. And if he come out there doing that shit, I got Brian Norman knocking him out. What did he do? He came out there, he got that shit done. I got on my channel, gave Devin Haney his credit. It's just that simple. But all this, who he gonna fight? He trying to fight everybody. Y'all want to control every narrative so you can, when something don't happen, you got a plan B. Just fight one guy at a time. You get what I'm saying? How many times are you going to revisit the Shakur fight? You already said years ago he ducked you and was scared. Then you run the same play over again. It's the same sucker shit from that fan base and that team. Nobody is scared. Notice, nobody from Shakur's side talk that weird ass shit. Yeah, Devin Haney, he's scared. And yeah, he say, what he say about Devin? He a hell of a fighter, but he can't beat me. Straight like that. You insecure ass fans, y'all spent all morning tearing Keyshawn down. I'm not giving him no fucking credit if they fight and if he wins. I don't care what nobody say. Y'all shitted on him. He ain't shit. He fought all bums. That's what y'all told me this morning. He fought all bums. He ain't shit. He ain't fighting nobody but warehouse workers. It's the top ranked this and that. Meanwhile, your favorite fighter went to Mexico. And
he said that about Keyshawn Davis?
Fights. You can't name none of them bitches, but you can name several of Keyshawn Davis's fights, and all of them bitches was televised. He never fought a guy with 20 plus losses. Shit like that. Like, your resume to y'all is the fights that you can remember or the ones that's notable to you. A resume to me is the complete body of work. He got 33 fights, not 16 or 17 or a handful that y'all like to brag about. Talk about when he first started. And you look at Keyshawn. If Keyshawn is fighting bums right now, he done fought a damn bronze medalist, some Olympians, undefeated guys. He done stopped multiple guys in a row that never been stopped. Can you name any opponent from Devin's first 15? Anyone? I can name more than that handful without going to no fucking box rack and none of that.
Just you think that's a negative that Devin only needed 60 punches to beat Brian Norman Jr.?
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Come
Don't do
on,
that.
man. I'm not talking to you, big dog Willie. I'm talking to the big dog. You think that was you take that as a negative that it only took 60 punches for him to beat Brian Norman Jr., bro?
70
punches. I think that's
yeah.
crazy that it only took him 60 punches and he still won the fight. Like that says something to what he did to Brian Norman Jr., bro. And the fight before that, he only took
that's the way you
the fight
look
before
at
that,
it
was only 70 punches too, bro. The fight
that's
before
the way
that,
you
he
could
did
look
2
at
fights
it.
straight.
Right? That's a way
That's
you
a
could
tough.
look
That's
at
a
it.
tough way.
Yeah, but that doesn't beat Keyshawn Davis in my opinion. That doesn't beat him. You go out there and you on that 70 punch unsettled shit. I think you lose. I think
If he built
fighter than Brian Norman right now.
If he win you better hope he don't win the fight and only throw like 60 or 70 or 80 punches, bro. I'm gonna be right back here, man.
If I'm wrong, then I get on this platform and I'm able to give Devin Haney twice the credit for proving me wrong, and I just move on. Give him his just due, you know what I mean? And that's it, and just move on. I'm not against him.
No, I'm just warning you about the superb trolling that's gonna be happening though, bro.
Got some. You said what?
I'm just warning you about the superb trolling that's about to be happening in the chat. If you know what I'm saying, if he go out there and only throw like 75 punches and beat Keyshawn Davis.
That shit don't mean nothing to me though, because I've been right about fights. I've been wrong. Like I don't really give a fuck. You can't really troll me about being wrong about a pick, and I'm very specific. He has to look better than he did in his last 2 fights to beat Keyshawn Davis. If not, he in trouble.
But one thing that we do know about one thing we know about Devin is that he followed whatever the game plan is. So he gonna aim for whatever it takes to beat Keyshawn.
He ain't followed the game plan in that Ryan Garcia debacle.
He did follow the game plan, but the game plan was
he did not.
The game plan was to stand there and fight with him. He said that during the build-up. But that game plan was stupid.
In his camp and everything they worked on, he got in the fight and didn't do none of it against Ramirez.
No, you know what? I don't know why.
No. Answer the question. What happened there?
Oh, I didn't say that, bro. That wasn't me. That wasn't me who said that. I said he did. I didn't say that he always followed the game plan. But I was trying to say that, immediately after the fight, one of his cornermen, somebody called him in an interview. Did an interview with one of his cornermen. I don't know the dude name or whatever, but it was one of the guys who was in his corner, and he said that once Devin got hurt by Ryan, the game plan went out the window. He said Devin was bent on trying to get his get back with Ryan. You know what I'm saying? When Ryan hurt him, then he wanted to hurt Ryan. When Ryan dropped him, then he was trying to drop Ryan, and he wasn't listening to nothing that they were saying in the corner. But y'all can have at it with whatever y'all think. But that's what the corner man said.
Because he cheated. But I said the Ramirez fight because that's the one where he worked with Shane Mosley and they worked on all these different things in the gym. And then he said he got in the fight and he didn't do none of it. That's what he said. He didn't do none of it. So, he usually stick to a game plan. That's why I pick him to win the fights that I pick him to win. Because
the corner man said he wasn't listening.
I think Keyshawn just a different breed, man. I think he's going to find that out. Win, lose, or draw. But I'll bet anybody that he'll beat him. And this is not
his corner man. You mean his dad?
I don't give a damn.
I think it's too early for Key, man.
Well, you saying his corner man said that? You saying Bill Haney said that?
He didn't keep 27, 28 years old.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't Bill. Come on, man. If I
and he was Olympian, he was Olympian. How you gotta be putting on these Olympians like they're not too?
But that's stop the games, bro. You know if it was Bill Haney, I would say Bill Haney, and I wouldn't just say corner man. Stop the games, man.
What I'm saying is that's his head trainer, brother. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's a good point, Dub. After Haney got hurt, he boxed well from 2 to 6. He was listening during those rounds. Facts, he was. Because he definitely, the rounds he didn't get dropped, he was winning. To me, he was boxing. He was boxing well.
No, he was on the front foot, though, the whole fight, though. He's on the front foot walking towards him the whole fight, though.
Yeah, because his legs was wobbly.
Yeah, he was walking towards him. When you hurt, you walk backwards.
No, fuck
when you
hurt, you walk backwards, man. Just duck tank because he didn't. You can't duck somebody from a separate weight class. And again, I'm not big on that duck narrative because I know at the top where they operating at is more business than anything. And you can see it playing out in real time. This is why I hate when they do it on Twitter. But show me the fights that happen when you negotiate them on Twitter. I don't care if it's Shakur, whoever doing it. Negotiating, So you see Shakur running to the internet about Raymond Mortai saying what the split is and this and that. I don't recall that. Send that shit to me and I'll stand corrected. I'm wrong sometimes, but I don't see that. If the problem is you try to lump everybody into the same category, he don't sit there and do that shit. Run to the internet. Oh, this is this. Oh, we don't want this. Or this and that. He do it with every fight that you know.
I got a question for you, Just. Hey, Just, I got a question for you.
Hold on, before that question, let me say this real quick. I ain't get to talk about it, Just, because I wasn't over here right after the Boots fight.
It don't work like that.
Right after the Boots fight. Right after the Boots fight, I ain't get to talk about it, but I was arguing with a bunch of people who's trying to argue. They trying to tell me that what Xander Zayas did in there was his best chance at winning the fight. And I'm like, how the hell can it be when, you know what I'm saying, when we saw what happened? You know, y'all talking like Boots is invincible, like, you know, like he can't be beat. Like, I'm a Boots fan, but I know better than to think that what Xander went in there and did was the best, you know, option that he had to do. You know what I'm saying? When he stood in front of him, the first thing I thought when the fight started was, what the hell was Xander doing? And I even was on a Puerto Rican channel, you know, where they was holding them down and everything, and they was over there saying the same thing, like it's nothing Xander could have done, you know, different. And I said, yo, Xander was supposed to go in there and move around and be on the back foot.
I will say this. Frequent. It ain't nothing that Devin can do to beat Boots. It ain't nothing that Devin can do to beat Boots. Nothing.
I mean, that's what you believe.
It ain't nothing Devin can do to beat Boots.
Hey, we can go back and forth about what we think happened in that fight and all of that, but at that point it'll just be opinion based or whatever. I'm a fan of both guys. Me being in Philly, I'm a
that boy go to sleep. You know what that's what happened.
And I've been riding
Devin
with
be
Devin,
sleeping.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what you want to.
That's what happened.
That's what you want to believe, that he'll be sleeping, man. But I gotta. It's a strong argument against.
You believe it too.
Argument. That's the popular
opinion.
It too. No, that's the popular opinion.
You just ain't gonna admit it.
That's a popular opinion, but it's a strong argument that if Ryan did what he did on PEDs and the beating that Devin took in that ring that day, if that couldn't stop him from getting up off the ring, I don't see too many people doing that.
I don't give a fuck if Ryan was on PEDs, MEDs, FEDs.
You can say that, but I'm trying to make an argument.
Ryan Garcia or whatever ain't nowhere near no Boots.
I'm trying to make an argument for you to understand why I don't think that Devin will get stopped by Boots like all of y'all believe.
You trying to make an argument. That's exactly what you're trying to do, but you're not making no sense.
Let me get it out, and then you can chop it down or pick at it.
You're not making sense. You just trying to make an argument.
I mean, let me finish saying it. You know what I'm saying? We, after seeing what happened with Devin Haney and that tobacco with Ryan Garcia cheating and him getting beat down like that, you know what I'm saying? And him not quitting and still getting up after that, and then taking into consideration that each time we saw Devin move up, we saw his punch resistance go up and his punching power go up as well. You know what I'm saying? Who's against whoever he fought. Bro,
what you mean at punch resistance?
At 135, people was talking about. At 135, people was talking about Devin don't got no power, right? Well, he ain't put nobody down or stop nobody in how many years or whatever. We saw him go up there with Regis. Moving up to 140, he hurt Regis several times in that fight. We saw him move up again to 147 and put Brian Owens Jr. down and hurt him multiple times in the fight. You know what I'm saying? So who's to say that if he move up to 154 that he won't have a little more power? You know what I'm saying? Because all y'all complain about is how big. All y'all complain about is how much Devin rehydrates to how he rehydrates to 170, 165, whatever y'all want to say. DEEBO Dev, he's a titan out here, man. Come on, man. One thing we do know about Devin. One thing, I'm about to land my plane right here. One thing we do know about Devin.
You've been talking for 5 minutes straight.
Let me land my plane, bro. Let me land my plane. It's a drone, matter of fact. Let me land my drone.
What you flying to Japan?
I got the fly more combo with DJ.
What you flying to Japan?
Let me land, man. You know what I'm saying? Regulations, let me land, bro. Yo, one thing that we do know about Devin Haney, one thing we do know about our dog is he gamey. He gonna keep scratching and coming out the corner. He ain't no quit in him. We know what's gonna happen once he get hurt. We don't know this about all these other dudes,
All right.
man.
Okay.
What they gonna do when
Now
they face adversity?
let me say this.
How they gonna get up off the canvas? They gonna get up and do what? No, I ain't finished. I still got a little more battery left. My voltage ain't going off yet.
Nah, bro, you said enough, man. Let me get a word in so other people can talk, man.
What they gonna do when they face adversity? We know what our dog gonna do. We know he's gonna
let me get a word. Bro, you're not gonna just keep on talking and telling like, God damn, man. Let me get a word in.
You got it.
So
I just wanted to make you a little bit mad. That's all.
Let me get a word in so other people can talk, right? Look, man, the only reason that in my belief that Ryan was able to get up and continue is not Ryan, Devin was able to get up and continue against Ryan because Ryan was out of shape. Ryan would hurt Devin, and then the next round he'll come back and take two rounds off, and then come back and fight, take 2 more rounds off because he was out of shape. Boots ain't gonna be out of shape. Boots is not gonna need to take no breathers and take 2 rounds at a time off. He going there against Boots, just like I know, and you wouldn't put a dime on Devin Haney beating Boots. Let's just keep it a buck. He gonna get hurt real bad. It ain't gonna be no getting up off the ground.
I can't put nothing.
It ain't gonna be no getting up off the ground. Hold on, it ain't gonna be no getting up off the ground 4 times and surviving. Talking to me about Ryan Garcia and Boots, they ain't even in the same conversation. They ain't even in the same book.
Hell no.
They're not even in the
Xander got
same
up,
book.
so why Devin can't get up?
Look, man.
Xander got up, man. Xander is the Devin Haney at 154, bro.
Yeah. Come on, bro.
Hey, so my question
He the
is
AliExpress Haney, man. The AliExpress Hanos,
Hey,
man.
Jeff, look, my question is this though. What you saying about them going public and like putting pieces of their negotiations or whatever into the public is like possibly trying to like create, keep their name in like content or keep their name in the algorithm. You prefer not that to keep y'all name buzzing and going, or versus the like Abdullah Mason, where if he fighting, he do them interviews, but other than that, he just quiet.
Nah, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is very clear.
No. I was asking which one you prefer.
Clear. Like that public negotiations is usually bad business 101. That's and it don't matter who's doing it. Shakur included. This ain't no favoritism for him. Public negotiations don't fucking work for boxing, not for what I've seen. And again, if you got an issue, right, well, whatever split you being offered, what the fuck could Twitter do for you? What could YouTube, Instagram, what could we do about it? So again, you doing that doesn't tell me that you're really trying to talk to the people that you get what I'm saying? Go negotiate your fight behind the scenes. And when it's done, if you couldn't get what you was looking for, say, hey, look, the business didn't work out. We moving on next. But it's so much smoke and mirrors. He breathes life into every one of these fights. And he make it seem like, look, this is what we're negotiating. This is what we're doing. And when the fight don't happen, guess who ducked? Guess who got ducked? Guess who's missed the scary man?
Hey, I think he in tune with the YouTube boxing, you know what I'm saying, culture or whatnot. He know, you know what I'm saying. I think Bill be on these panels and all of that stuff. I think they be in the background listening to what people say and all that, the fans and all that. Come on, man, they in tune with the culture. They know people gonna try to call him a duck and all of that stuff. So they put it out there to let them know who the duck is, man. So we can count the ducks.
Seen them doing it back and forth with Devin, and I bet you they don't fight. Tank ain't special. Public negotiations don't work for his ass neither.
He don't need that. Devin don't need Tank right now, man. He don't
when you
need
up here
Tank.
talking about I'm negotiating with three of the best fighters in boxing, I got a tough time believing that shit.
But we see him negotiating though. We see it happening though.
In 2026, when you ain't even secure your fucking mandatory, do that shit sound like it make any fucking sense, man? Oh, you know how they gonna try to justify it because it's the bigger fight. Man, get out my face with that shit. I know that they just made this man a champion in recess. That's more than likely you less likely to see him for the remainder of the fucking year against Devin Haney or any of these guys. I'm not no damn dummy. Off a layoff, you telling me Tank off a layoff, a draw, legal battles. The first fucking fight back for him is Devin Haney meeting in the middle somewhere heavier than where he say he's not going. Before that, he ain't going back. He wasn't coming. Now, after a year off, more than a year in a draw, legal issues. He gonna go meet Devin at 44 and they gonna fight. That's super fan shit to believe some dumbass shit like that.
So you prefer the Mason way.
Tank, but he was bored, and that shit is like clout chasing. Do he need the clout? No, but I mean his name been kind of dragged in the mud. You got everybody talking about the taboo shit with him and Calvin Ford. That shit don't look good. So what did he do? Argue with Shakur, said he was fighting Shakur, then argue with Haney, said he was fighting him. He not fighting neither one of them. Not this year. Not this year.
Don't forget he ducked Kid Austin, man. He ducked Kid Austin. You gotta throw that in there too.
Special numbers, man. Y'all be talking about these special numbers, man. Yo, look, go do your homework on his numbers, and then go look at Earl Spence numbers and tell me who the bigger star, Tank or Earl. Go ahead and tell me. Go ahead.
But I'm saying, so you saying you prefer the Mason way?
Say that again.
So what I'm asking though is, you saying you prefer the Mason way of doing business?
You said do some what?
I'm saying, are you saying you prefer the Mason way?
The Mason, I do the Mason way.
Now, see, you think I'm saying what I'm saying is very clear. Stop bullshitting the people. In a matter of days, they was negotiating with 3 people. Go ahead and tell me y'all believe that.
But what I'm saying is that if they're doing that just to create the algorithm, just to keep their name in conversation.
But that shit becomes disingenuous because now I'm having to argue dumb shit.
Hey, I want to say this.
Tank sent him an offer. Tank ain't sending shit. He ain't sent shit to nobody. The man on the sideline, he sent some fucking tweets. His people probably reached out like Devin said, but he ain't fighting nobody neither. Not right now.
Hey, I want to say this.
In recess, they said
he ducked Kid Austin too.
Tank is the one. Tank is the one who started that.
Say this. I want to say this to Fly and Double Deuce though. From all the tweets that I see Bill Haney doing towards Shakur though, it just seemed like that. Like when he speak on the negotiations and shit like that, he speak on back and forth tweets. He don't even speak on shit that go in the background. All he doing is speaking on the tweets. Anytime Shakur said a tweet or something, then he end up bringing it to one of these panels saying, "Oh, Shakur said this, we did this." He not speaking on nothing that's going on in the background, man.
Right.
He not. He only speaking on the tweets, and he acting like that's negotiation.
And again,
I'm saying if you pay attention, if you pay close attention, it just looks like all the negotiations was through the tweets.
How much negotiating are you doing when you are on record on a champ's side? When he specifically asked you about reaching out to the manager that represents both Shakur and Keyshawn, he said no. And then he said, "Oh, so you're not looking to fight Keyshawn?" No. Now today is Keyshawn. I'm tired of that shit. Don't know that ain't Abdullah Mason. It's all substance there and no fluff. You will never see him and his pops moving like that. And I don't
that's what. Okay, so get to the point that I'm making. That's the way they move with substance. But what I'm saying is that like I don't want to say hindering, but would that boost their profile to get more in that algorithm and that talking? You know what I'm saying?
No, because it's not if it's gonna be fluff, it gotta be substance. They substance. They don't need to try to convince the world that they're fighting everybody. Like he ain't need no convincing that he was gonna accept the Albert Bell fight. They doing it. Ain't no bunch of sitting there talk. They just do the wrong shit. Some of it is good for content. Yes, as a content creator, yes, we can have these conversations, but the problem becomes when people take everything he say as law, meanwhile ignoring things that he say that contradict other statements he put out. Aunt McQueen was up here earlier. We were talking about it in the DMs about how they contradicting each other. Devin saying one thing and Bill saying another. They not even on the same page, fam. They not fighting no Tank. That's how I know. And they both coming off layoffs. It's a dangerous, risky fight for both of them to try to fight each other off a layoff. Let me be very fair. It's not even the smartest move for them. No, yeah, it's the money. But what good is the money if you ain't putting yourself in the best chance to secure that bag? If you ain't just trying to compete, they trying to win. Y'all telling me it makes sense to throw Tank Davis and Devin Haney in there, but both of them coming off layoffs. Tank Davis having to move up, meet him in the middle, go heavier than 140 where he said he wasn't going. I get it. Y'all want to believe that Devin Haney is some kind of duck and he avoided Tank, but bro, they not even the same weight class, man.
But when Tank come out, Tank initiated that conversation. Tank initiated that discussion.
Just I gotta go, but can I ask Rich and Blue a question real quick?
For sure. Everybody hit that like button, man.
Can you see that right there? Can you put that up?
I got a question because I really need to know. Do you ever get
Zoom, what's good
tired
with it, bro?
of being a bitch ass nigga? Ass nigga.
Pop up.
Pussy ass nigga. Pussy ass nigga. Do you get tired? Do you get tired? Do you get tired? Do you get tired?
Do you ever get tired, Blue Man?
Man, Al sent them the offer. Bottom line, yeah, Mag 7, bro. You the leader of the Tanking Maniacs, fam. You just say anything.
Salute to y'all.
All right,
man.
hey Mag, watch
y'all.
this. Watch how quick you can make sense out of shit. Y'all just believe anything because y'all don't. You know what?
Hey, Flyer,
I question anybody when they telling me something and I don't have all the information at my disposal. When these guys leak their little bits and pieces of information, they also leave shit out. Their job is to make them look good in the public and in the media. Right. You get what I'm saying? So you saying Al sent them an offer. All right, bet. What platform they fighting on, fam? Who's Devin Haney's promoter? Where is his financial backing? Who's backing him? Like, where they fighting at? PBC? Go ahead and tell me how Devin Haney about to fight on PBC and you just seen him fake negotiate with Rolly. Again, we got more examples. If they was putting up all this money, they told y'all they got a 55, 45, and 15 million for both fighters or some shit like that. Where was this energy for the Rolly fight? That's a unification, fam. Instead of doing all this arguing about weight and 44, why don't you just fight? Why didn't you make a counter offer to Rolly? But you know what you did? You went right to the internet to convince the world that PBC tried to get you to fight for no guarantee. Come on, man. It's always smoke and mirrors. So tell me again why he gonna fight Tank and they asking for 50-50 and telling them what it is. Like, you can't dictate shit to him. That's already telling me you don't want no fight. You doing it on the internet. When I say that, I mean do it behind the scenes. Again, when you heard Devin Haney speak up, oh shit, his team reached out to me, not the fucking other way around. And now it's over with. Who's saying they don't want to do business? Who is it? So I get it. I don't push the duck narrative, but it's somebody saying they don't want to do business no more. One guy said, hurry up, the time is ticking, bitch. And he said, oh, you talking like that? I don't need you no more. I don't want to do business. But y'all was just fucking negotiating with him. This is what I mean. That Twitter shit don't mean nothing. That shit don't move me. I ain't no dummy. Fights don't get made up there. They get discussed and argued about up there, but they don't get made on Twitter. I ain't never seen one fight get made on Twitter. And I mean not one. Not one. That's not where the business is being done. That's not where the conversations is being had. You get what I'm saying? Not the real ones. Twitter is full of a bunch of trolls. Bunch of damn trolls. What makes you think that they sent an offer for what? Why? They not even... You gonna send an offer before agreeing to what weight it's gonna be at and all this shit? Think about that. All y'all do is skip steps. Telling you, if it one dude trying to tell y'all that he ain't been doing much because dudes still trying to get their deals done. I can't wait till this Zoof announcement do or don't come out so I can tell y'all if I was right or wrong.
But that's what I'm saying, sir.
Any of these dudes are going to announce their next fight without the deal being in place first. That's all I'm saying. I've been saying that. Tell me what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that
you telling me,
no. What I'm saying is that they know what you know, but they know the only reason to say this shit on Twitter or wherever is to become talking points. To be they know that whatever Twitter say ain't gonna change the negotiations. They're just making it a talking point for us. You get what I'm saying?
They care about PR. They care about the PR. But it's gonna look crazy because they told you they was about to fight everybody, and then they're gonna fight. We still don't know who they're gonna fight right now. We really still don't know. Nah, man, I don't care about them talking about Tank mother. They both talked about each other mother, man. You just believe. All right, yeah, I forgot. You got a super Tank shirt on. Yeah, Tank want to fight everybody coming off a layoff. Yeah, just when he was active, he's turning his back to Shakur, get it out the mud, and he said a bunch of other shit, talked about his money and all that. Shakur talked about fighting him. He said he turning his back, right? Right. At that point, I think it's safe to say ain't no fight happening. So now you telling me he's gonna fight one of them dudes off a layoff as opposed to being active. When he was active, he got mad when people bring up dudes' names. So he's not fighting either one of them. Not right now. It's not happening. And him and Devin probably never fight because Devin is 2 weight classes above Tank. And it got shit to do with being scared, but I just don't think those teams talked enough to even make the fight. Same shit with Shakur. I got on the phone with his team. Only thing happened is a fucking phone conversation, fam. Nobody, the team ain't saying Tank ain't want to fight, he ducking. I was just able to get the info of what really went on. And the question was asked, are you available to fight Tank Davis? Hell yeah, was the response. And then it was no more after that. It wasn't no more reaching out. The next fight we heard about Tank was with Lamont Roach. Why it all makes sense to me? Because Lamont Roach already said he met Tank out somewhere and he shook hands and he told him, yo, you keep doing your thing, we're going to do some business. Did they or did they not do business? They did. So it's simple, man. Look, the dude could beat anybody he get in the ring with, but he got to get in there with him first. I can't just tell you he want to fight somebody because he said it on Twitter, fam. Like, people say a lot on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Motown. So, look, I believe it when he get back active, yo. But fighting Devin Haney, and you will be going heavier than 140, let's assume, because Devin ain't coming no lower than 44. So let's say hypothetically, how do you think it makes sense and it puts him in the best position to beat a Devin Haney if you jump up to 44, heavier than you've ever been off the layoff, coming off a draw, not your best performance? Some will question if you all the way focused, right? You got legal shit going on. Tank is frustrated. That's what I get. I ain't got to say nothing bad about him because I don't think that way, but I think he's frustrated. And he's seeing boxing moving on without him, and he spoke his piece. He said what he needed to say to get people talking. Oh, I'm going to fight you. He's talking about Shakur. And then he said the same thing to Haney. I don't believe he fight neither one of them. Not next. He's just talking. That's that fighter shit. Get online and argue.
I got a question for you, Jess. If these niggas only fight once a year anyway, what's the point of inactivity? What do you consider like, oh, he inactive?
Inactivity? I mean, shit, if you only fight one time a year, I think it's a little inactive. You know what I'm saying? But two, I don't think guys got to fight 3 times a year. 2 to 3 times, I think is cool. But just
you get what I'm saying though? Like a Bud Crawford, he only fought once a year, right?
It seemed like that. It started getting like that.
But when he fought, you wasn't like, oh, he been inactive. You get what I'm saying? But he only fought a year.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. It just give me the fights. You know what I'm saying? Give me the fights that you say you're gonna give us. It shouldn't be this fighter A today, fighter B tomorrow, fighter C, and then you playing musical chairs with names. That's disingenuous to the fan base because we know you can't fight 3 people. We know you can't negotiate, and it's a possibility that you're not negotiating with 2 of these fighters because you said out your own mouth that you're not even willing to reach out to their manager. And then one of them, you said straight up, you're not looking to fight them no more. Shit crazy. Like, that's why I be saying that's where the smoke and mirrors come in at. You can't negotiate fights by yourself. Think about it. Bill Haney's a manager. Why would he be talking to the fighters directly without their managers present? Do that even sound like that makes sense? But you'll have people online thinking that that's how we go. Yeah, I'm trying to talk directly to the fighters. Talking to Keyshawn. Instead of talking to Keyshawn about Keyshawn, he's asking Keyshawn about Shakur, not Jay Prince. It's a lot of shit that just don't make sense. He do this shit for entertainment. And the ones that called it out without disrespecting him was Radio Raheem and Sean Zeitel. Because they feel the same way I feel. It's crazy how people will cite these pundits, as they call them, right? But y'all not gonna cite them two dudes. They pundits in the space too. And Sean Zeitel said he tried to reach out to courtside and he wasn't able to get no answer. So that's all I've been saying. When people are speaking on behalf of Shakur or Jay Prince, where is your information come from? Because I know the last few things I said up here came directly from the source. And that's my problem with people. You going off Mike Coppinger, you going off a source, and Shakur called him out on Twitter and said, bro, where you get this from? What are you talking about? You get what I'm saying? You got Bill telling people, yo, Keyshawn, you asked for a certain number, and we sent you a contract. And what did he say to Bill? Man, get the hell out of here, Bill. You know, you ain't sent no damn contract, man. Fuck you lying for? You ain't sent no contract. But people are all over that like he didn't just lie. He just told y'all he sent that man a contract to fight where, though? And what did Keyshawn say? Hey, Bill, if we negotiate, we're gonna be talking to the networks and this and that. He was like, yo, where we fighting at, Bill? Come on, man. Who got a contract but don't know where they fighting at? That's all he's been doing is he's been playing on the ignorance of boxing fans. And I'm not even completely mad at him.
I agree with that.
A lot of people are lazy in boxing and he's taking advantage of it. He's giving them what they want. They just want the show, the dog and pony show. They don't care what happens next. They just want to hear, oh shit, he's fighting Tank. Oh shit, he's fighting Shakur now. Yeah, he wants to smoke with Shakur. Oh shit, he said yeah to 44. All that shit seems suspect. You make the fight with Ramirez, 144 is completely off the table after that point, right? You can't do it. They argue forever. Now you 10 months later and you can make it. don't be making sense, man. I tell you this all the time now. I'm more supportive of Devin than they are. Because I was like, that dude could have been made 144 if he wanted to. He ain't have to sit around and have y'all arguing online for months about what he couldn't do. Oh, he's such a welterweight that he ain't thinking about fighting no more of the motherfuckers at the one. He fought one and said, yeah, I need these 40 pounders and lightweights to come up here and fight. Come on, man. Ain't shit
Just, I got a question,
that. How it was good, homie.
Just, I got a question. Yo, can you hear me, Just?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yo, bro, so listen, right? I think you're taking it wrong, right? I'm talking about like something totally different, right? I mean, like, so the Devin thing, right, that you trying to prove, listen, I believe all of that. Right? But I'm talking about Tank saying, yo, sign this contract, bro. That means he's trying to come back to fight Devin, bro. Like, I don't understand why people's acting like, oh, Tank ain't gonna come back off no, oh no, Tank ain't just gonna come jump straight back into Devin. Huh? He just told y'all that he is.
He told us a lot.
He told y'all that he is.
He told us a lot, though. You get what I'm saying? Like,
bro,
it's not no knock on him. Just tell me a time out of 31 fights that he ever fought somebody of Devin's caliber off a long ass layoff.
But this is a different Tank, homie. This is G money. He tired of all the talking. He tired of everyone bashing his name, bro.
He's doing a lot of the talking. His ass been inactive on the sideline, tweeting at everybody that got something going on right now. Tank seemed like an angry troll right now, bro.
Hey, Just, yeah, he do.
Internet troll, bro. He on everybody.
He do, but he coming.
But it is.
Yo, listen. Hey, listen, man.
Doing that shit because business-wise, it's not smart to me. That's my opinion. I ain't saying it's facts, but notice I said it on both sides. If they gonna make that fight, they would have made it when they was closer in weight, and they would have made it being more active, in my opinion, than being 2 weight classes away and coming off layoffs. Now Tank gotta meet you. You know what I mean? Where you at? Right? You gotta go up to 44. That's past 140, where he said it was too much for him. You really believe it? I think you got to come off layoff like Devin Haney. Why the fuck would you do that?
I mean, I believe. Hey, just listen, bro.
Business. It's like Devin Haney fighting Shakur at 35, knowing he outgrew the weight class. It's a bad business move.
Yeah, I think it is too.
Best chance at winning. You get what I'm saying?
It is too, though. Yeah, but yeah, like I said, I think it's crazy that Tank is even trying this. But at the same time, Tank is the best one out of them all, and I don't care about what I don't. This ain't no bash on Devin or bash on Corey. I'm not. I'm just saying.
Tank the best ever. We know that.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, Tank believes in himself. So
they all got to prove it.
Right, but I'm just saying, Tank said, I'm coming back, and I'm going to get all the big names that all of y'all said that I was scared of. But now everyone talking about, oh, he ducking Floyd Schofield. Now y'all bringing up Keyshawn Davis and them. No, y'all been saying Tank don't got no smoke with Devin or Shakur, but then as soon as he comes back and tries it, now it's no, he gotta fight. It's mandatory. He gotta do this. He gotta do that. He got no, man. No, it's crazy.
I tell you what, he damn sure crazy. Off no layoff. That's just gonna be stupid. That's just gonna be dumb. These dudes like on Twitter, you got Tank talking like a fighter. But in reality, when it's time for that business to get done, it just, to me, it don't make a lot of business sense for you to fight either one of those guys that could end up being your toughest fight of your career coming off a layoff.
But Tank don't think that. Tank don't think that. He said it already. He said them dudes is easy work. He told us this already, though.
Yeah, but that
both of them niggas though.
Easy work. Was it easy work when they fought?
Who?
He said Lamont was easy work,
but
right?
The whole wait, hold up, Justin. No, he didn't. No. Tank is the hold up. Tank's the only person that ever said no. Like, yo, this dude is the truth. Tank told us that. Everybody else said, oh, this easy work. This easy work. Tank didn't
think about this, right?
Come
on,
he
was saying he was the truth before they fought. Do you know what he currently saying now that this man fought him to a draw? Guess what?
Yeah, but that's after he starting all this bullshit though.
Now Lamont didn't have one negative thing to say about Tank. His fans are just insecure, and we can tell they don't really appreciate good boxing, because if they did, Lamont Roach wouldn't have been getting dragged for taking y'all superhero to a fucking draw.
Listen, yeah,
I believe you on that. Just Tank saying he overhyped.
I believe you on that.
Me, an overhyped guy fought you to a draw.
Yeah, that's crazy. But Tank told us bull. He's the truth. Tank told us that. Right?
He told us a lot. I mean, look, Tank ain't on trial here, you know, like
No, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to
when he
speak
get
the
back.
truth, bro. That's all. I'm just trying to speak the truth, bro.
Yeah, but he got to get back though. Like right now, he looks
He's
like a
trying to
dog
get
barking
back,
with the fence closed, and that's not a slight to him. He's just like a dog barking with the fence closed, bro.
No. But he's trying to come back. He's trying to come back. But
See,
then you got people talking about he's ducking.
Hold on, real quick, Mac. See, this is the shit that I don't respect from y'all as a man. Because I'm saying real shit. So tell me, Don, what's the statement I made that makes me a Tank hater? Go ahead.
No.
Watch
I ain't call you no Tank hater.
These dudes are dick eaters, straight like that. And I don't even like talking like that. So
Just
tell me
no
this.
Tank hater.
Hold on, Mac. Hold on. Tell me this. It's crazy when I got the slightest bit of criticism based on what I know he's not doing. I'm a hater. But y'all listen to dudes tell you how Shakur ain't shit, how he a duck, how he a fraud, and y'all don't say shit. I watch this in the shadows. That's why I don't be typing. When have you heard me say anything disparaging or negative about Tank besides what he's not doing?
I mean, I never heard.
No, I said dudes is dick eaters, fam. I ain't saying John, you are a dick eater. I said dudes are. They don't hear what they want to hear on this channel. You want me to prop Tank up on a pedestal and tear everybody else down? I'm not doing that. So don't move the goalpost, fam. We're gonna talk about this because this is the kind of shit I don't expect from none of y'all.
Just ain't no Tank hater though.
Don't move the fucking goalpost, or you could click the link, fam, and we can chop it up. This ain't no beef, but talk to me. Watch this shit. Watch. I'm a Tank hater. Do you tell dudes they be Shakur haters when they sit up talking about how much of a fraud he is and how he a cap artist and Jay Prince on him when people arguing telling him how much money he got and who he fight next and who he signed to? I don't hear that energy. I expect that shit when I actually said something negative about Tank. So again, tell me what's the hater comment, Don? You said I'm moving like a Tank hater. So before I even make my next set, tell me what I said that's hating on Tank. Watch this, y'all. Teachable moment coming in. Watch this. I guarantee you, he can't tell you the shit that I said about Tank that's hating on him. Watch. Get the fuck out of here. I really don't respect none of you dudes that try to label me like the rest of these fucking weirdos. You don't know nobody that represents Jersey and rock with core the way they do and give Tank Davis his just due the way I do. You won't find another fucking channel. Man. You won't find another. When these dudes are saying how this dude is, you know, they going in, they talking about his money, how he beat women. You hear me saying, well, what woman did he beat? Fuck out of here with that weak ass shit, fam. Like, I ain't expect that from you. I'm a Tank hater. What the fuck did I say that's considered hating? Oh, he not fighting Devin off a layoff? He ain't never done no shit like that. And I would be saying the same shit for Shakur. You hear me tell y'all, Shakur and Devin ain't happening this year. Shakur ain't going up to no 47 this year. I said it. I ain't no hater of nobody. I support the dude. Even when the internet, or I ain't gonna say the internet because he got the internet, even when this YouTube space is against him. You ain't never heard me hate on him. Ever. Tell me what's the Tank hater shit that I said. Bet you can't say it. Nah, I'm really on this because I want to show y'all how these dudes switch up in real time. That's how they switch up. I ain't praising him enough. I ain't telling you he's Superman and he could beat everybody no matter the situation because I don't believe stupid shit, fam. I respect real. And what's real is that dude getting back in the ring first before fighting any of them top dudes. If I would love to be wrong
I agree with that.
Him not fighting Devin Haney or Shakur next. I would love to be wrong about that. But I guarantee you I'm not going to be. And it's a very good chance that he don't fight for the remainder of the year. I would never hate on him because all these dudes younger than me, and I don't have no hate. Tank Davis is very fun to watch. I enjoy Devin Haney fights. I support them bitches. Pay for his pay-per-views. I get tired of this. Y'all not going to agree with every fucking talking point I got. But if you can't tell me what I said that's a hater, that's sucker shit. I'm moving like a Tank hater. No, y'all be moving like y'all on y'all knees for these other dudes. Where does energy be at when you see people tear down boxing, fam? I'm one of the few platforms that don't do that shit. When they all talking about Tank ain't this and Tank ain't that, you don't hear Judge Du up here saying that. Did you hear me saying all the shit about how he took the knee and how he got beat and he ain't really that good? I didn't take part in none of that weak ass shit. None of it. Y'all just be wanting me to overpraise that dude. I'm not fucking doing that. And I listen, let me speak on this. I know some of y'all that used to come here that don't stay the fuck away. I'm not about to overly praise your boyfriend because you want me to. When it's been a lot of inconsistency in the things that his team said, he said they currently in disarray right now, and they saying he currently training with Jose Benavidez Senior because of all the shit that been going on. I'm no hater to dude. When his ass fight, pay for fucking expensive pay-per-views too. Don't do that shit. Don't label me no fucking hater when I ain't said one thing that could be considered hate. That's weird, man. I build boxing up, and I take pride in that shit. I take pride in it. You ain't never hear me say nothing about it.
Yeah, that's a fact. No, I'm just saying, only thing I'm trying to figure out is, like, so a casual, like, so I've been in this for about 2 years now. Now, I've been hearing people say Tank don't got the balls to fight Devin. He don't got the balls to come at Shakur. He ain't going to send him no contracts. He just be fighting, bringing people up, and he's this, he's that, he's this, he's that. But then he comes back and tries to, and people are bringing up that he's ducking Schofield. It's like Tank can't do like he can't do anything like to win, bro. Like it's like damn near impossible. Like it's crazy to me. I just don't get that. I just don't get that.
I mean, look, he just got to get back in there. He just got to get back active. That's all. Like, if this was an active Tank doing this shit, then I feel totally different. The only reason I feel like it ain't happening because they officially made him champion and recess. That's usually an indication. You just got some feedback. You got to unmute when you're ready. It's usually an indication that guy ain't gonna have a fight right no time soon. If I'm wrong, then I'll be glad to be wrong about it. You know what I'm saying? I would, but these dudes all say a lot. All of them, all fighters, they say a lot, but it's a lot of yellow and red tape to get through before a fight like that could happen. And the same thing with Conor and Devin and all these dudes, right? Like I told y'all before, man, don't y'all think it's a crime that the most that has happened with a Shakur and Tank fight is a phone call? Shouldn't that be a fucking crime, fam? Like they both started at 26. They both, you get what I'm saying? Still doing their thing right. Like one phone conversation is diabolical, bro. But we've been arguing about it for years. But they're not even trying to put the fight together behind the scenes. You get what I'm saying? And we be arguing about who's ducking when they didn't even get that far. That's why I don't be pushing them narratives, man. I really don't. 70-30, no rehydration was a fair off.
Yeah, but that's my point, y'all. Tank just put that on Tank's post. He posted this shit. Yeah. So, like, I don't think any fan can argue Tank. No fan can argue Al. He told Al, send him that contract. And that's what Al did. And Devin said, I'm going to move past you. Now, I know I'm a casual. When y'all's hardcore's here, that sounds like a duck to me. Is it or not?
Nah, look, I'll pull up the thing where they was going back and forth. I get it.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying. I'm confused.
About making a fight and it don't happen, somebody had the duck. But you can look at this right here. You can look at this right here. And you can tell that this is ego. This is business. I mean, if you want to throw a duck in there, you could. But it's some other places I'm going to go based on how they talking to each other. So, Devin, did he hurt your feeling when he said, yo, holla back fast or I'm going somewhere else? Like, time is ticking, bitch. Did he hurt your feelings? Because you saying now, since you talking like that, I don't want to do business with you. I'm moving past you. It's not so much of a duck, but that's what I mean about wasting people's time because the Haney fans told me this is who he was fighting next, right? This is who he was fighting next.
Correct. Right? Yep. Yeah, they did.
He's moving past it because his feelings hurt. What, he didn't like the way he talked to him, but y'all was telling me 100% how this is the guy that you want to fight, right? This is the guy that's next. But now, just because he tweeted, it's we moving on. Like that shit just be bullshit. That's why I say y'all never was realistically fighting. I don't give a damn what they say. Shout out to Cornelius, my dog. He said, I don't think the Haneys want that fight right now. I don't know what they want, to be honest. I think they want to make the most money and try to make a big fight, but I don't think they know exactly what that fight is for sure right now. 100% in my mind, I don't think they know for sure what they're doing next. I don't think so. I don't think they know what they're doing next. And again, it's not because somebody's scared or ducking. Business got to get ironed out. Shit got to make sense. A fight of that magnitude between Devin and Tank Davis, Man, that Twitter shit don't move me, man. That's a real fight. They're gonna have to really do some business behind the scenes and get it over the hump. Same thing with Core. Any of these dudes, any top guy, where they operate that, where it's business, more sport, that shit takes some doing, bro. And it's gonna take more than some tweets to make these fights. It's gonna take phone calls, sitting down, getting dudes on the same page. I like the way Conor and Earl set the trend a little bit, talking to each other. I like the fact that Core and Tio was on the phone talking to each other. That's what's really what the problem is. Let's cut Twitter out and y'all get each other, y'all get on the phone and talk. We don't care. I don't care about public perception. I want to know what the reality is. Are y'all really trying to make the fight behind the scenes, or are you only talking about it on Twitter? That's why I be meaning I got such a energy towards public negotiations, because that's bad business 101. You ruin fights that way. You don't get fights a lot of time. You telling all the business. Tell me, y'all, if you got a problem with what's being offered, the internet we shouldn't know. You should tell them, not the public, because it don't change shit. That's not gonna make PBC budge and give you more of a split or a bigger. It's not gonna happen. All you're gonna do is weaken the chances of you making that fight, because you running right to the internet for everything. That's all. I ain't saying you can't say nothing on the internet, but if you are 100% sold on making a fight, right? Then I think you would move a certain way. I don't think you would be trying to update every little step of the way until it's done. And then you can come and tell the fans something reasonable. Hey, look, we tried to make this fight. We couldn't get what we was looking for. The business ain't make sense, so we moved on. That's reasonable. And then people could be like, all right, they still gonna come with their narratives, but the real ones are gonna be like, all right, bet, we get it. But all this, CJ, what's good with it, homie? Blessings to you, fam. It's all this one's scared. Y'all don't get tired of that same narrative? They've been telling you people been scared of them since 35. Everybody's ducking them. Think about how many fighters lesser than Shakur and Tank has been in the ring with Devin. Why would either of them be scared? And think about how many lesser fighters been in the ring with Shakur and Tank. Why would Devin be scared? These lesser guys that get right the fuck in there, fight, get knocked out, beat up, get mixtape demos made, all types of shit. But the top guys are the ones that's truly scared.
Well,
it don't make logical sense to me.
To be honest with you, I don't think Devin's a top guy, and I know people gonna probably bash me and all that. To me, he's not a top guy.
Why
I'm just
not?
sorry, and the reason that he ain't is because he played Goliath his whole career. He played Goliath, bro. Like, and people talking about how Tank brings up people, but I don't ever hear these hardcores talking about Devin being Goliath. And every time he's in the ring.
Good. That give me a little bit of time. I got to 7 to get to these fights. What time is it? It's about to be 5. I got a little bit of time because we're going to come back and call the fights, man. We put the work in over here. But look, I'm not saying don't make no mention of like nothing. Like, you got to generate buzz, and I feel like the social medias are the places for that. But it's when they start adding details that don't make sense. 2 fighters on the same contract. Then they go on their YouTube channels. Oh shit, he wanted 2 for 1, 2 on the same. And then the next day, it's not what he meant was, he want both of y'all to fight Devin separate, 2 separate like he could have said that. And then from there, I just feel like it's been nothing but inconsistency on Team Haney. And I feel like the big reason for it, in my opinion, is because of the Ryan Garcia fight happening. People, even though it didn't count, people feel like it did. I think he's made it hard for you to really eat out here. Like, and you don't have that same flexibility where guys is willing to, put up money for your fights. Right now, to me, I can't see Devin Haney fighting for nothing or nobody but Zuffa or Turkey. Like, he's worked with a number that he worked with the top ranks, the match rooms, right? He's not, them dudes they ain't spending the block to put on none of his fights. Right, and he get paid a lot, and arguably he could beat your guy. If you got a top guy over there, he could beat him. But Devin is definitely a top guy. 3-division champion, former undisputed. His name is in the mix of with the big guys. Like, think about it. If your name is sitting next to Tank, it's for a good reason.
Yeah, but just Tank fought all bigger people.
He's a top guy for sure.
Tank fought all bigger people.
Say that again.
Right? Tank fought all bigger people, right?
Because he a damn troll. He little as hell.
Right. That's what but then they call Devin the warrior though. And yeah, Tank's a scary nigga.
See, but this is the thing, though.
This is what I don't get about boxing fans. Like I just can't understand.
They both warriors, fam. That's what a real one to tell you. They both go through this shit. Ain't shit easy about going 12 rounds. Ain't shit easy about knocking people out.
If
Ain't
that's you, the bigger
easy
dude.
about boxing as a professional and being successful as both of them has been. They both warriors. Both warriors. We seen what Devin Hart was when he could have tapped out. He didn't. You get what I'm saying? Like, these dudes is dogs, man. But who you like more shouldn't change the fact that you're able to get a guy on the other side. His credit. Devin is a phenomenal fighter. If Tank fought him right now and beat him, that would be Tank's best win by far. Same thing with Devin. Devin beat Tank. That's his best win by far. That's why I don't believe in trying to, like, we can say who we feel like gonna win. Ain't shit wrong with that. It's boxing, but these dudes both warriors, bro.
Yeah, I'm not calling Devin no bum,
that Ryan fight. I swear, I thought for when he got knocked down and he was like turning back over to get up, I thought it was over for Devin. I was like, yo, he really about to get stopped. I really thought the fact that man finished that fight earned the hell out of my respect. I was like, man, you could have been tapped out. Respect
yeah,
I
get it.
But it's like they all had paths. What they want could be different. Their whys could be different. What they prioritizing in terms of fights could be different. They're top guys for sure. You know what I'm saying? That any three of them fight each other, even the other one would be their best win.
I agree with that.
Now, that's Mag 7 with that damn cricket in the back. Emmanuel, that's him. Tank fans are delusional. They are, but so is Devin Haney fans. So is that. Like, I'll say this: the people that I know rock with Shakur, I don't hear them pushing narratives that tear Tank or Devin Haney down. I've never heard it. If y'all find somebody that's doing it, point me to it so I can see it. I've never seen that. I've never seen it. I've never seen people waste all hours talking about how scared these guys are, how they punks, and it should just be weird, man. But that's what them Haney fans do. When the fight don't happen, that you already know what they go to is. He ducked us. He ain't really want to fight. Shit, clown behavior, fam. Clown behavior, but we gonna see, man. It's been a cool conversation, man. I do want to. Let me see if I got time to cover, because I did want to cover this Richardson Hitchins joint, this interview where he talked about Tank a little bit in that, and that dude just emotional. He got trust issues, you could tell, and I don't mean that in a negative way. That's just what it is. He don't trust nobody, and he moved like it. He moved like he don't trust people. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to him, man. Y'all appreciate you, bro. That was Mag Savvy. Probably sometimes you be having to set your settings. If you on the actual phone, make sure that your mic settings is accurate. Or if you on headphones, sometimes you gotta change the settings to Bluetooth, and it'll take that that feedback out sometimes. Shout out to everybody in the building. Keep hitting the like button. Let's get 100 likes. We should have it. I don't know why we don't, but I think I'm gonna cover this before we get out of here. This is the last thing I'm gonna cover, man. This was a cool conversation. Some other stuff we're gonna get to tomorrow, but gotta get to this. I see Oscar shot down fight like this type of shit. For example, let me switch gears, right? Because I know I got a lot of energy to Haney and their tactics, right? But even with Ryan Garcia is doing with Conor Benn, you went on Jimmy Fallon and gave a date talking about when you fighting, but then your promoter is saying this.
Yo, what's up, guys? Lots of fake news going around. Okay, so people are posting about the Ryan Garcia fight and Conor Benn fight in Las Vegas, September 12th. But I have yet to be approached about making this fight. We signed a 2-fight deal for Ryan with the Saudis last year. The first fight was with Barrios. And apparently the Saudis have chosen Conor Benn to be Ryan's next opponent. Nobody's asking for this fight. The fans are definitely not wanting this fight. And if it were up to me, I would have picked Devin Haney for the rematch. That's a much bigger fight. But because Turkey owns Zuffa and wants to help them out, he picked Conor Benn. But whatever, that's fine. I mean, look, you can't just make fights without Golden Boy and DAZN. I know Paramount wants the Ryan fight on their network because their regular Zuffa fights do a few thousand views. Oh, I can't imagine how fucking disappointed Paramount is. But there are contracts in place. You can't just do whatever you want here in America. There are laws and legally binding contracts. Turkey and Salah. You can't call up any fighter you want and make a fight. You can't put fights on any network you want.
That's a fact.
That's why you're getting sued left
That's a
and
fact.
right.
This is a teachable moment.
It's why you wanted to call a peace meeting with Frank and Eddie over a war that you started. And by the way, you left me, Al Heyman, and Bob Arum out of your peace meeting. And guess what? We control the U.S. market.
Yep.
Bob Arum said the other day he thinks your brother, Dana White, is a cancer in the sport of boxing. And everyone agrees he's terrible. All he does is fuck the UFC fighters. And you want to replicate that model in boxing? You think that's a good idea? I mean, come on, dude. Oh, and Uncle Fester, fuck you. And don't forget to give me a call about Ryan Garcia. Because guess what? You fucking legally have to. Remember, kids, you're never a hater if you only speak the facts. Oh, and happy 4th of July.
I swear Oscar is a damn fool, fam. But look, to switch gears a little bit, because like so people can hear it differently when it ain't their favorite fighter I'm talking about. Same thing I had for that situation with Conor, Benn, and Ryan Garcia. Ryan, how are you going on Jimmy Fallon announcing dates and they not talking to your promoter about the fight? How? You really promoting this shit September 12th. You throwing dates out there. How? But nobody's talking to Oscar. So what he's saying ain't making sense. So y'all could just do what y'all want. Y'all could just make the fight without Oscar. The same way Shakur and Keyshawn gonna make fights without Jay Prince, right? I'm very logical, fam. That's why I don't believe shit, because it don't make sense. I do good math, man. 2 + 2 is always gonna be 4 for me. Not 6, not 8, not 10. You get me? Promoters aren't just gonna hand over the American market to Turkey. Hell no. Hell no. They control it, bro. They really, we got the talent. We got the best talent in the world over here. For sure, for sure. You know what I'm saying? Everybody keep hitting that like button. Last thing we're gonna cover out here, man, because I got in the title. I wouldn't feel right if we left without covering it. Richardson Hitchins did an interview with Mr. Versace on the ring, man. He was talking about the situation with Tank. Like I said, man, Tank just got trust issues. I think anybody that come from situations where you can't trust people and you got to get it out the mud, you're going to be like that. And he's super sensitive. And I know that because he admitted to it. He said it. He take everything personal. So if you even say this, him and somebody is a good fighter or they can beat him, he going to have a problem with that. That's just what he is. He's sensitive. All these fighters is, I think, Shakur too. You know what I'm saying? I think they all are when it comes to their careers to a certain degree. You know what I'm saying? They all be on that sense. Yo.
Hey, what's up with you, brothers? Happy 4th, man. I gotta get up out of here, man. Appreciate you letting me on, man. It was
you already know, family.
Good talks. Good talks, man.
Shout out to my dog.
Happy 4th, everybody.
You already know. Shout out to my guy Blue, man. Appreciate you. This is the last one. We're gonna cover this Mr. Versace joint. And say I don't make excuses for his ignorance. You're gonna see, man. I don't know. Y'all sure be making excuses for William Haney, but let's keep going, y'all. This is the last one. We're gonna cover this and we're gonna be out, y'all. Yeah, Scooter Davis, facts, bro. Facts. I wanna watch the whole card. Scooter real, like his energy. As a matter of fact, I might reach out to him and see if I could get him on the channel. I like Scooter Davis. I really do. I like his mentality in them interviews. I like how he answered questions without overselling.
I'm your host, Mr. Versace himself, Rick Reno, and joining me today is one of the rising stars of the sport, undefeated former world champion Richardson Hitchins. He is back in the ring July the 26th, live and exclusive on Paramount Plus, making his Zuffa boxing debut against Ricardo Salas at the theater in Madison Square Garden in New York City. How does it feel to finally, a few weeks away, to be back in the ring?
It felt good. I think this is like the longest layoff of my career. So just being able to go back into the ring with a new promotional deal, a new weight class. I'm excited. I just want to see how I'm going to feel. I feel like the fans are going to see a different version of me, a better version of me. And yes.
And real quick, y'all, real quick, just like I made the point with Conor Benn. You heard Conor Benn signed to Zuffa, then you heard he was fighting Regis Prograis. You heard Richardson Hitchins signed to Zuffa first, then they announced who he was going to fight, not the other way around. The proof is in the pudding. I'm very reasonable and rational, right? I'm not saying there's no way they can do it the other way, but I think it's less likely to happen, especially if it's coming from Zuffa. Nobody else from Zuffa that's fighting on Zuffa, for Zuffa, announced a fight on Zuffa before their actual deal. And that's all I've been saying to these dudes. Same thing with Hitchins. We heard he signed to Zuffa. His title is bye-bye. Now he fighting at 47. He fighting forgot what's dude name. Salas, I think is his last name. You get what I'm saying? That's who he fighting. Like, ain't nobody announcing fights and then, oh shit, yeah, we got the deal done after the fact. Like, that shit don't make sense.
It's time to get it on.
Do you know much about Salas? Have you watched a couple of his fights?
No, I don't know much about Salas. He was one of the guys that the fight wasn't originally supposed to fight him. I was in talks with fighting Elvis Rodriguez. You know, Elvis is more of a commercially known name in the States. And one day I go on Twitter and I see, I don't know if it was Salas people that put out something or somebody put something out saying I turned down the Salas fight. And the fans started just going at me. Oh, I'm scared. I don't want to fight a Mexican pressure fighter. I'm scared. And I called Keith right away in real time. I called my manager. I said, make the fight happen. And we canceled out the Elvis Rodriguez fight and made the Salas fight happen.
Now, you were with Matchroom for a minute. What ultimately led to your decision to go to Zuffa? Because you probably could have went to any promoter if you really wanted to.
Yeah. You know, I had deals from, you know, different people. I had deals from the Zone, the network. It's from the network itself. Yeah. Golden Boy, we spoke to. Top Rank was reaching out. And I also was in talks about signing back with Eddie, but it didn't get to happen. And to be honest, Zuffa gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. A lot of zeros. And they see my career the way I see it for myself. You know, being in the meeting with Dana White and Nick Khan, I kind of was vocal and transparent about how I never really got to get promoted, how I wanted to get promoted. You know, you see a lot of fighters like Shakur Stevenson, when they was on the come up, they would be fighting a lot in the East Coast, Prudential Center. Boots Ennis is always in the East Coast, Philly, Atlantic City. And I feel like when I was with different promoters, they had me all around the United States, but never really home, all around the tri-state area to build my name. So Zuffa gave me the word to help me build my name, especially around my home area and eventually around the world. So
is that like your major bone of contention when you departed Matchroom? Because I remember there was like a lot of tension at the end when you announced your free agency live on the air.
Yeah,
Eddie got really pissed off. Him and your manager Keith Connolly started going back and forth, and then I know at some point it seems like cooler heads prevailed. You guys tried to, you know, reconcile, but I guess it just didn't happen.
Yeah, like you said, we tried to reconcile. We spoke. We sat down. We was in agreement. And things kind of got weird. I was supposed to fight originally January 31st, Jermaine Ortiz on the Shakur Stevenson and Teofimo co-main event, and out of nowhere, I was just canceled out. That never really happened to me in my career. It was weird to me, and from there, the next month I was supposed to schedule to fight Oscar Duarte. That fight didn't end up happening, and Zuffa, like I said, they gave me an offer that I couldn't refuse, and that's why I went with it.
You're making the move to 147. Was that more of a business decision because you were calling a lot of guys out, they weren't stepping up to the table to fight you, or was it more because the weight was getting harder, or a combination of the two?
I would say it's a combination of the two, but it's more leaning because the weight was harder. I've been at 140 since I was maybe 16 years old.
Name me another fighter that you know spent their amateur and pro career at the same exact weight class. Telling you, man, I respect Hitchins, man.
You know, at 15, I was fighting 138. And then when I went up to at 16, I went to the senior division.
Yeah.
And I started fighting at 141. So from the amateurs, I've been fighting 141. I'm about to be 29. So that's over a decade of holding the same weight class. And the weight started getting hard a few years ago. But with the IBF rehydration clause on top of that, I just was zapped of just a lot of potential in my abilities and just my conditioning. And I just couldn't do it no more. I couldn't fight. My last fight, I did want to go out there and compete. I wanted to, you know, not even make the 140 weight. in period and just coming over it, get the belt stripped. But obviously I couldn't go out there fight, and it was a hard decision.
That's what I'm saying. That shit crazy.
Not just not making a fight, but losing out a huge payday. You know, like so. I always think about that. Like, damn, I'm dollars short right now from just like losing out money on camp and not being able to go into the ring and fight. But I feel like things happen for a reason. At 147, I'm gonna be a lot stronger, a lot faster, just a lot more confident in myself and just my conditioning and my ability.
Yeah, I remember when I got the call about that because it was the day of the fight, and I got a call because it was a ring event, and someone had called me, I think, from Sella and said, you know, Hitchins is out of the fight. I said, what do you mean he's out of the fight? Fight's later today, I think. And they're like, no, he's out. He feels ill. And I knew right away it had to have been the IBF, the rehydration, and everything that went along with it. Are you surprised that the other sanctioning bodies don't have that rule? Are you surprised that the IBF still sticks to that? Because there's a lot of guys who've fallen out because of that second day.
I already wanted to call out way before the day of the fight.
Yeah.
But my manager was, you know, basically saying, see how you feel. See how you feel. You know, we can't just pull out like that. See how you feel. And I just couldn't do it. The first time I heard of the IBF was in 2022 for Yomar Alamo for the Continental IBF belt. And I actually got a vlog on it on YouTube. And you could see like my reaction when Keith came up to me and was like, you can't gain more than 10 pounds. And that was like the first time me actually making weight, and then before the fight, it still felt like I'm making weight the day of the fight because I had to hold it till the day of the fight. Like my mouth was still parched, I'm still dried up, I didn't get the fluid up, and I could tell like even in that fight my energy was off. And then I came back 2 fights after that. I fought Bowser, I fought Zepeda, and there wasn't no IBF rehydration clause. I felt tremendous. Then I came back again and fought a fighter named Gustavo Lemos, and again, I had the same back and forth with my manager in the room. Like, I'm not doing this IBF. I'm either going to pull out or I'm not making a weight. And at that time, my back was against the wall because my manager was basically saying, you're not a world champion. You're not marketable. So if you pull out this fight, which is an IBF world title eliminator, you're going to get cut because Eddie's not going to know what to do with you. And that's just the reality of it. So I had to go into the ring not being 100% me. And, you know, all glory to God, I got the victory, but I knew my days was numbered with the IBF, and I didn't want to say so much 140, but the IBF, it was just like a very, like, it was an obstacle for me, a huge obstacle, and I couldn't do it.
After everything happened, there was a lot of talk from Duarte and his side, because you guys are going back and forth all week, even before then. Is that still something in your mind of somewhere down the line, I want to shut this guy's mouth?
I want to make that fight happen so bad, like so bad. I swear, like, it's like, again, I'm at a new weight class. He's at 140 still, trying to compete to get a belt there, and I think he just moved up to 135. I mean, from 135 to 140, so he's more comfortable at 140. But like I said, it's a fight I want to make happen, but like it's complicated because you got a lot of guys that's superstars at 147. Yeah. So in the business aspect, it makes sense to chase some of the big names at 147, and the majority of the big names are at 147. But I feel like Duarte is a name that the fans is always gonna try to like bully me with. You pulled out the Duarte fight. You was scared of Duarte. So eventually I want to be able to make that fight happen.
And of course, he and his team are amping it up. He's like, oh yeah, we faced off that last time. I saw fear in his eyes. I had a feeling he wasn't gonna come to the fight the next day.
Yeah, I don't know what he's seen. I mean, listen, it just looked like it looked like it makes sense. You know, obviously I pulled out the fight, and they're gonna run with the narrative. But Duarte know for a fact what he was in for that night, and anybody can see that I wasn't in the best shape. You know, even days before the fight, like I said, it was not even the IBF rehydration clause. Making 140 was a huge challenge, and I questioned different things. I don't know whether because it was the winter time. Remember, it was like February in Vegas. Yeah. It was cold. The weight wasn't coming off really. I don't know what it was, but it was a lot to even make the weight, and making the weight, like I was like messed up before the weigh-in. It was just a lot of things that went along with the fight. So, like I said, I'm in a new class. I'm competing at a new weight class, and I'm just excited.
You know, in your last fight, another hometown fight.
Real quick, shout out to Robert Garcia and Oscar Duarte. He said, yo, dudes cried, man. He cried when he realized that they wasn't getting that fight and Hitchins had pulled out. They cried, man. So kudos to them, respect to them for putting that work in. But I do hope in the future that's a fight that he able to actually make so he can show everybody that he would have beat that dude. Because that's what I think. I think Hitchins is just box him. Box him and turn him. Duarte needs you to be standing right there in front of him for him to look how he need to look. And Hitchins not going to get that to him. He going to have to earn it. And I think Hitchins outbox him.
You had a showcase performance with Kambosos. What's different about that time when you were fighting at home and this time that you're fighting at home?
I just feel like it's nothing different. I'm just in a new weight class. It's new narratives about me. You know, at that time, I was the guy that everybody loved, the guy that, you know, I just brought the world championship back to New York City. I was, you know, came off a great performance. And boxing is so fickle because I was getting bashed for the Lemos fight. And I came back, I dominated Liam Parrow, and the boxing fans was just like comparing me to all the best and saying I'm better than this guy, I'm better than that guy. So I think just this time, it's a lot of more haters that's preying on my downfall. A lot of people just trying to say, oh, he's not that good, he's a regular fighter, he's scared, da-da-da. So I let them talk, and I'll just go out there and do what I've been doing in my career, and it's
And real quick, I had a feeling, I knew somebody was going to say that. I'm trying not to stop it and play this through because we've been here for a minute, but I'll say this. It wasn't that he was trying to have an advantage, Damon. He said it. He said it. And when you get a chance, go look up Bringing the Heat, and go watch his interview with Behind the Hands TV. He was late to get into the title shot, right? Think about it. He was being promoted by Floyd, right? Floyd was focusing on Tank Davis, just call it what it was. That was the focus. Richardson Hitchins had to take a backseat to that for obvious reasons, right? So he was in a little bit of boxing purgatory. He got up out of that situation, got over there with Eddie. Eddie put him in position. But by the time he won the world title, he looking around like other dudes had world titles way before him. So basically with him sticking around, trying to stay at 40, it wasn't so much of him just trying to get an advantage over smaller guys as much as it was him not trying to give up his leverage for being a champion. You just heard him speak about before they had the title, he was feeling sick and was going to pull out a fight. But Keith Conley told him, hey, man, you pull out, you mess around and get, you know what I mean? You mess around and get cut. So it's not like it wasn't just him trying to get advantages or not being willing to go in there and challenge himself. But you know what I'm saying? Sacrifice had to be made, man. You get me? And Hitchins didn't want to give up the same title that he worked so hard for, right? He was doing everything in his power to try to make that weight and keep his title. His manager, he ain't marketable. That's crazy. Andy Cruz has an opponent, Abraham Montoya, awkward opponent. I heard of that Montoya guy. Shout out to L Dub, the plug, man. Appreciate you, family.
Reason why I'm undefeated and still here at the top of the sport.
Now, I remember when we had the Tio and Shakur press conference, you and I saw it pop off with you and Keyshawn. You guys went to face to face. Some heated words were exchanged. What were you two guys saying to each other?
He was just asking me if we gonna fight. Like I said, I don't shy away from nobody. I was just telling him like what it was. Like we can make it happen. We can make it happen whenever you want to make it happen. Or he was just saying, I was saying something. I'll come back to Norfolk, and then he was like, yeah. It was just a lot of bickering, to be honest. I really don't remember I really don't remember the exact specific verbatim what he was saying, but I remember just a lot of back and forth. And at that time, we was in talks of talking, but the fight didn't get made.
Yeah, I remember getting a call about it because it was going to be on a Ring show as the co-feature, and I remember getting a call and. Some of the higher ups were asking me, what do you think about the fight? I said, that's an awesome fight.
Yeah.
Hitch and Keyshawn, that's an awesome fight. And then I remember hearing like, no, it just couldn't get it over the line.
Yeah. It was off a few $100,000. They could have, if they wanted to make the fight happen, I feel like they could have made the fight happen. But looking back at it now, I feel like Keyshawn would have been coming into that fight he would have had the upper hand, just like I said, with the weight, with the 140 rehydration clause, me fighting at 140, and him coming up from 135, 140, he would have been much more comfortable. And when he seen me, the first thing he said, he was like, I'm not gonna lie, you big, you super big. And then he said, oh, size don't matter though. But you could obviously tell like I was growing out the 140 weight class, and I was much more bigger. And ironically, now he's just moved up to weight class, and he's saying he's too big for 140. So Yeah, looking back at it, I just feel like it wasn't the right time to make the fight happen.
Top of the sport is crazy.
The one guy I know you've been calling for some time is Devin Haney. He's got the WBO world strap. And coincidentally, it seems like Keyshawn's being put in line by the sanctioning body to get in line for Haney. And Haney seems to be calling out Shakur, but it doesn't look like that fight's going to happen, at least not right now. Where do you see yourself fitting into that mix? A lot of big names, a lot of money to be made there.
I feel like Haney, he don't want to fight me, period. He's tweeted, I think like a week before I was supposed to fight Duarte, I don't want Richardson Hitchins to lose. I want to beat him up or shut him up or whatever the case is. He was in my DMs. We was conversating about something. And the next day I had woke up. I was like, pussy, don't DM me till you ready to sign a contract. Like basically, don't. I ain't on this friendly shit. Like we not about to send a contract. And I want to fight him so bad, so bad. And I call him and his daddy all type of words on national television. And if he was really a real thoroughbred, he would have sent the contract, or they would have reached out to make the fight happen. I'm at 147 now.
See, that's what people got to stop saying. It's casual shit to just say send a contract. So I like what he said after that. Reach out to make the fight happen. That's what y'all got to start doing, because all the decisions and moves ain't 100% left up to the fighters. You know what I mean? But I think part of opening that door to the fight being a reality is two grown men getting on the same page and ironing out the details so they can make a fight.
And after this fight, in a few weeks, I feel like there's no reason that he shouldn't be calling my name or trying to make the fight happen. And if I can't make the fight happen, I'm gonna have the other guys, Rolly, Tio, Ryan, Conor, Benn is at 147, all these guys. So any one of these guys can get it.
I know Rolly Romero, who you know well. Rolly had said about Devin, because at one point they were supposed to fight. That didn't get over the line earlier this year. And Rolly said something along the lines of, I don't know whether you agree or disagree, that Devin says a lot of stuff on the internet, but off the internet, he's a soft-spoken, nice guy.
Yeah, I mean,
that he kind of tried to say it's all an act, all this internet stuff.
Yeah, I feel like Devin is. I mean, he's cool, I guess. You know, I just feel like it's smoke and mirrors with him. You know, they like when they try to hype him up to say, oh, he beat the best, he's such and such. You know, Devin got a lot of real fans. Like, he don't got fans, he got stands. Like, it's like a Devin Haney cult. You know, like a fraternity or whatever they got of Devin Haney fans. So, like, you can't even speak crazy on his name. Like, when they see this interview, they gonna get on me on Twitter. It's gonna be bad. But I just feel like smoke and mirrors. Like, the guys he fought is good. I do respect him a lot for the Lomachenko win. Yeah. I feel like he dig deep, but other than that, I feel like all the guys he fought, from Brian Norman to Regis Prograis to George Kambosos, was all C-class fighters. I feel like George was what I told him he was. Regis is what he is.
He said Ring sent the contract for Keyshawn. Then he said it was a couple thousand short. He couldn't get that he was looking for a dub. He was trying to get that little What you talking about, Reef, man? What's going on, fam? You gonna be in the building tonight in a little bit when we call these fights.
He's out of the sport. And Brian Norman is a super green fighter that just had a WBO belt, and Devin went for the weakest champion at the time.
If Devin and Shakur were to happen, how do you think that fight matches up?
You know, I'm a ride with Shakur. You know, I feel like Shakur's one of the best in the sport, hands down. And I just feel like Devin's size and his boxing ability could give Shakur trouble, but it's a good fight. But I'm gonna have to lean it towards Shakur.
Another guy I know you were very vocal about trying to get in the ring was Tio, and now there's talk of Tio and Rolly, and it's a bit of an interesting match. You know, when you think about it with the two of them.
Yeah, it is, and they got history. I think they like fake friends or something.
Yeah, true.
So, I mean, I feel like it's a good fight. You know, I'm just excited to see it. Rolly have been out the ring for some time now. I think over a year now. So
since the Times Square show.
Yeah. So I think it's a great fight. I think I'll give it an S to Tio, because in the sparring videos they had when it was like younger, Tio was kind of like putting it on Rolly. So We'll see. I just feel like Teal's kind of small for 147. You know, I feel like he's a real small guy. So we'll see how he matches up at 147. But if I could get the opportunity, if he beats Rolly, which I do believe he will beat Rolly, that's the fight to make happen. I still feel like even him losing a guy like Shakur Stevenson, that's still Shakur is a guy that's difficult for anybody to fight. So I feel like with me and him, it'll be an exciting fight. And it's unfinished business. We were supposed to do it at 140. It didn't happen at 140. Let's make it happen at 47.
Yeah, I can't remember which press conference it was. Might have even been the Times Square press conference where you and Tia were going at it more than anyone else at the press conference. I think you were like in the audience.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And you and him were like going hard at each other.
Yeah. That's the fight I want, you know. And at the time, he was champion at 140. I was champion at 140. And I felt like it was a big fight to make happen, a unification fight. You know, Shakur kind of stole a fight from under me. And I'm not going to say he stole a fight. It was words that I think, you know, Turkey said he wouldn't even do business with Tio unless it was, you know, unless it was him and Shakur getting into the ring. So I can't say that.
Exactly. See that? Turkey know who we want to make fights for. When you don't hear Magic Shakur team and his team coming out like, yeah, Turkey said this. Turkey. Whole time Turkey ain't said a damn thing, man.
You know, the fight was thrown under me, but at the time it was a fight that made a lot of sense. And even right now, it still make a lot of sense. I feel like I bring a lot of star power, I have a lot of like market value with my name, my charisma being from New York, and Tio has a big fan base, a big name, and he's also claims he's from New York. So this will be a big fight in the Big Apple.
I mean, you got so much stuff going on in your weight class. It's crazy. Another fight later in the year. It's not over the line yet, but they're trying to put it over the line. Ryan Garcia and Conor Benn.
Great fight. I think it's a 50-50 fight. You never know with Ryan. With Ryan, I just feel like Ryan is talented, but he's limited. And I feel like Conor Benn is just rugged and very game.
Mm-hmm.
And also talented too, but limited also. So it's just about which guy is gonna show up. You know, who could get caught that night. Both guys got power, so I think it's a great fight, and I'm excited to see that too.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot of variables in that fight. Like you said, you don't know which Ryan will show up. Will it be the Ryan that we saw with Barrios last time out, or will it be the Ryan with Rolly, where Ryan was a massive favorite in that fight? And then with Conor, you know, I think people weren't as impressed with his last performance with Regis. I think people thought like he'd get Regis out of there pretty easily, and you know, it was a somewhat competitive fight. And you know, he looked. The one thing I'll say about that fight, it was at a catch weight, and Conor looked
his power
like he really squeezed down to make the catch weight. So I'm interested to see how well he can make 147.
Yeah, me too. It looked like he was very, very like depleted.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's interesting. That's a real interesting thing you said right there. So we have to see.
Now, if you had your way, provided everything goes well in this upcoming fight, who out of that mix of guys would you want? And you'd go to Zuffa, go to Keith, and say, you know what, I want that guy next.
Teofimo, Devin Haney, Conor Benn.
Yeah, Fate.
I'm ready. I can't think of too many other names at 140 with real, you know, it's like a real big name. But I want to be in a big fight. I want to be in the fights where everybody's tweeting about it. Everybody's expecting me to lose. And I go out there and show my greatness and show who I am. And yeah, so I'm excited to just fight any one of them guys.
Well, the big name at 140, who's the missing link, who everybody wants, is Tank. Everybody
is he
wants
at 140 or for 35?
You know what? I think every fight I keep hearing him mentioned about. I mean, he's fought at 140.
Yeah.
And you know damn well Mr. Versace Tank ain't no 140-pounder, fam. Can't believe he just sat there and said that shit, bro. I mean, Dante was good, bro. He say he had another one that don't want to fight Keyshawn.
He fought Barrios at 140.
I don't think he's at 140 because he posted his weight, I think, recently, and it said 147. So I think he's kind of too small for 140. Walking around 147 and they haven't fought in close to 2 years. So I think that once he get in the gym, once he get in rhythm, he should be closer to 135-pounder.
Because all the guys that seem to be targeting him are in your weight class. I know Devin wants him. Shakur's at 140, But Shakur, I know he's willing to go up a couple of pounds to fight a big name at 147, or he'll just stay where he is at 140.
Yeah, I think Shakur's too small for 147. I think even too small for 140, honestly. So, but he's just a great fighter. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Speaking of weight classes, big fight with Gerard Ennis and Xander Zayas, and some people had said after the fight, based on how it went, that they felt that Ennis might be too small for middleweight.
His next fight is
For 160?
Yeah.
Yeah, but with that power and that speed, he got 160 might be too small for him. I feel like he has like a mixture of power and speed that's like very dynamic and weird. He can punch with both hands. So, yesterday he did look like a small 154 pounder in the ring with Zayas, but Zayas, he kind of looked too big for the weight, and he looked like he rehydrated very big. His speed wasn't there. He looked 2 steps behind Ennis, and I feel like Ennis could match up at 160, but Ennis is just a guy that he likes to be in a firefight. He likes to be in that 50-50 type zone and just duke it out. And I think at certain weight classes he can't do that because some guys will capitalize off that.
I don't know if that would be the best approach if he was in the ring with a guy like a Virgil Ortiz, who hits a lot harder than Zayas.
And a lot faster and explosive. So,
or Sebastian Fundora.
Yeah, I don't really watch Fundora like that, but they say he's the guy to give a guy like Boots big trouble.
Early on, when Mendoza knocked him out, he was fighting on the inside. Now that he's starting to use his height, guy's like 6'7", and now he's starting to use his reach, where he's got a significant reach over everybody. He seems to really be a tough character to beat.
Yeah, I mean, hey, like I said, Boots is a special talent. It's hard to go against somebody like Boots, so we'll see. Especially with that power, I feel like Boots' power is the reason why has that allure about him, has that hype about him, because he has devastating power in both hands, and you can't never kind of a guy like that out, especially when he fighting guys that's gonna oblige to fight with him. So,
I remember the first time I heard your name was back in the Mayweather Promotions days. I think Leonard Ellerby mentioned you to me, and he said, you got to really watch out for this kid. When you look back, how was your time when you were at Mayweather Promotions?
My time at Mayweather Promotion, it was frustrating. It started getting frustrating, honestly. From the beginning, it was all sweet. I was fighting at home, Barclays Center, from I want to say 1-0. From my pro debut to I want to say 10-0. That's when it started getting tricky. Once I started getting on TV, I felt like I wasn't making the money that I wanted to be making. I wasn't having the activity I was supposed to be making, and I was supposed to be having. And eventually, I just asked, Leonard Ellerby, can you release me? And then when I went on with Eddie, my career took off. So I could never take nothing away from Floyd and Leonard, because without them, my career never been started. They gave me an opportunity when really no other promoters are trying to give me no opportunity.
Yo, where the hell is Leonard Ellerby, fam? Like, where the hell is
really
Leonard?
went top rank, and other promoters wasn't trying to sign me. And one of the guys, I don't know, do Todd the Buff work with Top Rank?
Top Rank, yeah.
I think it was him. And he had seen me. He's like, every day, I think it was him, but every day he says his worst decision in life was not signing me. He always regret that. And at that time, I was overlooked. Nobody wanted to give me the opportunity, but I was just a kid that just was super driven, super passionate about boxing. And Mayweather the promotion gave me that head start. But at a point, it was just no longer the place for me.
Being that you were a guy who was around Floyd and that whole scene over there, is it kind of pull at the heartstrings of what's going on with Floyd now? When you read the headlines where, if you believe everything you're reading, he's kind of blown through his money and lawsuits everywhere, and he's forced to do all these exhibition fights in Greece and here and there? Or was it something where, from what you saw, it's something that maybe it's not the biggest surprise to you that that's how it played out? Because you had to have seen some serious spending going on, while you were there.
Nah, honestly, I never really got to be around Floyd. When I was around Floyd Mayweather, it was really during the pandemic. That's when nobody could really move around, nobody could really travel. So he was in the gym often, and that's when I got to hang out with him, go to his house, talk boxing with him, be in the gym with him, hit the pads with him, and he was really about boxing. So I really wasn't around Floyd too much, but just looking from the outside, looking in, that's not something that's like inevitable because Floyd is a guy that he loves to be around a lot of people. So it's a lot of hotel flights, transportation, people to feed.
He tried it.
He's into the flashy life. It's horrifying speaking on Floyd going broke or having real money issues because like Floyd is like my hero. I think like he's black excellence to the T. He's a man that made it from nothing to the highest point of life. So if that's true, to hear he's having like real financial issues, it's kind of like, damn, like it could happen to anybody. So
right,
just made me want to grind hard and be smarter,
anybody, bro.
When you look at stuff like that, I always see it as a case of, once everything comes to an end, and at some point for every fighter, everything comes to an end as far as in ring. Some fighters can't walk away from either the ring or they can't walk away from the lifestyle, or a combination of both. And I think with him, it was keeping up that lifestyle, the private jets, like you said, going around, you have a crew of like 20 people, hotels, food, cars, salaries, multiple houses all over the place. Maybe you stay in one house, the other 6 are empty all year. And that's why I think you have to have, smart people behind you. Like you have Keith, who can steer you and sometimes tell you how it really is. And I don't know how many, I don't know what his crew is telling him how it really is. I know Leonard's not there anymore now. He's suing the guy that I guess he brought to replace Leonard, said he stole all his money. So I don't know what went on there, but it's definitely like a cautionary tale, I would think, for every top fighter. Like with him, he made more money probably than any fighter in history. So it's a cautionary tale of like you said, it could happen to anybody if you don't manage your money.
Yeah. I feel like he just fell victim to the character that he made. Like he made this
the Money Mayweather,
which it made him a lot of money, but you got to hold up to that. And I think for as long he became so big and so famous to anything he do wherever he go, it's like, what's this? What you mean? But the bill's $1 million? You sure it's just $1 million? All right, let me pay. Like he's probably that. So I don't know. Like I said, Floyd, he's definitely one of like somebody I looked up to, idolizing in the ring and in the sport of boxing. So hopefully that situation he could get sorted. And I feel like it's Floyd. So hopefully he's able to bounce back.
Speaking of Floyd as one of the guys you idolized, who were some of the other guys when you were an amateur or coming up that you looked at and you were like, I really like that guy? You pattern some things, whether it's how you conduct yourself in the ring, outside the ring.
Coming up in the sport, honestly, the first guy I looked up to besides Floyd was Gervonta Davis. That was the first guy, even though he gonna try to use this against me, but I'm just a realist. Coming up, I never really seen anybody close that was like in real time in my space come from nothing and blow up. I remember him the first time he was getting ready for his first world championship versus Pedraza, and me and Shakur was helping him out. He didn't have no money to pay us for sparring or nothing, but me and Shakur, like I said, we're thorough.
Again, when they tell me Shakur's scared to fight somebody when he out here sparring this dude for free, it's crazy work, fam.
Bro, so we don't need money to spar competition. We'll go give you work for free and help you out. And I remember him just sleeping in like a mattress, like an airbed on the floor. He was like explaining the situation, like, I'm messed up. I need to win this fight. I think he was only fighting for like $50,000 or $75,000 for the Pedraza fight. And then from there, I just see him take off, and me and him became friends, and that was something I was looking up to, and I was like, all right, if he could do it, I could do it. Seeing him touch his first $1 million, seeing him take his first jet, buy his first Rolls Royce, I was there for these experiences, and even walking into his first mansion, like, oh wow, like you living like this, like this is the money you get off boxing, and it was like a fuel and a chip on my shoulder to make me want to do certain things, make me want to keep going harder. And changed my family life to want to get that watch, to want to get my mom that house, to want to get myself that house. So I want to say that was probably the only person I really kind of like was like, all right, yeah, I like that. I like what you're doing, and I want to follow in footsteps.
So it sounds like the two of you got pretty friendly when you were simultaneously on the Mayweather promotions.
Yeah, we was, cool. It was somebody that we both box. We both love the sport of boxing. We both love to do a lot of things outside of the sport of boxing, hang out, party, and just move around and have fun. So yeah, it was cool.
Well, I mean, with Gervonta, it could be like another, almost like a cautionary tale that, what you do in the ring is one thing. You got to also watch yourself outside the ring.
Yeah.
Because he's always been probably one of the most talented guys out there, but it seems like every time he's starting to get hot again, it's something outside the ring that derails his career or stalls him out, and you just never know when he's going to fight again.
Yeah, I just think that's just a mental thing with him, I think that he's just a kid that just probably just real emotional and just don't know how to control his anger, his emotions. So that lead him to make the wrong decisions in life. And he's getting older in age. So hopefully with age come more wisdom, and he makes better decisions, especially in this part of his career, which he said he don't want to be in boxing too long. So this is probably the back end of his career. So like I said, I don't wish bad on no man.
Right.
All I can do is worry about me and worry about what I got going on.
I can't remember. You could correct me. Which one of you left Mayweather Promotions first?
Like towards the back end of Mayweather Promotions, I remember him already being like his self-made name. I think up to like 2019, he wasn't really dealing with Floyd like that. I think it said Floyd Mayweather Promotions, but Al was the one that really took over his career. And I remember even one time hearing a conversation with him and Al Heyman, and Al was like the guy, that guy was the guy that was taking care of him, that kind of like told Floyd, take a step back, I'm gonna take care of him. So I don't know how long he's been Mayweather Promotions, but I had left in 2022. But as long as I can remember, I don't remember him really dealing with like Floyd. I always see Leonard. So I don't know. Maybe probably after me left. I'm not sure.
Is that like how you guys lost touch? Is when he went his own way, or?
Nah,
I'm gonna say this to you, Marcus. Being that Hitchins on the screen, he got a lot of respect for Tank and Core, but him and Core sparred more recently. Marcus, they sparred like recent, like real recent. Core and Hitchins. I ain't gonna say what my guy witnessed, but you could use your imagination, fam.
We just stopped being friends just from personal issues he had, animosity he had with me outside of just in his own. He just started having issues with me and feeling a type of way about me. So
is it because he saw you as this guy could be a potential opponent, or?
I don't know. I think he always mentions Shakur. Him and Shakur is like the guy that everybody want to see, and the world know that me and Shakur have been friends since I was 12 years old. Shakur is somebody that I love dearly, just deeper than just boxing.
My dog.
So I feel like it was always
great. Y'all have not support the grind. We on 5 hours, and we'll be back to call these fights. Happy 4th to y'all, man. The fireworks for me is gonna be on this box on YouTube tonight.
Animosity, because whenever like Shakur name will come up, I'm always going to take up for Shakur. I'm always going to speak. I'm never going to like go against. So I don't know. Maybe it was stemmed for that. Or maybe it's stemmed from any other problems he felt like he had built up with me. But when we were friends, he's never addressed any issue. It was like, I don't like this, or you did this to me. It was never really, like I said. So
you two have never probably. Have you run into him in the last couple of years? Like anything where you two spoke?
Nah. Yeah. We spoke. He be writing me a lot of time on Instagram and fake numbers saying he gonna do this to me and do that to me when he see me. So we speak, but. As far as I see him now,
you seem like you got a lot of guys coming at you with DMs, but they're not putting pen to paper.
I said, bro, we don't need to fight. We I'm making a lot of money now. I'm in a position to where I could change my family life. I'm not even trying to get into no street beef or none of that, especially with
Real
actors,
shit.
boxers, whatever these guys want to call themselves. You feel me? Like, if you want to fight, send me a contract. And I done told him that. I done text him back on them fake numbers he done wrote me. I done DM'd him, send a contract if he has any real problems. So maybe he'll do it or maybe he won't. But like I said, only thing I can do is worry about me and worry about myself. I wish him and whatever he got going on the best.
In closing, put your promoter's hat on for me and map out what you'd like to see for yourself in the next 12 months.
To be honest, I just want to be in a big fight in the next 12 months, another championship fight. Hopefully it could be unification. I mean, a unified fight. Yeah. So hopefully I could get, maybe one of the champions end up having 2 belts and I could go out there and compete for the belt. But I just want to be a world champion and I want to be in a big fight. I want one of the big names, Devin Haney, Teofimo Lopez, Ryan Garcia, Conor, Benn, Rolly Romero. Just a name that, the general public know and just make that happen, So right now I'm fighting Ricardo Salas. If I can't get a big name, I'm trying to get right back in the ring before the year's over to make up for lost times. And like I said, another year I want to be in a big fight.
And you heard it right there from Richardson Hitchins. Remember, he's back in the ring July the 26th. Ricardo Salas, he makes his Zuffa boxing debut, the theater at Madison Square Garden, New York City, live and exclusive on Paramount Plus.
Facts. Notice Paramount Plus. Not no damn, not on Zuffa alone, bro. I'm telling you, I gotta pay attention to this shit. Shout out to the fan, man. Another dope build in the books. We just put 5 hours in, giving boxing is just do how only we do over here. If you came through to support the grind, if you came through and hit that like button and chopped it up with your boy, we appreciate y'all. This was a dope live. This is good conversations, passionate, heated conversations, but it's all within the love of the sport. We're gonna keep building, we're gonna keep grinding, we're gonna keep growing. We ain't done, we gonna be right back to call these fights in a little bit, man. So y'all stay tuned. We're gonna see what the fireworks is about tonight. But look, shout out to Team Haney, shout out to boxing, shout out to Keyshawn Davis and company. I hope they do make that fight. I hope they go ahead and just secure the fight and then move on to the next big fight. All these dudes is top level world-class guys. They might have their ideas of how they get to the fights, but you're not going to hear me telling you these guys are scared of each other. It shit just don't make sense. You offer me the money that Keyshawn would have made against De Los Santos, I'll fight any one of these dudes. Do you hear me? Any one of them. So let alone them being trained and this is what they do for a living, they ain't scared to fight. You get me? Do guys want to lose? Nah, but ain't nobody scared to fight. Shout out to boxing, man. We just gave boxing its just due. I appreciate everybody. Shout out to everybody in the Super Chat, Cash App, man. We're going to be back to call these fights. I'll see y'all in a minute. Peace.
Representing Brick City, Shakur!
Finding those levels, too. Look at that 4-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meets him with a straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown score with the left hand.
From Patterson, New Jersey, please welcome the sweet Terminator, Shadesha Green.
Make sure y'all subscribe to Just the Boxing, the best boxing talk. It's probably the most unbiased channel on YouTube. Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just Due.